Lorelei. So, am I out of my mind? Neither of them spoke, but neither of them looked like they thought he was crazy. Lorelei said, "So you heard someone screaming, a woman, and then you heard someone else being attacked, a man?" Grady nodded. "Well," Lorelei took a sip of her drink, "my Uncle Way might say you saw a dog spirit, heard it. There are a lot of dog spirits in Hawaii. There are a lot of stories, even now, urban legends, about one very dangerous dog spirit, a cannibal." "Kaupe," said Grady. "I read about it online. Is that like kapu?" "No," said Lorelei. "Totally different words. Kapu means forbidden, something you don't do, or a place you don't go. But it also means sacred. You still see signs everywhere, like no parking signs, that say kapu, a joke, but serious. It's a way of showing respect. Kaupe is a kupua, a supernatural being. He lures people using a voice like somebody in danger. Then when you go to help them, he eats you." She took another swallow of gin. "I studied folk literature and oral traditions at UH. Talk story. Ghost stories we heard as kids, urban legends. A lot of those came from Japanese immigrants, but there are also very ancient stories that people have been sharing for over 1,000 years, like the dog spirits. The details get changed around, so now people see dogmen by the Target access road, or they see dogmen with the night marchers, not just in their ancestral home in Waikiki. They look like men, only they have tails." Grady's eyes widened. "You've heard of them?" asked Lorelei. "I saw them. Pictures, online," he stammered, reluctant to bring up the chamber again. "But whatever I saw outside the ohana, it looked different. I guess because it seemed so real," he added with a shaky laugh. Lorelei shrugged. "Maybe it was real." "I gotta check in with Suze, see how the kids are doing," Delita announced, and stood. "Lor knows more mulelo than all my uncles and aunties combined." Grady wished he could follow her inside. He stared at his beer, conscious of Lorelei watching him. "That thing," he said at last, "Kaupe, does it want to kill me?" He regretted the question the second he asked it, not because it felt ridiculous, but because he was starting to fear it might be true. "I don't know," Lorelei said slowly. "My father's parents and great-grandparents, they understand a lot more about these things than I ever will. My father's from here. He's mostly Hawaiian and Filipino, but my mom's from Chicago, Roseland. I never knew her parents, or anyone from that side of the family. I've only been there once. But I always wanted to know about my ancestors. That's why I studied folklore. Things like what you saw, kupua, supernatural beings. If they exist, they're not going to think or act the way we do. They're not going to care about the same things." Grady stared at her. Were they really having this conversation? Zeke would have produced more weed and excitedly jumped right in. But Grady felt like he'd wandered into a church where he didn't know anyone and didn't understand any of the rules. Lorelei, though, seemed to be gaining steam. "It is strange that someone like you would see it, Grady. But maybe it can't tell us apart, where we're from, if we're Hawaiian or not. I've always wanted to see something like that, like the night marches, even though when my uncle did, it terrified him." She glanced at Grady and shrugged. "I don't think it wants to kill you. I think it would have done that already if it wanted to." "Thanks," he said weakly. "And maybe the peninsula has remained unspoiled so long because its kupua protected it. Maybe the kupua was dormant like Haleakala, but something disturbed it. Someone." She gave him a thin smile. "I doubt you're that important. More likely it's Wes, or whoever stole the kipohaku. But it might want to use you." He started to argue but stopped. Could any of this be true? He'd been trying to convince himself that it couldn't possibly be, but that would mean he was delusional or having some sort of breakdown. Was this what had happened to his father? Had he cracked up, then killed himself? He stared at Lorelei. She didn't seem to be regarding him as though she thought he was crazy. Arrogant and complacent, definitely, but not crazy. How would it use me? He asked slowly. Before she could reply, Delita stepped back outside and held up her phone, her face tight. "It's Tim," she said. "They found a body on the beach." The next few minutes were a flurry of pings, as Delita frantically texted and read Tim's replies aloud. "His dad drove him and his friends to Kahawai," she said. "I don't like him going there. Last year they busted someone from Honolulu selling heroin and fentanyl. But his dad doesn't worry like I do. Is Tim okay? He says they're all fine. He's with Bobby Lee and Sando. They're good kids," she added for Grady's benefit. "A surfer saw a body in the water, Akira, the bartender from Low Tide, and he called 911. Someone on a jet ski got there before the ambulance and brought the body to shore. The police are there now questioning everyone." Grady's mind spun, praying, "Not Jessie, not Jessie. Please don't let it be Jessie," even though he knew how futile that was. He didn't believe in God. Until he came here, he didn't believe in creatures that lured you by screaming like a woman in danger. Now he was starting to realize he'd been wrong about at least one of those things. "Do they know if it's a man or a woman?" he asked. "The body?" Tim didn't say. Or, no, he said Akira thought at first it might be Leonardo, so I guess it's a man. Delita raised her screen so they could see the photos sent by Tim. Uniformed figures surrounded something on the sand, observed by scattered onlookers. Grady squinted at the screen. "Do you think it's Leonardo?" Delita shook her head. "Police not gonna say nothin' till they notify his family, whoever he is."
Grady ran his hands through his hair. He had to get out of here. Drive to that beach, see the body for himself. Maybe something on it would absolve his constant guilt over not running to help when he first heard those screams. "I gotta go." He stood. "Thanks for lunch. Thank you." Delita lowered her phone, and he saw the effort it took for her to smile. "You put together that entire playset? It would have taken me and Lore a month. It would have taken us a year." Lorelei touched Grady's arm. "Come for dinner in a few days? We can sit outside." "That would be great," he said, and left. He drove through town, pulling over in front of a strip mall. Everything was closed except for a tiny coffee shop, its front door propped open with a sidewalk sign. "We are open. Best coffee on island. Ask anyone. They'll tell you." Grady pulled on his mask and hurried inside. He needed to clear his head. The middle-aged Japanese woman behind the counter greeted him cheerfully. "Beautiful day!" "Sure is." He hadn't seen a day yet that wasn't. He waited while she heated milk for his latte. A pair of tablets sat on the counter, one for the register, the other open to the Island Pilot homepage. "Breaking news! Body found at Kahawai." "Here you are." The woman set down his latte, glancing at the tablet. "They found a man there. They know it's a man?" Grady paid with his debit card, leaving a $5 tip. "My sister told me it's a young man who went missing a while ago. He got in trouble with those people by the old high school, living in a school bus." She wiped her eyes on a paper napkin. "That's a bad place." Kahawai? The old high school, but Kahawai too. That beach used to be so beautiful. We went there all the time when we were kids. Drum circles, surfing. Then runoff from the pineapple plantation got into the gulch. The pollution caused a big die-off. Fishes and coral. Whatever was in that runoff, it ate right through everything. They had to shut the beach for a while. That was a long time ago. Then the plantation closed and they cleaned it up. You used to be able to drink out of that stream, but maybe you know all this." "No." He stepped away from the counter, lowering his mask to sip his latte. "This is good. Mahalo. It's the best coffee on the island. Don't believe me? They'll tell you." She flapped a hand at the empty sidewalk. "I still got customers, but afternoons are slow. Everything's slow because of COVID. You're visiting?" "Yeah, from Maine. I went there once, Acadia. It was beautiful." She laughed at his surprised expression. "I took a cruise up to Newfoundland. You come here, we go there. It all comes around. This will end." She looked again at the tablet. "Someone died there last spring, but that was a flash flood. That girl they found in the forest, she was lucky." "What girl?" "That girl from Leola who went for a hike, and they didn't find her for almost 2 weeks, last fall. Local woman, she went up to the waterfall, and she ends up in Pohihihi Gulch. 2 weeks! If it had rained, she would have drowned. Those gulches, you have to watch out for them." "Nice talking to you," she said, turning away. "You have a good day now." "You too." In the doorway he stopped. "That beach, Kahawai, how far away is that?" "Half an hour. Everything is half an hour, except Hokuloa, but you can't go there," she said. At Kahawai Beach, the pavement ended, but the road continued onto the sand, ending at a low wall of rough black stone. Beyond it, a parking area held a dozen trucks and beat-up cars, a Westphalia van, and an old Airstream with a pop-up tent beside it. Also, 2 police cars, one with its blue lights still flashing, and an ambulance. A couple of cops chatted with the EMTs, strong, intimidating guys wearing sunglasses and sturdy black boots. He felt a flicker of envy. He wouldn't have been able to cut it on this crew. They looked more like bouncers or bodyguards. He parked, got out, and scanned the beach, not sure what he was looking for. The body was hidden under a white tarp. The police had staked out a staging area around it with yellow tape, but apart from a small knot of rubberneckers, most people seemed to have lost interest. Surfers chased the barrel waves, while several old men ambled along the shore, talking. A golden retriever loped across the parking lot until a cop yelled at its owner. Grady walked down to the ocean, one of the cops glancing up as he passed. When he reached the water, he stood and watched the surfers for a few minutes. His bruised forehead stung as sweat trickled down it, and he adjusted his cap. Turning, he headed to the big black rocks at the far end of the beach. His arms ached from the work he'd done that afternoon, lifting heavy lumber. "Hey!" someone yelled at him. Grady hadn't seen that 3 people stood in front of the rocks. He halted, lowering his sunglasses to get a better look. 2 guys and a girl, a small beer cooler at her feet. The same 3 people he'd seen alongside the Westphalia van that morning on the beach highway. The girl now wore a sun hat and a loose white shift, and Grady recognized crazy-eyed Scotty in his sarong. The other guy, the one with the buzz cut, wore sunglasses, but Grady had the distinct impression he wasn't giving him a friendly look. The girl had her hands on her hips and her head cocked. Grady uneasily looked from her to the others. He lifted his chin to acknowledge them and started walking to the parking lot. "Hey!" the buzz-cut guy yelled again. "That your truck over there?" Grady paused. Had someone broken into the pickup? He glanced in the direction of the parking lot. "Drive with Al." The man strode toward Grady. "That you?" Grady said nothing. Coming to a stop, the man smelled of rum and weed, but he didn't move like someone who was drunk or stoned. He moved like the guys on Grady's high school wrestling team, sizing him up, intent. "Chris," the girl called. The guy, Chris, ignored her. He stared at Grady. "You work for him. Minton, out on Hokuloa Road." He pushed up his sunglasses to get a better look at Grady, took in his bruised forehead, and shook his head.
"Someone got there first," he said. He swung at Grady, so fast Grady couldn't even blink. His fist slammed him in the gut right below his ribs. Grady gagged as his sunglasses went flying. He doubled over, tried to duck as Chris took another swing, this time clipping his shoulder. Grady fell to the sand, clutching his abdomen. "Chris!" Dimly he saw the girl above him, grabbing Chris by the arm and staring in the direction of the cops. "Come on, you know it's not him." "I don't really care. He's at Minton's." The girl pulled him away. Grady spat out blood where he'd bitten his lip. He lay there until he could breathe again, then gingerly pushed himself up. The sun beat down as he touched his chest, ran his fingers across his ribs. Nothing seemed broken. "What in the world?" he murmured. He saw his cap and sunglasses, both undamaged, put them on, and slowly got to his feet. Chris, the girl, and Scotty stood by the rocks, staring past Grady. He glanced over his shoulder. One of the cops was looking their way. Grady lifted his hand, indicating everything was fine, just another haole getting decked on the beach. He didn't know what had just happened or why, but he knew the police wouldn't make it better. Grady took a deep breath and started back to the lot, glancing behind him to see Chris with his arms crossed, watching him. The girl sat in the driver's seat of the van. "Come on," she yelled. "Yeah, you do that, Chris," Grady thought, and angrily kicked at a rock. He got only a few more feet before someone grabbed his arm. "I know what you saw." It was Scotty. The wind stirred his long, matted blonde hair. He was so thin, his ribs looked like they might poke through his skin, like a pencil through paper. He was younger than Grady. His skin thickened and turned the color of old brick by sun and salt. The bruised flesh around his eyes appeared charred. "On Hokuloa Road. I've seen it too." Scotty had a young voice.
Maybe he wasn't even 20. Maybe he was still a teenager. Everything young about him burned away like he'd been set on fire. His eyes were the palest gray Grady had ever seen. "I know what you saw," he repeated. "It told me, too." He stared at Grady without blinking and opened his mouth, wider and wider, head tilting back until Grady couldn't see his lips anymore, only his teeth, a few of them missing. Grady tried to take a step back, but somehow he couldn't. He could only stare at Scotty's swollen tongue, his throat, and then something else, something with long, stick-like legs that emerged from Scotty's throat, its legs twitching against his blackened lips. No, this couldn't be happening. Grady struck wildly at the air and started to run, his feet sliding on the sand. He nearly tripped, but he caught himself, looked back to see Scotty still there, his hands limp at his sides and his black mouth yawning in a soundless scream as he stared straight into the sun. Grady reached the parking lot and stopped in the shade of a tall metal sign, retching as he fought to catch his breath. What the freakin' was that? Chest heaving, Grady could barely bring himself to look back. But when he did, Scotty was still on the beach, kicking at the waves, laughing to himself. No one in the parking lot took any notice of Grady. He removed his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes, wiped his mouth on his sleeve. Not much more blood. He started toward the pickup, whirled when he heard someone running up behind him. He relaxed, unclenching his fists. "Raina. Hi." She frowned, taking in his face. "You okay?" "Yeah." He rubbed his shoulder. "Just some jerk took a swing at me." Raina glanced at Scotty, now standing in knee-deep water, his back to them. "Not Scotty?"
No, his friend, big guy, Chris, so ugly even the tide wouldn't take him out. He doesn't seem to like my truck. Minton's truck, he corrected himself. He looked at the water, shuddering at the memory of those stick-like legs protruding from a person's mouth. Is his name really Scotty? That's what everyone calls him, like Beam Me Up Scotty. His real name's Lucas. He used to be fine, this sweet kid, but something bad happened to him. A couple years ago, he started talking about how he'd been kidnapped and seen aliens and monsters. Now he's a lost soul. Well, his friend's a jerk. Chris isn't a bad guy. He and his girlfriend keep an eye on Scotty, keep him safe, get him to eat when they can. Did you say something to him, Chris? No, I didn't really say something. He said something about the truck, asked if it was mine. Then he decked me. He doesn't seem to like Minton. Nobody likes Minton. She reached to touch his forehead. He do that to you? Grady flinched. He got why Delita and Lorelei didn't like Minton, but what was with this jerk Chris, and now Raina? No, I'm fine. Forget it. All right, she said. She looked better than the last time she'd seen her, dressed in a flowy blue dress with no sleeves, her hair pulled back in a loose braid. No mask. She had on a little makeup, pink on her lips and something shimmery on her cheeks. Blue fingernail polish. When she lifted her sunglasses, her dark eyes appeared golden in the sun. How's otherwise? Same. I was in town, helping out Delita with something, and her son texted they found a body on the beach. I guess it's a man? That's what I heard. She nudged the sand with one foot. Grady nodded in the direction of the police. So that's good, maybe. It's not Jessie. Not so good for him. I heard it might be Leonardo. Grady stared at her. Leonardo? The guy who... She nodded, her eyes bright with relief, or malice, or both. Someone was bringing heroin and ice here, fentanyl, coming from other islands by boat. I heard this beach was where they'd drop it. He stopped exploiting girls and started selling them that stuff. He's not a good dude. Grady watched a man step over the yellow tape, the cops moving aside so he could examine the body. That's Fairchild, said Raina, the police detective. He's the one told me I needed to make better choices. I'm 14 and being exploited, and I need to make better choices. Better choices in police, for sure. She looked up at Grady. So, what do you think? Need a drink? Yeah, he said, still dazed from getting sucker punched. And anything was better than staying near Scotty. Plus, after his desperate Google searches, he could use her perspective. Fitzhugh's? Let's go to my house. I don't feel like seeing anyone. You remember the address? Yeah? Okay, I'll meet you there. She turned and walked to her old Outback. Grady headed to his truck. He removed a metal scraper from his toolbox and stooped to scrub the faded sticker from his bumper, letting the bits of shriveled plastic blow away in the wind. He stopped to buy a six-pack for himself and a chilled bottle of white wine for Raina. She'd been drinking beer last time at Fitzy's, but maybe she'd appreciate the effort, make it easier for him to find out more about Jessie. Driving to her place, he almost popped a beer in the car to wash away the thought of Scotty's ravaged face and something crawling from his mouth. Instead, he turned up the radio as loud as it would go, not even registering what blasted out of the speakers. Raina's apartment was small, the living room opening onto the kitchen. It was very, very neat and very, very yellow. Yellow futon couch with bright yellow pillows, a galley kitchen with yellow and orange cookware stacked on metal shelves, small flat-screen TV above a yellow circular table with two chairs, The walls were decorated with a hat woven of palm leaves and dried leis, and a framed poster from the island aquarium, an underwater shot of a coral reef teeming with fish, a huge sea turtle floating lazily in the foreground. On the floor beside the couch sat a suitcase he recognized as Jessie's, draped with an oversized pink t-shirt. Raina handed him a beer and poured herself some wine. "Sit wherever you want." He settled on the futon, beneath a paper light fixture hanging from the ceiling. "IKEA? How'd you know? I'm a carpenter. I installed a lamp just like that one. Fluffy Cloud, right? The name of the lamp?" She nodded. "You have a good memory. You never forget your first Fluffy Cloud," he said, and she laughed. He popped his beer, took a drink, and leaned back against the couch. It was a relief to be sitting somewhere different, especially after working hard for most of the afternoon, putting up the playset, getting clocked by someone he didn't even know. And he had to admit, it felt good to be here with Raina. She seemed more relaxed than he'd ever seen her, not that he'd seen her much. Probably because she was in her own place. Though maybe she'd decided he was an okay guy and not just another jerk Howley. He hoped that was the case. She noticed him looking at her and smiled. "So, you install a lot of lamps?" "Enough. Before everything shut down. I do woodworking and electrical, some plumbing, mostly carpentry. What about you?" "I worked at the aquarium." She cocked a thumb at the poster of the sea turtle. "It's on the west side of the island. You probably haven't been there. And it's closed because of the pandemic." "An aquarium? Sweet," he said. "Because of your marine biology, right?" "Not that sweet. I worked in the gift shop. So mostly just dealing with 1 million tourists every day, and 2 million school kids." She laughed again. "Minimum wage, but I did get some health insurance. Best thing was, I could go to the aquarium whenever I wanted for free. And lectures, stuff like that. They have these scientists come in and talk about sea turtles, humpbacks, coral reefs, birds too. I took some marine biology classes there, not for credit, adult ed, but one day I'll go back and finish my degree. Jessie said she'd help me with the applications for financial aid. And Laura, the woman in charge of education, she told me I could apply to become a docent. COVID shut all that down. I really miss working there," she said wistfully, "but not the 2 million school kids."
I don't even miss one of them. Well, maybe 1 or 2. It's definitely lonelier now. She kicked off her sandals and flexed her bare feet, tanned except for a white V from the straps. "I can't hardly see anyone because of my mom's COPD. I can't take a chance of making her sick. I used to see her every day. And Jessie?" Her eyes welled. "I really wanted her to be here." Grady swallowed, unsure how to react. Before he could reply, she said, "At least I get unemployment. When everything opens up again, it'll be easier." "You think everything will reopen? You joking? Fast as they can. The island wants those tourist dollars. People from Houston need their hot stone massages and Mai Tai dolphin cruises. At least you're not cooped up in a city apartment." Grady took a long pull at his beer. "Like in Maine, at least we can go outside." He realized he was staring at her and looked away. Again he marveled at how neat her apartment was. Most of the guys he knew were slobs. So were most of the women. Like Rachel, especially Rachel. That was one of the things they used to argue about when he'd stay over at her place. It was like being in his brother's bedroom, he said. "Your place is really nice." "Thanks. My dad was a real neat freak when I was growing up." "Are you close to him?" "He took off when I was in high school. I don't even know if he's alive." This one therapist, that's all she ever wanted to talk about. My dad and how I felt. Like that was what messed me up. Not being exploited by a bunch of old men when I was 14. "I'm sorry." "For what? You didn't harm me." "I've never harmed anyone." He finished his beer and stared at the floor,
pushing down his anger. When he felt more calm, he asked, "Okay if I get another?" "Sure." He got his beer and sat back on the couch. Neither of them spoke. "Maybe this might help them figure out what's been going on," Grady said at last. "The police? What do you mean, what might help them?" "That body on the beach." He paused. "Just a few hours ago, he wouldn't have spoken so openly, but that reluctance was gone. What if it's all connected somehow?" he said. "All the disappearances here. Not just Jessie, but her and everyone else. What if there's someone, one person, who's attacking them? Like who? Like Leonardo." "Leonardo?" She seemed taken aback. "Yeah, Leonardo. He's pimping out high school girls, selling heroin. He might have abducted Jessie." "Jessie? Why would he abduct Jessie? Why not? He knows you. Did he know her too?" "No. I mean, she knows who he is. She knows what happened to me. So who's to say he didn't follow her coming out of Fitzy's?" Raina shook her head. "I don't think he'd do that. Why not? It would be too stupid, even for him. Dealing drugs, I'm sure the cops are in on that. But if Leonardo abducted someone now, after what happened with me, he'd never get away with it. Even if the cops looked the other way? Cops here do what they can to cover their ass and keep the tourists coming. No tourists now, so I think they'd be more focused on covering their ass." "Okay," Grady nodded. "But still, this body, it might crack the case? Bruh, you are smoking some Hawaii 5-0. "Yeah, okay," he snapped. "I get it. I'm a Hale, and I don't understand anything that happens here." "You're right," she said. "You don't. But something is happening. If there's a serial killer, this is when you find him, while the island's on lockdown. The cops could go through a list of everyone who's landed in the last few months and track wherever they've been. You realize that would include you?" "Well, yeah," he said, though he hadn't. "But you get my point. A serial killer could visit here repeatedly over the years, commit a murder, leave, and never get found out. There are no tourists on the island now, and people are still disappearing. That suggests that—" "Stop." Raina raised a hand. "You think there's a single solution? One person? One killer? All these dead people? Over like decades or 100 years? And you, special Grady, for some reason you're the one who's figured it out?" She leaned forward, and for a second he thought she'd take his hand. "What if it's one murderer for every victim? Not one killer, dozens of them. Hundreds." "That's crazy," Grady said. "Crazy?" Raina countered triumphantly, like he'd walked into a trap. "When a woman is killed here, or anywhere, it's nearly always by the guy she's with, or someone she knows." "Yeah, okay," he said. "It had been a trap. That's true. But a lot of the missing people here, they're not women. But nothing. They could still all be killed by someone they know. But that means there could be, I don't know, 100 murderers on this island? Just like everywhere." "Right." He recalled when he met Raina at Fitzhugh's, how she'd seemed kind of crazy, but mostly vulnerable. Now she seemed kind of crazy again. Then again, he was the one who'd been seeing things. He thought again of Scotty, his burned-out face and pinhole eyes, his mouth opening like a black hole had been torn in his face. "Point taken," he said at last. "But all those people, they vanished. How could so many guys kill their wives or girlfriends or kids or whoever and somehow make their bodies completely disappear?" He hesitated, took a deep breath. "It could be something else." Raina stared at him. "What if it's something nobody has seriously considered yet?" Grady went on slowly. "What if something that no one ever talks about?" Raina stared at him. "What do you mean?" "The other night." A knock at the door made them both jump. "Rainy day! A stout, bearded man yelled as he stepped inside, a plastic bag in each hand. "Dinner delivery! Oh, you got company! Angelo!" Raina ran over to him and hugged him as though Grady wasn't there. "Ah, thank you! Machiko chicken and mac salad. I went to Spunky's. There's some fries, too. You're the best." She took the bags and peered inside one, releasing the smell of fried chicken. Angelo looked at Grady. "This is Grady. He's someone I met a few days ago," Raina explained. "A friend of Jessie's." Angelo nodded. He was beefy, not as tall as Grady, dark-skinned, his brown hair shaved close at the sides and sticking up in a modified brush cut at the top, which made him look like a cop. He wore a rumpled white shirt, the sleeves rolled up, and black pants. A lanyard was tucked into his shirt pocket, its cord dangling across his chest. "Do I need to put my mask on?" he called after Raina, who'd walked into the kitchen area. "Only if you want. I think he's safe. You safe, Grady?" Grady looked at Angelo and shrugged. "I guess. I only got 2 plates." Angelo sank into a chair. He watched as Raina opened cardboard containers and exclaimed over the contents. "I would have got more if I knew." He gave Grady a pained look. "That's okay." Grady put his hands on his knees, his mouth watering. The food smelled fantastic. "I guess I should go." "Don't be stupid. There's plenty," said Raina. "We can share." "Well, thanks." Grady smiled at her, then at Angelo. "Thanks, man." Angelo sighed. "Yeah, sure. Just, I didn't know." He hooked a finger through the lanyard cord, pulled the card from his shirt pocket, and slid it into his wallet. "I'm Angelo Viella, Raina's cousin. Grady Kendall. I got a job here a few weeks ago." It felt awkward not to shake hands. Grady glanced to where Raina was scooping food onto plates. Angelo took out his cell phone, only to hop up when Raina appeared with a plate in each hand. "Let's eat on the deck." She handed one plate to Grady, the other to her cousin. "Angelo, you want a beer? You're off duty, right?" "Sure, I'm done till Monday." "Won't Lois be mad you didn't bring any to her?" "She and the kids went to Moss for dinner. I'm too tired. You're all I can stand right now." The deck turned out to be a tiny back balcony, concrete floor and metal railing, with a few chairs, a TV tray, and a lush yellow hibiscus in a terracotta pot. Raina sat, motioning for Grady to take the chair beside hers. Angelo scooted his chair away in a futile effort at social distancing. "Brah, relax," Raina scolded him, and pointed her fork at Grady. "He's been in quarantine." "Yeah, okay." Angelo started eating.
"You at the hotel by the airport?" "No, I'm a caretaker." Grady took a bite of chicken. "Man, this is delicious," he said, hoping to avoid the topic of Minton's. "Spunky's makes the best mochiko chicken." Raina ate a piece in 2 bites. "Caretaker, huh?" "Yeah, a lot of those big stars aren't here," said Angelo between mouthfuls. "They're stuck in California or Wyoming or some gosh. I didn't know so many celebrities lived here," said Grady. Angelo nodded. "A lot of famous people live here." "Angelo works at Serenity," said Raina. "The resort? I thought they were all closed." "I'm security," said Angelo. "The only security," Raina said. "They're like 3,000 rooms, and he's the only guy." "Not that many," Angelo allowed. 1,742. But yeah, it's nuts. Thomas over at Royal Kiowa, at least there's him and 2 other guys. They can talk, and gosh, I just talk to myself and listen to the squawker. I do get more exercise, walking." He patted his belly. "Lost 7 pounds." Raina and Angelo made small talk as they ate. Grady couldn't see much physical resemblance between the 2 of them, but they could be second cousins. Or maybe cousin meant something different, and they were just close family friends. He was content to half listen, staring out across the parking lot. 2 boys skateboarded past, pushing off from cars and yelling at each other, their voices as high as birds. Cigarette smoke drifted from another apartment, the echo of an argument that dissolved into laughter. He tuned back into the conversation. "Yeah, I was there," Raina was saying. "I wanted to know if it was Jessie.
That's how I ran into this one. He and Jess met on the plane over." Angelo shook his head. "She's a good girl, Jessie. Thank the Lord it wasn't her at Kahawai. I still think she'll turn up, Rainey." He reached over to squeeze her shoulder. "Like that girl in the forest. She was saved." "But Jessie wasn't in the forest. She was right outside the quad. Someone abducted her. I still think she'll be okay. That wasn't her on the beach, anyway." Grady turned to Angelo. "Do you know who it was?" "Just that it was a male. They won't have ID'd him yet." Angelo paused to eat a mouthful of macaroni salad and went on. "But you know, a call came through dispatch yesterday. I listened in. Guy fishing in his boat way out past Hokuloa Cove saw someone swimming. Trying to swim. The current is real bad there. He radioed it in and took his boat over, but by then the person was gone." "Huh, I didn't see that online." Grady set his empty plate on the table. "Everyone is so worked up over all the COVID since 4th of July, police don't want to give them something else to scream about. Could have been a turtle, or, a shark might have gotten him." Raina shuddered. "Don't say that. They didn't find anything. No distress calls. Police contacted that rich guy at Hokuloa. He said he hadn't seen anyone." "It could be the same person," said Grady. "The body on the beach? Yeah, maybe. Current doesn't run that way usually. But tourists go out alone. They get in trouble easy. The area around Hokuloa Point is a dangerous place to be snorkeling." Angelo took another bite of mac salad. "And Kahawai's sketchy. Plainclothes policeman took one of those kids away a few weeks ago. Jimmy Tobin told me, my daughter's boyfriend. One of those homeless kids camping there. Jimmy said he was selling ice." He sighed loudly. "It's not like when we were kids, Rainy Day. We used to do mushrooms. You wanted to swim out to see the whales, and I had to drag you back." "Yeah, sure." Angelo shrugged. "But we weren't selling them." "I was." Grady finished his beer. "So, you think it might be Leonardo?" Raina laughed. "I should be so lucky." Grady got to his feet. He felt like he'd overstayed his welcome, even though he'd been there first. "Nice to meet you," he said to Angelo. "Thanks for dinner." Angelo nodded. "See you." Raina followed Grady out the apartment door. She leaned over the rail, staring down at the street, before turning back to him. "Sorry about my cousin." "Why? He seems nice. The food was great." "Yeah, no, Angelo's the best. Just—" she cocked her head, a strand of hair falling across one cheek. "I wasn't expecting him. Let me know if you want to hang out sometime." "Oh." Grady tried not to look too surprised. "Sure, I'll text you." Impulsively, he leaned over to put his arm around her, not tightly, but in the awkward pandemic hug that felt like the way he'd slow danced with girls in 6th grade, afraid to get too close, but for different reasons. Her hair felt soft, not bleached out and stiff. Her skin smelled of sweat, of lemons and plumeria. "I'd like that," he said. She drew away from him. "Angelo, he's like my brother. He's a really good guy. I'm sorry about Sanchez. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's not a secret. Everyone knows he groomed girls back then, only no one has ever done anything." He longed to tell her about the screams he'd heard by Sanchez's place. Instead, he said, "That's creepy, what Angelo said about that swimmer." "Yeah, but he's right. It might have been something else. A sea turtle? That fisherman, your eyes get burned out staring at the sun and water all day. And probably he was wasted." Grady smiled. "Wouldn't be a fisherman if he wasn't. I'm glad I ran into you. Thank Angelo again for dinner," he said, and Raina slipped back inside. Shadows fell swiftly behind him on the drive to Hokuloa Road, though the field still held a glimmer of alpenglow. He passed the same old man pushing his shopping cart along the highway, his hair a pale flag in the wind. As the truck drew nearer, Hail o Nalawale rose from the dark plain. A passing truck's headlights momentarily illuminated its walls, no longer an unbroken expanse of white. Names had been painted on them in red letters. Maximilian Shindo, Leonardo Sanchez, Ray Shosky, Amanda Wellesley, Corey Desato, Lance Nguyen, Jessica Kyoko. At the base of the building stood a figure. It didn't turn to look at Grady's truck, just continued to paint in slow, careful motions. Never forget the missing island. Nalawale. In the morning, the Ohana's windows were opaque with moisture. A fine mist hung over everything, palms and glossy-leaved kopikos visible only as ghostly columns fading into nothing. He was fogged in. At home, this would have been an irritation. No ferry to get to a job site, no sailing, or just plain depressing. Here, after weeks of mostly perfect weather, the fog seemed like a gift. He pulled on jeans, a t-shirt, and a flannel shirt against the clammy air, his socks and work boots, and made breakfast. He cut into an avocado, and he checked the local news. Jessica Kyoko's parents were now offering a $35,000 reward for any news or information as to her whereabouts. Grady had to stop reading when he saw the photo of her parents, their faces skinned by grief. He recalled her name in big red letters on Halo Nalawale and felt a stab of fear. He reminded himself that Raina's cousin Angelo was right. Jessica could still show up alive. Sometimes people didn't want to be found. Grady knew a guy who'd disappeared on a solo canoe trip in the Allagash. His girlfriend was convinced he'd died, but it turned out he'd joined a Buddhist monastery in Vermont without telling anyone. What would be worse, knowing someone you loved had died, or learning they were essentially a stranger? He returned to reading. An article about the body at Kahawai Beach took up most of the pilot's home page. They'd announced he was a young man in his late teens. They were still trying to identify him. The police had posted a reminder that riptides and currents pose a constant danger, even to those familiar with local conditions. In the comments, people speculated about a shark attack. No bad tide yesterday. Great whites seen around here. Why aren't we told the truth? Because they want the tourists back. My uncle spotted one off Lanai last week.
Sharks don't care about COVID. Mayor don't care about our people disappearing. Other things to worry about beside Chinese virus. Don't be racist. Great whites don't care about that either, LOL. Neither do whites, lol. That kid was deaf from Oahu. No one reported missing here. He's a homeless kid. My brother knows him. No one cares until they die. Then they still don't care. One post had a caption beneath a photo of teeth marks on a leg, crimson V's growing smaller as they marched down the calf. Why you don't want to get shock bit. Grady rubbed his eyes. So, the body on the beach hadn't been Leonardo's. That meant that he could be, probably, was still alive. And Jessie was still missing, which meant that possibly she, too, could still be alive, perhaps with Leonardo. But where? He decided to visit the aviary. He felt a sharp pang of guilt as he realized he hadn't done that in a few days, hadn't even checked on the main house. The birds always soothed him, but in a way that made him feel alert, not sleepy. It would clear his head, plus he'd be doing what he was being paid to do. Outside, thick mist hung everywhere, but a strange metallic brightness tinged the air, the sun making its presence felt. The dew on the spider webs looked like mercury splashed from a broken barometer. The air smelled like lettuce gone slimy in a plastic bag. When something rustled, he tensed, expecting to see a rat. Instead, a brown creature ran out, like a furry snake. A mongoose, the first he'd seen. When it was out of sight, Grady followed the tree line down the hillside. The thick fog altered noises, something he'd noticed before when sailing. Noises were at once muffled and loud. A bell buoy might sound distant, but within minutes its low clang would echo near the bow. Now it was the bird calls that were muted, the Elepaio's reverse wolf whistle more melancholy, the crooning of the spotted doves lower and less insistent. Even the wind seemed reined in. As he approached the gate, another sound disturbed the quiet morning. A vehicle. It didn't sound like Delita's truck. Grady listened for a few seconds, then hurried to the security gate. He reached the gate before the vehicle did, stood where he'd be hidden by the oleander hedge. Not that he needed to. The fog was even thicker down here, coiling in the updraft from the cliffs. The rank green smell had dissipated to a fainter, boggy odor. When he licked his lips, he tasted salt. He waited. He wasn't afraid, but expectant. Would the vehicle stop? Head on toward Hokuloa Point? Could it be Minton? The Tesla might have gone past the compound in the middle of the night or early morning, and Grady wouldn't have heard. It wasn't the Tesla, but Raina's old Subaru, emerging from the fog like a maroon ghost. It jerked to a stop. Shed braked too quickly, taken by surprise when the gate appeared, or by the fact that he waited behind it. Grady waved, but his stomach turned. Something had happened, and Raina had driven here to tell him, rather than calling. Raina rolled down the driver's window and peered out. "Hi." She smiled, looking embarrassed. "How you doing?" "I'm fine. Everything okay?" "Yeah, sure. I mean, Jessica's. Did you hear something?" "Oh, no, I haven't heard anything." Now she seemed even more embarrassed. "Actually, I was just for a drive. Then the fog rolled in. And you just happened to end up here?" "Kinda. You want to come up to the house? Is your boss around?" "He's at the point. I don't think he'll be back for weeks. Come on, I'll let you in." He opened the gate and, once she was inside, got into the car. "You want coffee? Have you been up here before?" "Never, but I knew where it was." "Angelo has a drone. He goes out on his boat and shoots footage all around the island. You wouldn't believe some of the houses here. People have way too much money." "Has he ever gotten pictures of Hokuloa Point?" "Angelo hasn't, but one of his security buddies has. He sent it to Angelo. He showed it to me. Crazy." She drove slowly, peering at the fog. The wiper blades squeaked as they smeared mist across the windshield. "Is it foggy down in Makani?" "Nope. Bright and sunny. Hot. No fog when I turned onto Hokuloa Road. The higher you go, the worse it gets. It'll burn off. You don't mind I came up here, right?" She gave him a quick look. She'd put on eyeliner and mascara and lip gloss, her hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. "I was just driving and thought, what the hell, I'll see what you're up to. I go crazy. Most of my friends, they're still partying, but I got to worry about my mom if I ever get the chance to go see her. At least I know you're safe." Grady wasn't sure if he should take that as a compliment. She parked alongside his truck, got out, and stared up at Minton's house. She wore a faded blue t-shirt and worn jeans, a pair of old hiking shoes. "That's so ugly. If I had that much money, I'd build a plantation house on the beach." "What, like a southern plantation? That would be even uglier." "No, you know, an old-style wooden house with a nice porch and a lanai." This, she squinted at the soaring windows and steel trusses glinting in the fog. "It looks like a glass elevator. Like in that old Willy Wonka movie. That scared me when I was a kid." He laughed, glanced at her car. For the first time, he noticed a bumper sticker, old, a wave, and the words, "Eddie would go." "What's that mean?" "It's a saying in Hawaii.
This Hawaiian surfer, Eddie Aikau, he was an incredible big-wave surfer and also a lifeguard. He saved more than 500 people over the years, monster waves, all kinds of weather. I can't believe you never heard of him." She sounded slightly annoyed. "He died trying to rescue the crew of the Hokuloa when it capsized." "Hokuloa?" "No, Hokuloa, a voyaging canoe. They built it to sail to Tahiti, navigating by the stars. It capsized off Molokai. Eddie drowned, trying to save the people on board. He was only 31. "Was this recent?" "No, in the 70s. Biggest surf contest in the world is named after him. You see those bumper stickers everywhere here. He's a legend in Hawaii." Raina's tone and expression made Grady acutely aware he wasn't here or anywhere else. He shrugged. "So, you want to see inside? The aviary is pretty amazing." "Sure." They went into the house. Raina seemed unimpressed by the sleek furniture and cathedral ceiling, but she stopped at the aquarium. "He raises wana?" She stared at the spiky lumps, the spectral drift of plankton and algae that fed them. "Oh my God, that's freaking weird." "Not so weird. I was reading about it. They eat algae, keeping the tank clean for fish." "If he had any fish," he added sheepishly. "That's not what I mean. These are parasol urchins." She drew closer to the glass, maneuvering to stare at a small lavender mound clinging to the coral. "They're poisonous, like fatally poisonous. If you touch one, you could die." She glanced at Grady. "You would die, probably. You'd never be able to get to a hospital in time." "Yeah, Wes told me. It's not like I'm gonna stick my hand in there. They don't need to be fed. I just have to check on the filtration system, stuff like that. They're also endangered. Coral bleachings changed their habitat." Raina straightened, pushing a strand of blonde hair from her face. "There's a small breeding colony at the aquarium, but he's got more in there than we do." She gave Grady a strange look. "It's against the law to have them. Do you know why he keeps them here?" "He didn't say. It's not like it's a secret. He showed them to me right off. And he didn't say anything about me not telling anybody. Delita knows, for one. That tank's been here for a while." He hoped he didn't sound defensive. The last thing he needed was someone riding him, filing some kind of official complaint. "Maybe it's a breeding colony, too," he added. "He's involved with all those environmental groups. Save the sea urchins. Yeah, I guess." Raina appeared unconvinced. "It's just weird," she said. "He sounds weird. He's really rich. People like that, they're always weird." He wondered if he should abort this mission.
If the parasol urchins triggered Raina, she'd probably be very upset about the aviary. But before he could suggest going back outside, she'd already started up the stairway. "It's up here, right?" "Yeah, but hold on." He caught up with her on the landing. From down the hallway they could hear the waterfall's murmur, the plaintive cries and whistles. As they approached the screened entry, Raina slowed her steps, her expression now childlike, almost frightened. "They really are," she breathed. "I thought you might be kidding." He shook his head, holding the screen open so she could go inside. "No," he said, "it's for real." Moist, cool air enveloped them, heavy with the birds' fruity musk and the scent of the yellow, fuzzy flowers the iwi fed on. Raina turned in a circle, staring at the trees that reached to the ceiling high above them. "Those are ohia," she marveled. Grady squinted up at the canopy, blade-shaped leaves stirring like thousands of green feathers. "Is that what they are?" "Yeah, forest birds love them. They feed on the flowers. Lahua, that's what the flowers are called." She turned to him, brow furrowed. "Doesn't it seem really strange to you?
This private forest inside a house? Sure, Grady replied, bristling slightly. But I don't ask a lot of questions. Every week my paycheck shows up in my bank account, and I hardly see him. Mostly he's out at Hokuloa Point, which is why I'm here, keeping an eye on things. Raina rubbed her bare arms, watching a larger, brilliant red-orange bird with black wings dive-bomb another. These male birds are super territorial. They must fight a lot here, in such an enclosed space. Do they? I didn't know, admitted Grady, feeling stupid. I never noticed. Are you cold? I can get you a hoodie. It's the fog. It gets into your bones. That's what my auntie always says. She stared entranced as the smaller bird darted into a patch of tall ferns. This is all just bizarre. I feel like I'm trapped here with them, like I'm a gigantic bird. Grady shrugged, unsure how to respond. To him, the aviary had always seemed magical, a place that transported him into the forest without him ever having to leave Wes's house. They're not really trapped, he said defensively. They don't even know they're not in the forest. If they can't leave, they're trapped. You can live in a nice house and still be trapped. She pointed at a small bird. Wow, that looks like an akapa. Grady squinted at it. A what? An akapa. See? He tracked the little bird as it hopped along a branch, the same bird, he thought, that had landed on his palm. Isn't that just a smaller iwi? A baby? I don't think so. She stood on tiptoe to get a better look. Its beak is totally different for one. Look, there's another. She turned to Grady. They're endangered, I think. I know. It can't be legal for him to have them here. He must have a permit. Grady tried to hide his impatience. Like I said, he's probably working with some nature group. Otherwise, why keep them? Bird trafficking? Grady laughed. The guy's a billionaire. He doesn't need to traffic freaking birds. Those other ones, the iwi, he pointed at one of the bigger birds with a curved beak. What about them? I don't think they're endangered, but I don't know if you can keep them as pets. They're not pets. Grady again felt an obscure urge to defend Minton. He's breeding them, like with those Hawaiian crows. They keep trying to reintroduce them into the wild. Maybe. She hugged herself, and he saw her arms were goose-pimpled. I will borrow that hoodie, if that's okay. Yeah, of course. They walked back into the hall. Grady started downstairs, but stopped when he looked back to see Raina had entered Minton's bedroom. What is this? She asked in a low voice as Grady stepped alongside her. She stood in front of the photograph of the bird with an insect in its beak, its feathers so glossy they seemed to have been doused in black ink, then dabbed with sulfur-yellow paint. Grady said, Wes took that photo. A bird, I forget its name. It's a Molokai oo. I've seen a taxidermied one. He can't have taken that picture. They're extinct. Oh, yeah, he told me that. He said he saw one at Hokuloa Point. That's impossible. No one's seen one in 100 years. Well, maybe they're wrong. Or maybe he is. It might be a different bird. Maybe, Raina said doubtfully. Have you ever seen one in the aviary? No, I'd remember if I did. And he didn't mention having one here. She rubbed her arms again, as though the photo chilled her. Let's go, she said. They went back outside, Grady disappointed that she'd been unimpressed by the things he most loved about this place, the seemingly tame birds, the fact that Wes had created a miniature of the island inside his own house. But now the enchanted space seemed tainted. He didn't remotely believe Wes was smuggling birds, or even keeping them illegally. It was more the idea that the birds might actually know or sense they were trapped. Now, this is nice. She touched his arm as the ohana appeared from the mist. "This is where you live. If you call this living." It was something Zeke used to say, and she laughed. Inside, Grady retrieved his hoodie, then made coffee. They sat on the couch, Raina wrapping the yellow cashmere blanket around her, too. "You still cold?" he asked. "No." She stroked the blanket like it was a cat. "This is just so soft." It came with the place. Grady settled at the other end of the couch. "I don't travel with my own cashmere blanket." She laughed again. He liked that she was here, that she was wearing his hoodie. "Do you drive up Hokuloa Road a lot?" he asked. "No. When I was in high school, like I told you, that party. A couple of times with Jessie when she was staying with me. We always turned around when we reached the gate. The road doesn't bother you?" "Nope. I grew up here. And there are other places almost as bad as Hokuloa Road. Just go slow." "I was a little nervous about driving back in the fog," she admitted. She cupped her coffee mug, cocked her head to regard him with those pale golden eyes. He'd never seen a girl, anyone, whose eyes changed color according to the light. "You don't get scared up here by yourself?" He took a sip of coffee before answering. "Do you remember yesterday when we were talking about everyone who disappears here? I said that maybe it wasn't a person doing it. Maybe it was something else. I remember. Then Angelo came. I think I might have heard it?" He hesitated. "Cowpay." Raina sucked her breath in, glancing at the door as though someone might be there. He walked over and locked it and returned to the couch. "You heard it here?" Raina asked in a low voice. "No, on the beach." He told her what had happened, from his first night when he'd seen the dog figure outside the ohana to hearing the attack. She didn't interrupt or ask questions, though when he talked about going into Sanchez's shack, she bunched up the blanket like she wanted to rip it. "I saw it again a few nights ago." He touched the lump on his head. "That's how I got this." "It attacked you?" "No. I saw it, standing out there." He stared at the door. "It startled me, and I bashed my head against the door." Raina sank deeper into the couch. "You actually heard it?" He nodded without taking his eyes off her, like she'd disappear if he did. Raina believed him. Lorelei had seemed to believe him too, but that conversation had felt more like he was being grilled, like he'd been not just the witness to something terrible, but also, perhaps, a perpetrator. He felt light-headed with gratitude and relief. "So you know what it is?" he murmured. "Yeah, cowpay. I'd never even heard of it before. It just showed up when I got here. What does it want?" "Maybe it doesn't like your boss keeping all those birds in a cage. Then why doesn't it go after him?" He felt off balance again, talking about whatever it was like it actually existed. "Why does it keep coming after me? It hasn't actually hurt you, right? I mean, you hit your head, but it didn't attack you. Maybe it's just trying to get your attention, like a ghost. I've never seen a ghost."
"Me neither." She stood. "I want to go there, to Leonard's place." "Why?" "It's dangerous. I still want to go. There are two of us. You think he might have something to do with Jessie? I want to see for myself. I've been there before." Her gaze fixed on Grady, her eyes no longer golden, but again that dark, almost purplish brown. Nothing could be worse than what happened that time. "Let's go." Raina carefully folded the cashmere blanket, held it against her cheek, and draped it over the couch. "Excuse me." She headed to the bathroom. Grady went into the bedroom, got his knife, and stuck it in his jeans pocket. Back in the living room, he texted Donnie. "Going for a hike on Hokuloa Road." His brother replied, "What is this, a code?" "No, I'm really going for a hike, and if I fall off a cliff, I want someone to know." "Well, that's good, because falling off a cliff, your odds are better. I love you too, bro."
Grady heard the bathroom door open. "I'm ready," Raina said. They walked down the driveway. The fog was even thicker. Raina tugged her hood up against the damp. Their feet slapped loudly against the ground, the sound echoing eerily. A bird called out from the mist-shrouded treetops, and Raina stopped and tipped her head, listening. When Grady started to speak, she pressed her hand against his mouth. The bird called again, a piercing string of notes, more like music than birdsong. Raina's fingers remained on his lips. She seemed transfixed. The bird cried a third time. After a few seconds, another bird answered, from higher up the hillside. This second call was fainter and higher pitched, not as musical as the first. But its tone, to Grady's ear, sounded similar. He held his breath, thought he heard the flutter of wings in the forest canopy. Raina remained motionless beside him. At last she let her hand drop. "What?" he whispered. She didn't reply, just started walking again, but more slowly, pausing now and then to listen. When they reached the bottom of the drive, the gate emerged from the fog like a ship's rail, an illusion heightened by the sound of waves from the unseen cliffs. Grady opened it and they stepped out. His skin felt chill and clammy, and he shivered, wishing he'd grabbed his sweater. "Oh, brah, you're cold?" Raina exclaimed. "And I got your hoodie. You want it? I'm okay now." She started to unzip the hoodie he'd given her, but he gently grasped her hand. "No, I'm from Maine. We go out snowshoeing in shorts and a t-shirt." "Really?" He laughed. Out of nowhere, he felt a kind of loose happiness he hadn't experienced in years, the way he used to feel with Rachel. "It's not cold, really. Fog's so clammy, it gets under your skin. Just keep moving." They walked as though in a dream down the broken road, kicking up rust-colored dirt and chunks of lava. Giant ferns appeared through the milky haze, and trees strung with flowers like Christmas stars. "What was that bird?" Grady asked after a few minutes. "It really sounded like music. I've never heard anything like that." "It sounded like an O." Raina tugged her hair from its ponytail, tucking it beneath her shirt collar, as though it were a scarf. "Which is impossible. I saw an episode about them online. Somebody recorded one in 1987. A male O calling for a mate, but a female never replied. They used to be on all the islands, now they're gone." She looked so sad that Grady wanted to put his arm around her, but he didn't. "It sounded like another bird answered it," he said. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah, but probably that was another kind of bird. The O was a type of honey creeper, and there are still a lot of different species of honey creepers around. It would be amazing if there actually was one here. Like that other bird, it would be like finding Bigfoot." "Were they like that other bird, the one in the photo?" "No, different bird, but they're both extinct." Raina stared into the trees. The fog had begun to fade, as though someone had adjusted their camera filter. Trees and rocks took shape, and Grady began to differentiate between the green and dull bronze leaves of ala and the glossier popula, with their tiny thread-like red flowers. Ohia trees grew here as well, with their bright red flowers beloved of the birds in Wes's aviary. Through a gap in the vegetation, he glimpsed the fruit trees that grew by Leonardo's shack. Raina halted. "This is it. I remember those mountain apples. I was here when he planted them. That was, what, almost 13 years ago," she said. "I thought Leo was my boyfriend. I was 14 the first time. His friends were already out of high school." She fell silent as they walked, side by side, to the trees. Grady knew better than to say, "I'm sorry." He picked 2 apples, cleaned the larger one on his t-shirt, and handed it to her. He bit into the other. It was waxy, with an odd light taste, and made his mouth feel dry. He finished it in 2 bites. "It's good," he said, and smiled tentatively. Raina didn't smile back. "Thanks." She ate the apple, dropped the core, and picked a second fruit. Didn't bite into it, just stared at it like it was a magic 8-ball. "We don't have to go in there," said Grady. I shouldn't have told you all that. I didn't know what happened to you here. I just thought everything might tie together. The missing people, that thing I heard. But this is a bad place for you, Raina. We should go back. I can make up my own mind about if I want to go back. Raina took a bite of her second mountain apple. This therapist, she used to tell me I held trauma in my body. I told her that was gosh. I think places hold trauma. You mean the shack? This island? All the islands? Maybe everywhere now. She walked on, stopping to glance inside Sanchez's truck. Grady stayed beside her. When they reached the shack, he moved to open the door, but Raina pushed past him and went inside. The windows dripped with moisture, leaving dirty streaks, as though someone had tried to claw through the glass. "Nothing's changed," she murmured. "It looks exactly the same, like he was just here." She continued her search, peering under the futon couch, crisscrossing the small room in frustration. She grabbed the lumpy pillow and held it to her nose, tossed it away. She was never here, she said. Her face crumpled, disappointment but also relief. He was, but Jessie wasn't with him. She walked to the picture window, its view of the ocean obscured by fog. She ran a hand along the sill, the wood warped, and picked up the seashell. He used to have so many of these, she said. Cone shells. She'd find them on sandbars when he was surfing, or when he went snorkeling in the reefs. We have them at the aquarium, too. She held it up to the window. The filtered light made the shell appear translucent, almost filmy, like it was made of cloth. He liked them because they're poisonous. A lot of cone shells are, but this kind can kill you. How? It hides under the sand, and when a fish comes along, it shoots this retractable needle and poisons it, then eats it. It's like the parasol urchins. If you step on one or pick it up, it can kill you, even through diver's gloves. There's no antidote. She set the cone shell back on the windowsill. He must have taken all the rest of them somewhere else. She started to walk away from the window, then turned, took the cone shell, and pocketed it. There was a big swell last week. He would have been on the water. Let's go down to the beach. They returned outside. The last remnants of fog hung above the tallest trees, quickly fading into blue sky. The sun's heat pressed suddenly against Grady's face. Once again he'd forgotten his cap, sunglasses, sunscreen. Raina continued ahead of him, stopping where the trail grew steep. He drew up alongside her. Below them, the path disappeared.
The small difference in altitude meant that the sun hadn't yet burned through this fog to the shore below. Raina seemed familiar with the trail. She started down, grabbing branches without looking at them, nudging her feet between rocks as though sensing the firm ground beneath. Grady moved more cautiously. Within a few minutes, he'd lost sight of her. "You still there?" he called. "I'm here." Her voice seemed to come from far away. She must have reached the beach. He tried to clamber down more quickly, but his leg shot out from under him. Lava crumbled into a rain of loose scree. For a fraction of a second he hung in the empty air, before landing hard on his back. Grabbing a branch, he heaved himself to his feet. He stood there, panting, and called out again. "Raina, you okay?" No reply. The waves sounded louder than they had only minutes ago. He was near the bottom. Wind and spray mingled with the haze, so thick that he couldn't see his feet. He thought of the legend Delita had told him about the uncanny fog that kept invaders from finding the island. He gritted his teeth, navigating the last few steps until he felt solid ground beneath him. He could see nothing on the beach. The waves sounded close. He stooped to touch the sand, cool but dry. He looked around for Raina, but saw only formless gray. A bright pearl glowed above where he guessed the horizon was, the sun. He smelled salt and an underlying funk, a dead animal or fish rotting. "Raina!" He heard a sound behind him and touched the knife he'd kept folded in his pocket. "Raina?" His skin crawled as he listened to waves hissing on the sand. When he took a step, a low moan came from the rocks to his left, hidden by the fog. "Raina?" The moaning grew louder, a woman's voice that rose into a scream, then abrupt silence, as though someone had covered her mouth. "Raina!" he shouted. The scream came again. She sounded not just terrified, but in pain. Grady pulled out his knife, flipped it open, and took a step toward the rocks. A dark form stood there, barely discernible in the fog. Gradually its outlines grew clearer. A figure as tall as Grady, taller, with no arms or legs, its head a black smear above a body shaped like an upright casket. No eyes or nose or mouth. Then it moved. And it did have a mouth, a whitish cloud that slowly expanded, then contracted against the smear, as though breathing, growing larger, until all Grady could see was an awful yawning void. Raina screamed again, and Grady recognized his name in the garbled consonants. Heart pounding, he rose onto the balls of his feet, his fingers tightening on the knife's handle as he steeled himself to launch. Before he could, someone grabbed him by the throat with one hand, pressing the other over his mouth. The screams rose to an anguished shriek. Grady lashed out, but the knife fell from his hand, and he was dragged across the sand. The screams continued, a sustained howl of agony and terror that drowned out the sound of the waves, the wind, everything, except for a voice hissing in his ear. "Shut up! Shut up!" He struggled to shake free, but couldn't. The hand dropped from his mouth to grab his chin, turning his head till he saw her face inches from his own. "Raina!" She pulled him to the chamber, both of them bent double as they dropped to their knees and scrambled beneath the outcropping. Grady clutched at the sand, but his knife was gone, left on the beach. He looked up to see Raina in the shadows, a finger pressed against her lips as she furiously shook her head. She scooted back as far as she could go, farther than he could because she was smaller. He remained where he was, within the curl of the stone wave, so that he too remained in shadow. He groped for anything he might use as a weapon, but there was nothing. Still kneeling, he edged backward until he reached the wall, where he crouched like an animal, his back wedged against the rock above him. The fog was dispersing, not blown by the wind, but sucked into the sea, drawn into each retreating wave like a video played backward. On the rocks, the dark figure had diminished to a shadow cast by something that wasn't there. It continued to scream, a high, sobbing wail. His mother's voice, the night his father had shot himself. He began to cry, his fingers kneading the sand as Raina put her arms around him. "Don't," she whispered into his ear. "Don't go to it." He nodded, wiped his eyes, and focused on the rock above him, so close his breath warmed the stone. Natural indentations in the rock resembled a face, eyes, a slit for a mouth. Someone had carved zigzag lines around it. When Grady moved his head, the image shifted from face to spider to sun. If he remained still, he could see all three at once, a silent dance of shadow and stone and light. "Grady, Grady, are you all right?" Raina touched his arm. He recoiled, then gasped as he realized the sobbing cries had stopped. He shut his eyes, trying to regain control. "Yeah, I'm okay." It hurt to speak, as though he'd been the one screaming. Raina put her arms around him, and he felt her shaking. He slipped his arms from hers to hold her tight too. "It's okay," he whispered. "It's gone. I think it's gone." They remained there for a long time. After a while, Raina drew away. "It's gone," she said. The light fell on her face. He saw she'd been crying too. "What did you hear?" "Myself." Her voice was hoarse. "I heard myself screaming. But it wasn't me." She lowered her head, pushing herself back to stare at the chamber's ceiling. "I've been here before," she said, sounding very far away. Her fingers traced something on the rock. "Leo showed me. He showed all of us." She cried out, snatching her hand back so violently he thought she'd been bitten. He bellied up alongside her. "What is it?" "It's gone. The key pohaku of the sun. It's not here." She pointed to where the chamber had been vandalized. There was a carving of the sun. Someone's hacked it out of here. I know. I saw when I was here before. But we need to get back outside." He took her hand. She yanked it away. She pressed her fingers against the stone, then struck it with her palm hard. "Darn it!" "Raina," Grady urged her. "Come on, please." She continued to express her frustration, but when she crawled back out onto the beach, she followed. Grady felt like he'd been pummeled. His entire body ached and his ears rang. He looked around and saw his knife, retrieved it, and stuck it back into his pocket. Raina stood unsteadily, staring back at the chamber, the cone-shaped rock where the two surfboards were still tied. "That jerk," she said, and spat onto the sand. Grady stayed where he was, blinking in the sunlight. The air smelled sharp and clean, that high salt smell he associated with wind snapping at full sails, with cold spray and the sound of seabirds. Here the spray felt blood-warm, and the heat like a fist. A whistling cry echoed from high above him. He looked up to see a huge bird, its wingspan easily 3 feet, tail streaming like the contrails of a jet. He watched until it flew out of sight. Then he walked silently with Raina, back to the path. They didn't speak until they reached Hokuloa Road. Whenever he glanced over at Raina, she refused to meet his gaze. "Are you okay?" he finally asked. The air was heavy with the lemon-drop scent of lantana, the smell of dust. "Raina?" "Yes." She let her breath out, like she'd been holding it a long time. Her face was freckled with sand, her hair matted. "I heard someone screaming. Someone—" She stopped. "Someone else. But then it was like I was hearing myself. Is that what you heard?" "Kind of. I thought it was you. I thought someone was attacking you. But then—" He squeezed his eyes shut, hearing that terrible sound again. His mother's screams, a shadow swinging across the garage floor. "It sounded like someone else I know." "Me too." He waited for her to say whose voice she'd heard, but she remained silent. "What is it doing?" "I don't know." She shivered. "The stories, they say it sometimes imitates someone you love to lure you."
She seemed to shrink into the folds of his hoodie. Chicken skin. When they got to the ohana, Raina went inside to clean up. Grady waited by her Subaru, staring dully down the hillside. He wondered if this was how people who'd survived a plane crash felt. No one else could possibly understand what you'd been through, but what you'd been through was not the kind of thing you'd want to sit around and reminisce about together. It struck him that this was what had happened with his mother, him, and Donnie after their father killed himself. And now it had happened with Raina. The only reason she was here at this moment was because he'd exchanged 30 words with her friend on a plane, a friend who had since disappeared. Whatever they'd just experienced, were they somehow fated to share that? Did Kolpe lure them there on purpose for a reason they couldn't grasp? Or was this all totally random?
Whatever had occurred, it seemed to have rewired his brain. He felt overwhelmed by an emotion he couldn't understand or describe. Fear, but also yearning. Maybe it was just shock. He wished he could talk about it with Raina, but he didn't know where to begin. She returned a few minutes later, her face clean and her hair once more pulled into a ponytail. They stood awkwardly in the driveway, the day around them serene. Deep blue sky, high white clouds, the forest trees such a bright, hopeful green he couldn't bear to look at them. At last he said, "You okay driving back?" "Yeah, sure." For a few seconds she was silent, like she was thinking hard. "Listen," she said finally, crossing her arms on her chest. "I know you're not from here, so you can't really understand. But whoever stole that carving did a terrible thing. Ki Pohaku are sacred. That whole place down there is supposed to be Kapu. Leo should never, ever have been living there. I should never have been there." She looked up at Grady. "He's the one who did it, vandalized it. You can't prove that." "I don't need to. It's exactly what he'd do. I bet it's in his place in town, in his game room with his really flat-screen TV. Wouldn't the police have seen it when they searched there? Maybe. I bet he sold it. Do you think, whatever it was we heard, do you think it killed him? Bruh, I told you before. I hope so." She turned to open her car door. "Gosh, I'm tired." "I'll be fine," she said, cutting him off as he began to protest. "Seriously." She unzipped his hoodie, pulled it off, and handed it to him. "Thanks for letting me borrow this." She started to get into the car, but Grady stopped her. "Wait." She sighed, but remained where she was, waiting for him to go on. "What do you think happened to us? Grady, you were there. I know that. But why do you think it happened? It started by imitating your voice, so I'd go to you. Why does it keep coming to me?" "I don't know," she snapped. "Maybe it needs you. Maybe it wants you to do something for it. But what? I have no clue, Grady. Look, I'm exhausted. You think you're the freaking chosen one? Figure it out." She got into her car, leaving the door open as she turned the ignition and waited for the AC to kick in. The radio came on. One of the Hawaiian songs from the station Grady loved. Steel guitar and a man who sounded like he was singing goodbye. "You want to meet up for a beer?" Grady asked tentatively. "Not today. Tomorrow, maybe." "Maybe. I need to think. But yeah, probably. I'll text you, okay?" "You'll need the security code to get out," he said, and gave it to her. "See you." She reached out the open window to grab his hand. Her eyes were red, and he wondered if she was lying, if this would be the last time he ever saw her. But he couldn't ask her that, so he just watched as she drove off. Grady found it impossible to concentrate after Raina left. He felt wired, his body on fire. Every time he tried to make sense of what had happened, his brain resisted. He had to knuckle his eyes or run cold water on his face, anything to eradicate the memory of that screaming shape. When he glanced at the time, he was shocked to see it was only late morning. Despite that, he went to the fridge for a beer, then did an about-face. "Forget it," he said. He walked over to Minton's, let himself in, and headed straight for Minton of Liquor Cabinet. Grady scanned the bottles. All kinds of top-shelf boozer, rum, gin, tequila, mezcal, bottles of different single malts. He went for a bottle of Glenfiddich, not so rare if Minton noticed some had been drunk, and carried it up to the aviary.
He sat on the floor and took a swallow of whiskey, wishing the fire in his throat would burn away the memory of the beach. For once, the birds didn't soothe him. They seemed agitated by his presence, their cries more urgent as they fluttered into the upper branches of the trees. He took another drink of whiskey and stood, walking around the room to see if something else might have disturbed them, a rat or mongoose that had somehow managed to make its way inside. The thought sickened him, but he found no sign of any predator, only the usual detritus of fallen leaves and twigs, bird droppings, stray feathers. He removed a palm frond from one of the big terracotta pots holding a good-sized tree. For a few minutes stood and stared up at the green canopy not far above him. The birds had all but disappeared into the foliage. He heard a low rustle of wings and a low warning chirp. Otherwise, he might have been alone. The near silence disturbed him. Was this what it was like everywhere else in Hawaii? All the birds in retreat or non-existent? An awful melancholy seized him, and a loneliness that felt like fear. The same quiet anguish had felt the past spring, when had heard no spring peepers in the wetland near his house. He waited another minute to see if the birds might emerge from hiding, then returned to the ohana. Immediately, everything that had happened since he and Raina sat here this morning crashed over him. That thing on the beach, whatever it was, it must be hunting him. At the very least, it knew he was here and wasn't happy about it. And now Grady had dragged Raina into this whole freaking mess. He wished he'd asked her to stick around or insisted that he followed her back in the truck to make sure she was safe. But that would have just seemed creepy, and the truth was he was the one who no longer felt safe. He gulped down the whiskey, dug out his phone, and called Delita. "Hey," he said, "what are you doing?" "Finishing lunch. Lore took the kids to the beach. You feel like company?" "Sure. I was just going to take a hike in the forest. You have hiking shoes?" "I'm made of hiking shoes." She laughed. "Are you drunk?" "Kind of. Maybe not the best idea to drive." "I'll be fine. You were the one told me to do it when I'm stoned." "That's different. I'll be fine. I'll text you a pin." But he hung up. He changed into jeans and his boots, filled a water bottle for the trip. He didn't want to talk to Delita about Raina. He just wanted to be with someone, someplace other than here. As he drew near Haleonanewale, he saw the same homeless man pushing his shopping cart. Grady slowed the truck to a crawl alongside him. "Hey," he said. The man looked at him without surprise, dark brown eyes in a face shriveled like a walnut by the sun. "Here." Grady stopped the truck. He took a 20 from his wallet and handed it to the man, along with his water bottle. "You take care. Mahalo." The man nodded, and Grady drove on, past Haleonanewale. His phone pinged, the text from Delita with a pin for the Okanawai Forest Preserve. "I'll meet you in the lower parking lot. If it's full, go to the next one." The forest was in a mountainous area, a short distance from town. He followed a series of hairpin turns through thick woods and past numerous houses, more prosperous-looking than the ones in town. After 3 miles, he saw the sign for the preserve. He pulled onto a gravel road, drove until he reached a large parking area. Pickups and Subarus with bike racks were scattered around the lot. A large family sat in lawn chairs around Weber grills and cooler skids. Grandparents, parents, teenagers. Food was spread across a big folding table. Mounds of grilled chicken and pork, plastic bowls of salads, bags of chips. The smell of charred meat made Grady ravenous. "Grady, hey," he said as he joined Delita. "Hope you haven't been waiting." She wore sturdy shoes, long shorts, and a long-sleeved shirt, a small backpack slung over one shoulder. Her dark curls were reined in by a pink baseball cap,
eyes hidden by big pink sunglasses. "I just got here. Look, Stella found a dead shark." She held up her phone to show a photo. "Very exciting. Very disgusting, right?" She had a fit when Laura said she couldn't bring it home. Delita turned and started walking, past an array of signs, plant and tree identifications, maps of mountain bike trails, and where it was okay or not okay to walk your dog. "You up for a long walk or a short walk?" "Either one." "Well, take a medium walk." She gestured to a path, well trodden, yet another sign beside it. "Stay on trail. Avoid gulches, especially during rain. Flash floods occur very suddenly, leaving you no time to reach higher ground. Stay on trail." "I guess we should stay on the trail," said Grady. Walking with Delita calmed him, and also sobered him up. He didn't exactly forget the morning's events, but they gradually receded, like a hangover. Through the trees he glimpsed other walkers, some with leashed dogs. Children's voices echoed from not far away, and the buzz of fat bike tires zipping down nearby trails. After a few minutes, he and Delita were surrounded by towering trees. Conifers, a tropical variety of ash, gum trees, stands of huge ferns, and thickets of underbrush. "This was a forest plantation, building lumber," Delita said. "Most of these trees are introduced species. Then the company went bust. They donated the land to the island to avoid taxes, something like that." Grady looked up at the green spires blotting out the sky. "It looks wild. Well, it is wild now. This is where that girl got lost last year. She was lucky they found her." She glanced at Grady. "Any news about the girl on the plane? I haven't really looked at the news today." He looked down so she couldn't read his expression and see he was lying. "Raina, her friend. I talked to her, and she hadn't heard anything. I guess that's good news." Delita was an excellent hiking companion. She knew the names of trees, swamp mahogany, paperbark, tune, and sounded interested when he told her about the woods in Maine and his time at WMCC. "Maybe you could become a guide here," she said as they picked their way down a steep part of the trail. "Train to be a docent or something. Wes might not care if you did that part-time. Maybe." Grady paused to survey a gorge that cut sharply through the forest, an almost perfect V that sloped steeply to the bottom 50 feet below them, damp and boggy. A narrow path zigzagged along both sides. The fall might not kill you, but there were dead trees everywhere, and rocks. It would definitely be a challenge to pull yourself back up to the trail. This is what they warn you about. He stepped aside to let Delita go first along the path. "The gorge. Gulch," she corrected him. "Flash flood. You'd never get out in time." A loud crack echoed above them, followed by the sound of thrashing leaves and a muffled crash. Grady jumped, nearly losing his balance. What the heck was that? Gum trees. They get shallow roots. They fall all the time. You gotta keep your ears open. After that, he noticed the sound often, a random explosion followed by a crash. As they descended into the gulch, it grew dark, like an early sunset, but when he looked up at the sky, far above the trees, it was bright blue. He was relieved when they reached the opposite side of the ravine and began to climb out. Golden light slanted through the canopy, falling onto tall stands of pale yellow ferns and drifts of brown leaves. They might have been in the Maine woods in autumn, but it smelled different, the sharp, medicinal scent of eucalyptus, a honeyed fragrance he couldn't identify. A pang cut through Grady's momentary sunlit mood. He looked at Delita. "That body on the beach, have they found out anything?" She withdrew her phone, brought up a photo that could have come from any number of missing person flyers. A sweet-looking young man, dark-skinned, with deep-set eyes and a big smile. "The kids called him Anuhe," said Delita. "I don't know if it was to his face or not. It means caterpillar.
The police are still trying to find out his real name so they can contact his family. Tim said they hung out a few times at Kauai. She handed the phone to Grady. I cannot handle this kind anymore, she said, her voice breaking. That could be my son. He's someone's son. The photo was on the Island Pilot homepage. Grady scrolled down to a second photo, a detail of the green t-shirt the boy had been wearing. The t-shirt had an insignia in the middle, a circle with lines radiating from it. It reminded him of the petroglyphs. He gave the phone back to Delita. Not a lot to go on, he said, and she sighed in agreement. They started walking again, waving at a masked woman who jogged past in lizard-green leggings and a tank top. We're almost back where we started, said Delita. Next time we can take the trail that goes all the way to the top. Gorgeous, the view's up there. What did Tim say about him? Anuhe? You said they hung out together. Nothing much. He said he was a good guy, little bit older, maybe few years. Quiet. Tim thought he was from Honolulu. Before the pandemic, we got a lot of runaways from Oahu. Tim said he mostly slept on the beach, but a few times he stayed with some other kids who have an up-country group house. He said Anuhe was selling mushrooms at some point. Did Tim tell the cops that? Of course not. That's somebody's child. It's not like he was a serious dealer. Probably Anuhe stole them from other kids he knew and tried to sell them to make money. Tim said he's been around since Halloween, before the pandemic. Yeah, back then there was tourists. He'd have panhandled, or have a job, dishwashing or something, raking lawns. A lot of homeless kids. People try to help them out. I've tried. Give them a hot meal, offer to buy them a plane ticket home. It's tough, especially when you realize that for them, sleeping on the beach and dumpster diving is better than going home. Tim's friend Megan said Anuhe got picked up by the cops one night a few weeks ago. That's the last time anyone saw him. She nodded. They were partying. Megan said he wandered off to pee. Next thing, she saw blue lights by where he'd gone, and the car drove off, and that was it. The police say they don't have a record of anybody fitting his description being brought in. Probably whoever picked him up just gave him a warning and let him go. They'd reached Delita's truck. Grady leaned against the tailgate, musing. So he gets into a cop car, they drive off, and boom, game over. No one hears from him again, until he washes up on that same beach a few weeks later. It doesn't make sense. Wouldn't he have texted or called his friends? He never had his phone, said Delita. They haven't been able to find it. Did Megan get a good look at the car? She said it cop car, you know, blue car, flashing lights. Grady stared across the parking lot. The picnicking family had left. A black dog nosed around where they'd been, scrounging for scraps. It wasn't a cop, Grady said at last. What? That cop? It wasn't a cop. It was someone pretending to be a cop. My mom knew a guy who did that in Maine. Bought a decommissioned Crown Vic and drove it around. He had one of those portable hazard lights, and he'd stick it on top of the car and follow people he knew, flash the lights and scare them. What a jerk. But people do that. Pretend to be cops, then kill people. You don't need to pretend. Delita gave him a hard look. You can actually be a cop and kill people. I know, but I swear there was some guy who did that.
I heard a podcaster who'd pretend to be a cop and pull over cars with women in them. Delita shook her head. Grady, this conversation is really messing me out. I gotta go, Lore, and the kids will be back by now. Yeah, okay. Thanks for letting me walk with you. Of course. She made that shaka sign with her hand that people did here. We still want to do dinner. I just need to check with Lore. Maybe Sunday? That would be great. He waited as she got into the truck, then said, One last question. The police here, I haven't seen them except for yesterday at the beach. What kind of cars do they drive? Some cops just drive their own cars, maybe with a light on top. Otherwise, it's Teslas, she replied. Like Wes say, 10 years, everybody here gonna be driving one. After she left, Grady sat in the truck, hands tight on the wheel, ignition off. He stared into the trees, trying to piece together what he'd seen at Kauai the day before. 2 police cars, an ambulance. The ambulance had been an older Ford, standard issue, maybe some bells and whistles inside, because it had to serve an island. He'd clocked it because of his training as an EMT. The police cars, he couldn't remember anything about them. The same thing could have happened to Jessica. A guy who scoped out bars for a young woman walking home alone. Someone who looked like a tourist, intoxicated. He'd pull over, flash his lights. She might have gotten in without questions. She knew she was guilty of breaking quarantine. Gosh. He started the truck and left the parking lot. He drove slowly, hoping his mind would relax so he'd find the pattern he knew was there. Jessie, Anuhe, missing homeless people, screaming ghosts, spider sons. When he reached the main road, he decided to take the long way back, past the resorts. He felt more jangled than when he'd left the preserve. He drove by strip malls so generic they might have been anywhere. The few people shopping wore masks and speed-walked, like they were afraid to be outside. Fewer than a dozen cars were parked at the supermarket. A long line straggled in front of the post office, masked customers laden with arms full of packages. He almost ran the light at the intersection where he turned onto the resort road. Not that it would have mattered. The only other vehicle was a convertible, whose middle-aged driver sat texting. The light changed, and her car didn't budge. When Grady checked the rearview mirror a minute later, her car was still there. The speed limit dropped to 25, and the resorts rose before him. From the cliff walk along the beach, they'd seemed absurdly stately but grand, with their mosaic pools and tiki bars and swooping balconies. Like a scene from an old movie, waiting for the stars to race across the lawn and dive into the pool. Now, from the main road, they just looked huge and ugly. Everything was silent, except for the sound of lawnmowers and the cries of birds. He drove on, past the royal this, the grand that, slowing when he saw a car pulled alongside a hotel lawn, blue lights flashing. The car was definitely a Tesla, a real police car, with a real cop. Dark-skinned, his cap pushed back on his forehead, hands on his hips, as he stared at another man, who was white, dreadlocked, and naked. The cop looked aggravated, like someone's dad trying to convince his kid to get in the car so he could drive them to school. Grady put the truck into neutral so that it barely crept forward, and adjusted the sun visor. As the pickup inched closer, he got a better view of the guy arguing with the cop. Not arguing, he just stood there, staring, his sarong at his feet, as though his skinny body no longer had enough mass to hold it up. Scotty. His friends with the Westphalia must have finally bailed on him. He looked like he was out of his mind on something, with the same wild expression and charred eyes. Grady shifted into gear. Unless he did an illegal U-turn, he'd have to pass them. He kept close to the center line, creeping along at the speed limit. The cop didn't give him a glance, but Scotty's head whipped around. For a second, his gaze met Grady's. "He won't help you," he shouted. "Don't believe him." Grady flinched and stared back at the road. Still, he clocked how Scotty's mouth gaped open until it seemed like his lips might split and his sun-blackened face peel away. When Grady got back to the Ohana, he tried to normalize things as fast as he could. He made avocado toast, washing it down with a PBR. Raina had called Scotty a lost soul, raving about alien abductions.
Grady couldn't blame him for resisting the cop. "He won't help you. Don't believe him." Grady wouldn't believe a cop either. He didn't know who he believed anymore. He texted Donnie, "Another day in paradise. Snowing there yet?" A deliberately lame attempt at humor that got an immediate reaction. A photo of Donnie's fellow road crew members, all giving him the finger. In retaliation, Grady sent a picture of the cloudless blue sky and distant Pacific. Seconds later, his phone pinged. He read Donnie's playful response and grinned, momentarily fortified. He sent the same photo of the ocean to his mom with a heart emoji. "Miss you. Hope you're doing well. Let's talk soon." She texted back a photo of herself in full hospital PPE, her face unrecognizable behind its shield and mask. "Love you too. So glad you're there, not here. Tomorrow I have 2 days off in a row." Grady texted a row of hearts and texted Zeke last of all, a photo of distant blue water and a seabird soaring calmly overhead. Zeke responded with a photo of a huge, dead 8-point buck in the bed of his pickup. Grady laughed, replied with a thumbs-up emoji, and put the phone back in his pocket. He still felt shaky, but he was safe. His mother and brother and Zeke were safe. So was Raina. So were Delita and Lorelei and their family. He refused to think about Jessica. When he finished his beer, he grabbed the half-empty Glenfiddich bottle he'd taken from Minton's earlier, walked over to the main house to return it. When he opened the liquor cupboard, the door wobbled. One of the screws had come loose. He tightened it with his finger, made a mental note to come back with a Phillips head screwdriver, started to close the cupboard. Stopped. A large metal water bottle with a logo sat on the top shelf, creamsicle orange. He'd seen similar water bottles at L.L. Bean, where they cost $50. Grady picked it up, feeling a tightness in his throat as he stared at the logo. A black circle surrounded by irregular lines, the same logo that had been on a Newhay's green T-shirt. He remembered now where he'd seen it before, on Minton's sarong, the evening Grady had arrived, and the next morning on his espresso cup. He even had a name picked out, Lorelei had told him, Kanaka-san. He hired a graphics designer to come up with a logo. He set the water bottle on the counter, took a photo, and put it back where he'd found it. He returned to the Ohana, making an effort to walk slowly, as though nothing unusual had happened, as though someone might be watching him. Once inside, he hurried into the kitchen, where he grabbed hold of the counter and waited for the wave of dizziness to pass, murmuring, "Gosh, gosh," beneath his breath. After a minute, he got out his phone and texted Minton, hoping it wouldn't be days before he replied. "Going to town tomorrow? Need anything?" He took a fast shower, washing away the salt and sweat and sand from a day that already felt 48 hours long. When he got out, he found a message waiting. "Thanks, don't need anything ATTM. Well supplied here." Grady sank onto the bed in relief, jumping up when the phone pinged again. "You might check solar panels if you had same high wind as here. If not, no worries." "Will do," Grady texted back. "Take care." He dressed quickly and raced outside, entered the garage and searched everywhere for something that might help him make sense of what he'd seen. He found nothing with the same logo.
He racked his brain, trying to recall if there'd been anything he'd come across while cleaning out the garage. Could he have thrown away some clue or shred of evidence? He looked up and stared across the garage at the door with the commando lock. "Really?" he said. He ran over and yanked at it, kicked the door fruitlessly. He could attack the outside wall with a sawzall, but that would take time. And if he was somehow wrong about this, it would be impossible to explain why he'd hacked through his employer's garage. There had to be a key. Minton had told him when he drove the KTM back to the house. "I'm always losing keys. I have an extra set here." He raced into the house, ran upstairs, and searched the bedroom, bathroom, bureaus, closets. Even the aviary, where the honey creepers flew everywhere, crying in alarm as he dug his fingers into terracotta pots and searched the pool beneath the fake waterfall. Discouraged and angry, he stormed downstairs, halting to gaze into the Watana aquarium. That would be a great place to hide a key, only every time you needed it, you'd have to don heavy-duty gloves and take the chance of poisoning yourself. Minton wouldn't bother. He felt smug here in his cozy fortress. He'd hide the key, but someplace where he'd be able to access it easily. Grady looked around the living room, thinking of his brother, Donnie. How when he was a teenager, he'd hide his weed and X and crack in his bedroom. A Bible that was actually a safe. A Band-Aid container. A box of Oreos with a plastic baggie hidden in the bottom. Grady ran into the kitchen, looked through drawers and beneath the sink, the freezer. He inspected the liquor cabinet, then yanked open a cupboard, examining bags of granola, organic muesli, Irish steel-cut oatmeal, and organic flaxseed. He replaced them, then grabbed a box of shredded wheat from the shelf's back corner. The box was heavy and jingled when he picked it up. He dumped its contents onto the counter. Dozens of keys, mostly ordinary household keys, including one to a post office box and some old skeleton keys, the kind he used to believe would unlock a treasure chest, if only he could find one. He spread them across the counter, examining each until he saw the one he wanted. A gold-colored metal key, stamped with the word Commando. He swept the other keys back into the shredded wheat box, shoved it back where he'd found it, and ran outside to the garage. Past the neatly organized boxes and shelves of tools, past the cabinets full of outdoor gear, the mountain bike and scuba gear and lawnmower. When he reached the padlocked door, he slipped the key into the lock and turned it, praying that it was right, that the pins inside the lock would engage. They did. He tugged the shackle, and it slid away from the body of the lock. He removed it from the door hasp, freed the latch. The door opened inward. He pocketed the lock, felt around till he located a light switch, and stepped inside. The room was dim, lit by a 40-watt LED bulb, and smaller than he'd expected. 4 by 6, the size of a deep closet. The same concrete floor as the garage, reinforced walls. A dropped ceiling 8 feet above the floor. No access panel here, no openings or panels anywhere. Metal shelving took up most of the space, bolted to the walls. 3 shelves, the top one empty. The second shelf held 2 large sterilite storage bins, their sides translucent so Grady could see they were empty. He took each one down and checked to make sure, put them back. The lowest shelf held 4 identical opaque bins. He opened the first. It contained stacks of men's pants, dark khaki green, all neatly folded and brand new with tags attached. Grady held up a pair and looked at the tag. His size. He went through the rest, 16 pairs in total. Different sizes, but otherwise identical, all carefully folded, all retaining a whiff of that new clothes smell he associated with back-to-school shopping. Grady tried to recall if he'd seen Minton wear pants like these. Possibly. He'd heard of people buying things in bulk during the pandemic, but this seemed odd. He went through the pants again, checking all the pockets. Empty. He examined the manufacturer's label. A well-known American company. The pants made in the U.S. Minton wouldn't bother his money on cheap clothes from China that would end up in a landfill.
But where were these supposed to end up? Grady stared at the mountain of kaki, then carefully refolded and restacked everything, hoping to replicate how orderly they'd appeared when he opened the bin. When he was finished, he closed the bin and opened the one beside it. This one held cotton plaid boxer shorts. Again, there were 16, brand new, neatly folded and stacked. A different U.S. manufacturer. This time he didn't bother to remove them all, just slid his hands between each pair, looking for, what? Currency? Packets of drugs? He found neither. It was a bin full of freaking boxers. He closed the bin, set it on the floor, pulled out the one behind it. He yanked off the lid and stared at stacks of folded T-shirts, all the same shade of jade green, each with the logo of a spidery black sun. "What the hell?" Grady whispered, and picked up a shirt. The tag read men's medium. As with everything else, it was made in the U.S., 100 cotton. If Grady hadn't just seen a photo of the same shirt worn by a dead guy, he would have thought Minton was a hoarder, or one of those frugal rich people hanging on to the staff uniforms he'd bought for his failed resort. But Grady had never seen Minton wear a T-shirt like this. He set it aside and went through the same drill as before, checking to be sure nothing else was hidden. As with the khakis and boxers, there were 16. He took a photo of the restacked T-shirts, a second photo that zeroed in on the logo. He closed the bin and pulled out the final container. Cargo shorts, the same brand and color as the khaki pants, and stacks of white athletic socks. He swore again, put the bins back where he'd found them. He leaned against the wall, bewildered. Why keep all these clothes? Why not donate them to a homeless shelter or Goodwill? Maybe he didn't want reminders of his aborted venture floating around the island. But why keep them locked up in a secret storage space in the garage? After a minute, Grady got to his knees and peered beneath the shelving unit. He saw nothing, and turned on his cell phone's flashlight to look more closely. He barely made out 2 small square shapes against the back wall. There wasn't enough room for him to squeeze under the bottom shelf, so he stood, dashed back into the garage, returning with a broom. He used the handle to push the objects toward him, one at a time. 2 metal boxes, one the size of a shoebox, the other smaller. The larger box was heavier. He shook it cautiously and heard things moving around inside. When he shook the other box, its contents didn't move. Both boxes were locked. Grady stared at them, at last picked them up and got to his feet. He inspected the room to make sure it looked as it had when he'd entered, grabbed the broom, turned off the light, stepped back out. He replaced the commando padlock and returned to Minton's kitchen. He got out the shredded wheat box and once more sorted through the keys, trying every one on the locked metal boxes. He found the key for the smaller box first. He opened it to find a taped-up wad of bubble wrap. He unpeeled the tape, unwrapped it to reveal 3 small white pharmaceutical boxes, each labeled flunitrazepam. He took a picture of the labels and boxes, rewrapped them, and locked them back inside. He started looking for the other key. He was sweating now, hyper-aware that what he was doing could in no way be considered part of his duties. Minton had said he'd be gone another week, but what if he'd lied? What if even now he was driving back to the house in his silent car? Grady's chest hurt. He'd lost track of which keys were which and had to start again, his hands damp.
Outside, the sun had dipped below the treetops. Bars of golden light slanted through the windows to fall across the counter. If Minton returned now, Grady was really in trouble. Probably he was really in trouble no matter what. He found the key and slipped it into the keyhole of the larger box. It turned like a charm. The lid opened easily. The golden light fell onto a box of cell phones, more than a dozen of them, none new. Flip phones and track phones, iPhones and Galaxies, old Motorola's and Nokia's, and the same model iPhone that Grady owned, only blue, not red. He hesitated, then turned it on. The screenshot showed a boogie board on the sand, a pair of flip-flop-clad feet, a guy's feet, and a can of bikini blonde beer. A photo taken by some local guy, probably around Grady's own age, give or take a few years. The same guy who owned the phone, someone who was almost certainly dead. He immediately turned off the phone and closed his eyes, feeling faint. When he knew he wouldn't be sick, he took a photo of each cell phone, put them back into the strongbox, and locked it again. He kept the keys for the 2 boxes and the one for the commando padlock. He swept the other keys into the shredded wheat carton and replaced it in the cupboard. Picking up the metal boxes and the 3 keys, he returned to the Ohana. He went online and searched for flights to Boston. There were no direct flights to the mainland. They'd been cut back due to the pandemic. The next available flight to Oahu was the next day, but there were no flights from Honolulu to the mainland for 2 days after that. He'd have to stay in a hotel until then, and he wasn't even certain that would be possible because of the inter-island quarantine. In any event, he couldn't afford it. Working for Minton had boosted his bank account, but not that much. He only had a debit card, not a credit card. He ran his hands through his hair. Call the cops. He should call the cops. But would they believe him? Minton would have a perfectly legitimate reason for keeping all that stuff. The clothing with the logos, for sure. And people lost their phones all the time. Minton gave millions of dollars to preserve the environment. Maybe he walked around the beaches picking up discarded cell phones. If Grady could come up with those excuses off the top of his head, Minton the gazillionaire could do better. He'd have lawyers on retainer. He could sue Grady for slander, boot him off the island, keep him from ever getting hired again. Grady had watched enough true crime shows to know that, without a smoking gun, murderers got off all the time, especially rich white ones. If Grady went to the cops, it was more possible that he'd be under suspicion. At the very least, he'd be questioned, maybe held at the station. He'd read about people who got the virus after getting tossed into the drunk tank. Worst-case scenario, he could be the fall guy for Minton. Grady was 5,000 miles from home. He knew virtually no one here. He couldn't afford an attorney. He was in a terrible situation. He stared at the photo he'd taken of the pharmaceutical boxes and copied out the name of the drug, typed it into his laptop search bar, and went to the DEA website. A photo showed an identical box, along with pictures of the pills inside, white or green. Generic flunitrazepam, also known as rohypnol, a powerful benzodiazepine derivative, a Schedule IV substance under the Controlled Substances Act, not approved for manufacture, sale, use, or importation to the United States. High doses, particularly when combined with CNS depressant drugs such as alcohol and heroin, can cause severe sedation, unconsciousness, slow heart rate, and suppression of respiration that may be sufficient to result in death. Rohypnol is also referred to as a date rape drug. The drug could be used to treat insomnia, but not in this country, which meant Minton was either dealing it or using it himself. He'd never mentioned insomnia,
Every time Grady had seen him, Minton seemed wide awake, even hyper. There was no legal reason for him to have these pills. Grady grabbed the box containing the drugs, as well as the cell phone box, and ran to Minton's garage. He opened the commando lock and entered the secret room, using the broom to shove the boxes back where he'd discovered them. He was shaking so hard it took him 2 tries to get the commando hasp into its slot. It would be early afternoon at home in Maine. He texted his brother as he returned to the Ohana. "What happens if you get roofied? WTF, you desperate? No, jerk. What does it feel like? Could you go to work next day? Hell no. Never tried it. I never had to use it on anyone else. Seriously, not worth it, little brother, even for those Hawaiian girls. Just curious, watching a movie. Okay, well, don't. Listen to the voice of unreason. KK, thanks, what movie?" Grady texted Donnie an emoji of an alien and set aside his phone. Minton didn't use flunitrazepine to help him sleep. He was using it to drug people. Judging from the clothes locked up in the storage room, men. Grady took a deep breath. He'd seen plenty of unisex uniforms, khakis and t-shirts. So maybe women too. Maybe Jessica Kiyoko. He hadn't gone through the cell phones to see if any still worked, except for that one with the screenshot of a beach scene, or heard who might pick up if he returned a call. The thought had made him sick to his stomach. It's a collection, he thought. That was one of the things serial killers did, right? Collect trophies of the people they murdered. He thought of all those missing person flyers, the names painted on the walls of Haleonalawale. He thought of Anuhei, the young man who had been found on the beach. He was no longer among the disappeared. Even if he was dead, he'd been found. Would they do an autopsy? Probably not. A homeless man, presumed drowned. Was one of those phones his? Grady shut his eyes. Anuhei had been living on the beach, maybe selling psilocybin to his friends. He'd last been seen getting into a cop car a couple of weeks ago, though the police have no record of him being brought in. Angelo Raina's cousin had mentioned something when they were hanging out at her place. A call came through dispatch yesterday. A guy fishing in a boat out past Hokuloa Cove saw someone swimming. He radioed it in and took his boat over, but by then the person was gone. Grady typed Hokuloa Cove into his laptop, clicked on the map, waited for the image to pop up. The cove was near the easternmost tip of Hokuloa Peninsula. Not many miles from West Minton was now. It could work like this. Minton would scope out some vulnerable homeless person, someone sleeping on a remote beach. He'd approach them, pretend to be a cop. In the dark, his Tesla might look like a police car, especially with a flashing blue light blinding them, especially if they were young and scared, maybe high or drunk. Once in the car, he'd drug them and drive them down Hokuloa Road, out to Hokuloa Point. Or maybe he didn't need to do all that. Maybe he could just offer them a ride, a beer, some drugs, or a financial incentive. Once they reached the point, he could keep them for days, weeks, months even. Lorena had implied the point was accessible by boat. When he needed to, he could just dump them in the Pacific. If that swimmer had been Anuhei, somehow he'd survived long enough to escape, to be spotted by that fisherman. He'd almost made it back. The reefs are filled with bones. Wes Minton had said that wasn't true, but he was lying. Or I could be losing my mind, thought Grady. Dogman, vanishing people, those horrible screams. But Raina had been with him yesterday. Whatever had happened, she'd heard it. She'd been part of it. And Jessica might be part of it too. He couldn't shake the sense, as irrational as it was, that their paths had crossed for a reason.
It wasn't just that Shed reminded him, in an uncanny fashion, of Kayla McIntosh, or that Kayla's suicide and his father's and Jessie's disappearance all seemed like points on a star chart he couldn't read. Because there were other points there, too. Scotty, with his mad stare and gaping mouth. Raina and Kaupe, the sea urchins and the birds in Minton's aviary. All those people whose cell phones filled a metal strongbox. All those people whose names were written on an abandoned building in the middle of a burned-out field. Minton himself, and Scotty again. He won't help you. Don't believe him. Minton must have taken him, too. Only Scotty had somehow managed to escape. But what about what Grady himself had seen, or imagined he had? Something crawling from Scotty's mouth, or into it. Could that have something to do with Kaupe? Had Scotty encountered it, too? Grady clutched his head, feeling like he, too, was on the verge of losing his mind completely. What in the world had he fallen into? A world where people disappear and ghosts screamed with the voices of people he cared about. A world where Scotty might actually be the only one who knew the truth about what was going on? Without wanting to, without even knowing it, Grady had become part of a mystery, not just of those who'd vanished here, but of something deeper, something he couldn't understand. His whole life he'd messed up or lost so many things. His dad, his brother, his own chance to finish college, his failed 4-year relationship with Rachel, the EMT job, Kayla. Every epithet Donnie had ever thrown at him echoed through Grady's head. Freaking coward, loser, weakling, piece of trash. No wonder some terrible creature wanted to kill him. Except it didn't kill me, he thought. It had scared him terribly, but it hadn't hurt him. What if it was trying to communicate? Send him a warning, tell him something. But if this thing did exist, wouldn't it communicate with someone from the island? Or Minton, who was trying to save Hokuloa, protect what still survived of the wilderness here? Only Minton wasn't the good guy. The cell phones, the roofie drugs, all those missing people. Minton couldn't have killed all of them, but he could have killed some of them, and no one would have noticed a pattern. The island would cover for him, with its riptides and lethal currents, cliffs and impenetrable forests. And Grady, without realizing it, had covered for him too. Watching his house so Minton could go out to Hokuloa Point, making sure everything would be fine when he returned. Grady couldn't imagine Delita had known anything about this, but the other caretakers might have figured it out. That was why they disappeared. Minton had killed them. Or perhaps Kaupe had, trying to protect the peninsula from interlopers. But Leonardo Sanchez, he might have helped Minton. Maybe Sanchez hadn't been the surfer killed by Kaupe on the beach with the petroglyphs. He could be with him right now, out at the point. Maybe Minton didn't abduct just homeless men, but women too, like Jessie. Meanwhile, here was Grady, living in Minton's ohana and making this possible. And he had to admit he was probably as expendable as all those others had been. He thought of Delita's question and his own response. What do you do if you don't have the right tools? You make do. What if Grady just happened to be the tool at hand? Not the best one, but the one within reach. The holly was the problem. Let a holly clean it up. And what was it Lorelei had said about the kupua? If they exist, they're not going to think or act the way we do. They're not going to care about the same things. Kaupe was a dog spirit, so maybe Grady was being harried the way border collies harry sheep at the dog trials at the Common Ground Fair. The sheep didn't understand why. They just ran where directed. He pulled over his laptop, hesitated. Whatever else he might find at Minton's isolated compound, there was a chance Jessie was out there. As long as that was even a remote possibility, he had to go. He opened the map app and typed in Hokuloa Road. Using the satellite view, he traced Hokuloa Road toward the eastern end of the peninsula. From above, the journey appeared intimidating. The road hugged the cliffs in a series of zigzags that seemed impossible to navigate in a vehicle, but Minton and Irma Ohello before him had managed. Grady thought of Maine roads he'd driven in blizzards, as much a matter of body memory as quick reaction time. He could drive the truck out there, at least part of the way, then walk. But the thought of driving that stretch of unfamiliar road made him feel sick and dizzy. He remembered the mangled vehicles he'd seen on the cliffs, caught by a spur of rock before they could plunge into the waves crashing below. And he might run into Wes, and then what? He couldn't do it. Even walking would be a challenge, especially if it rained. When it rained, there would be constant danger of falling rocks and mudslides. After about 16 miles, a gate blocked the road, more Area 51 than standard neighborhood design. Hard to gauge how tall it was based on the satellite shot. Grady's best guess was 20 feet, too high to scale, wedged between the rocks. He couldn't imagine anyone getting past it. For several miles before the gate, an ancient lava flow had taken out the vegetation all the way to the sea, a motionless river of black stone. Hokuloa Road cut through the lava near where it reached the cliffs, work that Irma Ohello must have commissioned almost a century ago. Past that point, the entire tip of the peninsula had been redacted from the satellite map. All Grady could see were interlocking red squares and smudges, green, black, and blue, that represented forest, black cliffs, and blue ocean. He searched in vain for aerial views, drone photos, pictures of the rainforest. There was one 37-second video taken years ago by an enterprising hiker as he approached the lava field. Minton's efforts at keeping his name from appearing online extended to his private wilderness as well. Grady could only imagine this shaky footage remained as a deterrent. The lava field seemed like a good place to disappear. He closed his laptop, hurried into the bedroom to empty his backpack, then went into the kitchen to take stock. He had 5 packaged seitan meals his predecessor had left, plus 1 chicken tikka. A few cans of beans were too heavy to carry, so he added a container of sesame rice crackers, packets of seasoned nori seaweed, better than nothing, though it would make him thirsty. In the morning he'd nab granola from Minton's place, along with whatever else he could use.
He retrieved 4 empty plastic water bottles from the recycling bin, filled them, and shoved them in the pack. At home, Zeke had a bug-out bag, which included firearms and ammo. Grady had his knife and the Leatherman tool he'd checked in his suitcase but never removed. Now he stowed it in his backpack, along with rolled-up socks and 2 t-shirts, his flannel shirt, a hoodie, underwear, and sunscreen. He charged his phone and plugged in his backup battery, too. He made a mental checklist of what else he'd need, what he'd have to do without. He cursed himself for not bringing his old-fashioned compass. He had a compass on his phone, but would have to conserve the battery as much as possible. Minton's garage would provide some stuff, fishing line, a tarp, and Grady could come up with a makeshift first aid kit. Fill a vial with bleach for purifying water. He'd seen that rain poncho and flashlight in the pickup. He'd grab those, also a blanket and his sunglasses. He wouldn't bother with a sleeping bag. It wouldn't get that cold at night. He found some matches in the kitchen, along with a cigarette lighter. He put the matches in a Ziploc bag and the lighter in his pocket. Finally, he went back to the kitchen for a beer. He turned off all the lights and
Overhead, the sky had darkened to a velvety blue-black. The Milky Way, a trembling cloud above the tree-tops. An owl called from the forest, a pueo. It sounded like a small dog barking. He drank his beer, reciting in his head the Hawaiian names of stars and constellations he'd memorized. Kapuahi, Kauluakoko, Ah. He walked over to Minton's house. He'd never seen any indication that Minton owned a gun, but now he searched for one. He found nothing. No guns, no weapons of any sort hidden in the bedroom closet, not even a can of pepper spray. If Minton did have a gun, he'd probably keep it with him at his compound. Grady left Minton's bedroom and went to the aviary, pushed aside the screen, and stood there for a moment in the dark. The breeze wafted through the screened windows, stirring branches and leaves, and bearing the scent of jasmine, a faint hint of the sea. He listened for any sounds from the iwi, or apapane, or akipa, but heard only the rustle of leaves and palm fronds. He breathed in the now familiar musk of the sleeping honey creepers, lilacs and rot, and something he would never know the name of. After a few minutes, he left, letting the screen fall closed behind him, and returned to the ohana. He longed to have another beer, but needed a clear head. He found his phone and called Raina. Raina answered right away. "Hey," she said. "Hey, how's it going?" He heard background noise, hoped she wasn't at Fitzy's but home, where she could talk without being overheard. After a moment, the noise stopped. She'd been watching something on TV. "You got a minute?" "Sure. You okay?" He took a deep breath. "Okay, listen." He told her about what he'd found in the garage. She was so quiet, he had to ask, "You still there?" "I'm listening," she said. "Go on." She didn't interrupt him until he told her about his plan. "That's just plain crazy, Grady. You can't do that. No one goes out there." "How do you know?" "How about this? Nobody goes out to Hokuloa Point and comes back. The island doesn't want us there. It doesn't want you there. Then how come Irma O'Hello? How come Wes Minton? Irma's family protected it. Wes, I think it wants me to go there. The thing on the beach. I think it's been trying to tell me about Minton. You were with me. You heard it. You saw it. Gosh, Grady, maybe you should just call the cops." "Money talks, Raina. Everybody here tells me how useless the cops are. You told me." "I need to go. And you can't tell anyone. Not yet, anyway." There was a long moment before she replied. Yeah, okay, but you still can't go there alone. You'll die. You can't come with me, or you'll die too. Really? I'm not going out there. Grady felt the tiniest disappointment. I wasn't going to ask you. Why are you doing this? She demanded. You don't know Jessie. You don't have a clue who she is or what she's like. Like you don't know me. Like you don't know anything about this place. You're another Haole guy who lands here and thinks he's going to be the hero. You think you're going to find all those disappeared people just waiting for you to save them? No. But Jessie might be there. Jessie is not out there. She sounded like she was crying. You're being a jerk, Grady. She disconnected. Grady stared at his phone. She was right. He knew she was right. But what else could he do? He couldn't stay here, knowing what he did, suspecting what he did. He couldn't afford to return to Maine, not unless he broke down and asked his mother to send him the money. Even then, Minton might guess why he'd fled. Minton could kill him, too. Arrange for an accident back in Maine. Kill his mother, anyone connected with Grady Kendall. He was overcome with revulsion and dread as he thought about the strongbox full of cell phones back in the padlocked storage room. His phone rang, and he snatched it up. I'm sorry, Raina said. It's just, first Jessie, now you. I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sprung it on you like that. He took a breath. Look, I wanted to ask you a question. That was why I called. What? You said your cousin Angelo had some drone footage of Hokuloa Point. Do you think he'd share it with me? No. He heard her take a drink. It was his friend, not him, but he doesn't have it anymore. Something happened. It got wiped from his computer. Like hacked? I don't know. He said that one day it was just gone. He didn't think he was hacked, just it disappeared. Okay, but do you remember anything about it? Anything that might be good for me to know? Not really. He heard her take another drink. There's a big dock, and he has a powerboat. I assumed it was his. Not a super yacht, like a bow rider. Good. This is all good. What about the grounds? I don't know. There's a house, the old house that was originally there. It looked like he put on a big addition or something, but you couldn't really tell. Mostly it's just forest and the cliffs. What about getting there? You can't get there, Grady. She no longer sounded angry, just resigned and sad. It's all forest, except for the lava field. The only way is if you take Hokuloa Road, and he has that huge gate to keep anyone from getting there. Supposedly there's an old road across the lava field that the Hawaiians used. My great-grandfather had some friends who found it and hiked across it, but that was 100 years ago. Every year tourists try to find it. They get lost in the forest and have to be rescued. Some of them just never come back. I've spent time in the wilderness, but not here. She heard ice rattle in her glass. Gosh, I don't know, Grady, she said at last. She still sounded resigned, but also maybe the tiniest bit excited. Maybe you're right. Maybe it wants you to do this. I think it does. I'm the right tool for the job. Like you need a hammer, but you only have a pipe wrench. He laughed, and was relieved when she did too. I'll be okay, Raina. I have wilderness training. I was an EMT. I can do this. As he spoke, he felt something ease in his chest, as though a poison he'd swallowed years ago had finally dissolved. It's the right thing to do. It's the insane thing, Grady. Yeah, maybe, probably, but I'm still doing it.
After she rang off, he forwarded her all the photos he'd taken in the locked room. "Don't show anyone," he texted. "Not unless you have to. OMG, don't say that. I'll be okay." He sat and thought of the thing he and Raina had seen on the beach, both dog-like and coffin-like. It had been terrifying, yet what if he was right, and it hadn't been threatening him? What if it had been warning him, or sending a signal? That was when he thought of Scotty. After Chris took a swing at him at Kauai Beach, Scotty had said something to Grady. "I know what you saw. It told me too." It had appeared to Scotty, who had recognized that the thing wasn't just screaming, but communicating. "It told me too." That on its own would be enough to send you into the deep end, Grady thought shakily. Poor really Scotty. He picked up his phone and called Raina again. "Listen," he said. "I wanted to say I'm really sorry I got you into this. I'll text you if I get into trouble, and I'll let you know when I get there, if we should call the police. If you don't hear from me in 3 days, call Delita. I'll give you her number. Have you told her about what you found at Minton's?" "No, I haven't told anyone except for you." "Why not? Will you do that? Call Delita in 3 days? And I'll text you contact info from my mom." Gosh, her voice rose, anxiety, not anger. "Okay, yes, I'll call her. I can't believe you're laying this on me." "I can't either. I really am a jerk. But how can I not go?" For a long moment she said nothing. "Okay," she said. "I hope you do find something there. I hope you come back. Thank you."
He lay in bed, holding his breath, as he listened to palm fronds snapping, the crack of a broken branch, growls, and a horrible gurgling squeal interrupted by the distinct sound of teeth crunching on bone. The squeals grew fainter as the victor fed, until Grady heard only low grunts and panting, followed by footsteps as the animal retreated into the forest. Grady remained motionless, afraid even to grab his phone. Whatever it was, it sounded big. A wild boar? Feral dog? The night breeze flowed through a window, jasmine cut with a stink of body odor that made him gag. The bad smell dispersed as the nightly rains came, as though someone had switched on a celestial faucet. He woke again just before sunrise to the expectant cries of a bulbul and the croons of mourning doves. He thought of what he'd heard in the night. It was a full minute before he remembered that this morning he would leave for Hokuloa Point. He padded barefoot into the kitchen, looking through the screen door at the cloudless sky, the steaming grass, and the forest canopy traced in gold. Carefully he pushed the door open. He nearly stepped on it. A head, football-sized, lying on the grass just outside, a mass so mangled he couldn't tell what kind of creature it had been. Its flesh was torn, and its gray and black fur matted. Shuddering, Grady grabbed a stick and poked the thing, turning it over to get a better look. Pink tendons and shreds of flesh hung between its upper and lower jaws, which had been wrenched apart to expose the rows of sharp teeth in its long, narrow snout.
Its eyes had been gouged out, but its ears remained, delicately cupped and as translucent as petals. Part of its spine protruded from the skull, surrounded by strands of white muscle like the tendrils of a jellyfish. Grady ran through every mammal he could think of: dog, cat, mongoose. No, he realized, it was a rat, or what was left of one. The biggest rat he'd ever seen. With a head that large, it must have been the size of a small pit bull. It seemed to have fought like one, too. He scanned the lawn, looking for animal tracks. He saw nothing. He found a shovel and chucked the rat's head into the woods. What the heck was big enough and fierce enough to have killed that thing? Grady couldn't shake the question, even as he resumed packing. And why had it been left for him? As a warning? Or, and this was an even more unnerving thought, had it been left as a gift? The way a cat would leave a mouse on the doorstep for its owner? He quickly made coffee and texted Raina Dalita's contact info and his mom's. He told her he'd bury the key to the commando lock beneath a rock at the edge of the forest where he'd first seen Kaupe, and send her a picture of the rock so she could find it. He hit send, then wrote a text to Dalita. Minton just dumped a project on me. Need to fix some stuff with solar system. Will probably take a few days, so can't meet for dinner. Maybe next week. Dalita replied soon after. Lore has that wedding, so I'll be with kids all weekend. Next week better. See you soon. He texted his brother, taking a hike to explore the mysteries of Hokuloa Point, well provisioned, and another to his mom that read, Hope it's a good weekend, love you. He texted Raina again, thanks for everything, stay safe. He turned off his phone before any of them could reply and make him lose his nerve, and walked over to Wes's place to scavenge a few last supplies. Small tarp, fishing line, bungee cords, a sun hat with a flap to protect his neck. He filled the water bottle with the Kanaka Sun logo and took that too, along with the smallest bottle in the liquor cabinet, some kind of artisanal tequila. The expensive German binoculars, which were magically lightweight and foldable. He made a bedroll of the tarp and the yellow cashmere blanket. The blanket made him think of Raina. He should have just given it to her. Last of all, he went upstairs to the aviary. He opened all the windows, removed the screens, and stepped back to see if the birds would fly out. For a long time, none did. But finally one bird zipped out, an akapa, a female, and a few minutes later another akapa followed, and then an iwi. He waited until, with a great fluttering and chorus of their creaking songs, a sudden exodus of scarlet honey creepers streamed from the aviary's trees, out the largest window into the blue air, a bright ribbon that tore into innumerable threads as the birds separated, disappearing into the forest. He returned to the ohana, slung on his pack, and headed outside. The day was warm and clear. A golden archipelago floated above the eastern horizon, clouds that gradually faded into the blue. A skein of large white birds circled the cliffs in the direction he would take, their cries carried by the wind. Grady watched them as he ate an avocado with the last of his salsa. He shouldn't care if he didn't return and left a mess for Minton, or more likely Dalita, but he cleaned up anyway. Okay, he said aloud, now or never. He checked the outside doors of the ohana. He'd already closed up the main house. As he walked down the driveway, his heart lifted. In spite of whatever terrors awaited him, this was a beautiful place, the most beautiful place he'd ever been. He punched in the gate's security code, waited for it to open, and headed out onto Hokuloa Road. For the first few miles, he walked on the uphill side of Hokuloa Road to avoid leaving tracks. Below him, the road was the same combination of red dust, crushed black lava, sand and gravel. Stands of clumping bamboo and tree ferns alternated with thickets of kolomona, blocking his view of the sea, although he still heard its monotonous boom and crash. After an hour or so, the vegetation changed. On his left, the land climbed ever more steeply and the trees thinned out. He caught far-off glimpses of black, like patches of night sky showing through the daylight, the lava field still many miles off. He spotted a stand of trees with a high canopy providing shade, settled there to have lunch. He recognized few of the plants here, with less encroachment by introduced species and more of whatever had flourished here hundreds of years ago. He sat where the trees hid him from the road, habit more than necessity, and ate the contents of one of the setine pouches. It tasted pretty gross cold, but it was better than nothing. It felt good to sit. Even better was to feel his leg muscles ache, the way they used to when he'd take a long hike in the Allagash. The air felt different here, almost cool. He'd been steadily climbing the entire time he'd been walking. The sea smell was stronger. He heard a seabird, perhaps one he'd seen from Minton's house, its cries louder now. He adjusted his hat and sunglasses and clambered to his feet, shading his eyes to scan the sky, but didn't see the bird. He walked back down to the road. A carpet of matted greenery grew between the trees, dotted with small white flowers, and a grayish herb that released a sharp, pleasant scent when he stepped on it. He halted when he reached a natural berm, a long mound of earth overgrown with the creeping herb and tiny purple flowers. He climbed the berm, clutching his hat as a sudden updraft shook him. Below, the hill sloped down to the shore, a stretch of white sand. Aquamarine waves rolled onto the beach, dissolving into white and gold spray. He watched for a few minutes, then continued walking. He camped that night on the forested hillside. He wanted to be able to watch the road below. He checked for centipedes, also fire ants, an invasive species, but one that didn't seem to have made its way here. He strung the tarp beneath branches to provide some shelter when it rained, and ate, watching the last light leak from the sky. He had the beginnings of a bliss.
The moon rose, nearly full. There were no clouds. The forest was full of noises, squeaking branches, the cries of unfamiliar birds, a soft snuffling that receded when he sat up, knife in hand. Despite all this, he slept, wearing his hoodie over a flannel shirt and wrapped in the yellow cashmere blanket he'd packed as part of his bedroll. He woke as the sky started to pale, from blue-violet to dove-gray. For the first time he could remember, it hadn't rained at night. His phone had clocked that he'd gone over 10 miles yesterday, which meant he was about 6 miles from the Point's gate. He was unsure how far Minton's compound was from there. He recalled when his plane had made its final approach, that fleeting glimpse he'd had, windows catching a flash of sun, a white beach. By tonight he might be within sight of it. He'd have to cross the lava field first, to avoid the road and the possibility of running into Wes, and the impossibility of getting past the security gate. He would have given anything for a map, a real map, a paper map. He'd put his phone into low battery mode, checked if he had reception here. He didn't, so he turned it off. As the sun rose, he drank some water and ate another one of the packets of seitan chili.
Daylight revealed the ground swarming with insects, small wasps with T-shaped wings, long straggling legs, and sweeping antennae. They appeared oddly toy-like. A closer look showed they were moths, not wasps, with transparent white and brown wings like a dragonfly's. He repacked everything and walked back down to the road. The morning passed quickly. The beauty of his surroundings lulled Grady into a strange half-sleep. Unbounded turquoise ocean and black cliffs to one side, and the sprawling slope above him, ferns the size of cars, and the fleshy tongues of coleoly blossoms, everything alive with unfamiliar insects and birds. Once he saw a powerboat out on the water, a leisure fishing craft with 2 small figures aboard. He moved behind a tree. A helicopter droned in the distance, barely a dot in the cloudless sky, heading to Kauai, perhaps, or going to Oahu. Otherwise, it was only him and the sun. He kept to the sides of the road, following the shade. When his shadow disappeared, he knew it was noon, and paused to eat beneath an overspreading tree. Water trickled steadily down the hillside, seeping into the dust of the road. A good sign. He might find other rivulets ahead, even a stream or waterfall. Once he stopped to rest and dozed for a few minutes without meaning to, waking to a sharp sound, a dog's bark echoing from far above him. He scrambled to his feet and gazed up the mountainside. The dog barked again, farther off now. Grady had seen no sign of human presence. It must be a wild dog, he thought. He got out his knife and hacked off a low branch, leaned on it to make sure it was sturdy enough to serve as both walking stick and weapon, and resumed his trek. The lava field appeared without warning as he rounded a long curve. In front of him and to the left of the road, the forest ended. In its place stretched a wilderness of black rock. He clambered up the hillside, got out the binoculars, and surveyed the landscape. Had stupidly imagined it as a real field, like a pasture, only crumbly with black gravel. Instead, it looked as though millions of tons of immense jagged black boulders had dropped from the sky, like a glacial moraine, only far more threatening. He saw no path, no place to stop, no shade. He turned to look down at the road. From here he could see where, miles away, the gate blocked its access. A high wall of black stone extending to one side and a sheer drop to the ocean. He'd have to cross here, on the slope above the gate. He cut another branch, so he had a pair of rudimentary walking poles. His work boots were sturdy and thick-soled, but only came just above his ankles. To traverse this safely, he'd need serious search and rescue, tactical-grade boots, steel-plated and made of heavy leather. Not to mention knee and elbow pads in case he fell. If he did, he might not get up again. He'd die here, and like so many others on the island, his body might never be found. He couldn't fall. He drank what remained of the first water bottle, leaving 4 full ones. He turned on his phone and again checked for a signal. None. He decided to leave it on. He could make use of the compass, if nothing else. He adjusted his sunglasses and sun hat, kept a steady hold on his makeshift poles, and began to cross. It was less like walking than climbing a mountain where you never gained elevation. With each step, he had to raise his leg as high as he could, lean forward as he balanced on the sticks, then place his foot down, hoping that the stones beneath wouldn't give way. The lava was like nothing had ever known, black shading to deep maroon, the color of marrow in a fresh-cut bone. It was pitted like a sponge and sharp enough to draw blood. Heat rose from the ground as though from a grill. He moved with excruciating slowness, every step straining his thighs and arms. At first, he tried to find a path among the stones, some route that would avoid the biggest or most dangerous rocks. That was hopeless. The rocks seemed random. Maybe a volcanologist could have made sense of it, but Grady couldn't. He forged on. If he'd planned this out, he might have made the crossing at night. He would have avoided the deadly heat. Sweat rolled down his face, burning his eyes as his sunscreen melted. His cheeks felt charred from sunburn. His lips were hot. When he licked them, they felt brittle and tasted of blood. Without the shelter of the trees, the wind battered him. He was within a mile of the sea. The trade winds howled up from the cliffs and across the lava field, nearly knocking him down. He was afraid to take out his phone, he might drop it, so he had no idea how long he'd been walking. An hour? 3? A seemingly endless landscape reflected the sun, shimmering like black glass. How far had he walked? Halfway, maybe? He could see nothing but lava now. He'd tried to follow a straight course, but the lack of landmarks and his inability to accurately locate where the sun was in the sky made that impossible. He could be wandering in circles. Once he lost his footing and barely caught himself. Later, he saw something gleam against the ground, the first thing he'd seen that wasn't lava. He halted to look at it, panting. The lower jawbone of an animal, bleached an unearthly white, its pointed teeth as delicate as needles. He picked it up, so light it might have been made of paper. Grady looked around, but saw no other bones. How had it gotten here? What had killed it? A bird? He'd neither seen nor heard any since stepping foot on the lava, not even a faraway tern or petrel. He set the jawbone back down and continued on. A moment later, he knew he'd moved too fast. His left foot lodged between two large stones. Before he could stop himself, he fell forward, his foot locked in place. Pain seared his ankle, the same ankle had injured during his wilderness training years ago, then flared everywhere as he slammed down. He lay still, eyes squeezed shut as he fought for breath. For a minute or so he didn't move, trying to determine if he'd broken something. If he'd shattered his ankle, he was done. He summoned the strength to push himself up, the lava biting his palms, gasped when he finally managed to reach a sitting position. He checked that his knife and phone were undamaged. His sunglasses dangled from the lanyard around his neck, though one of the lenses had been badly scrapped. He still had his hat. Wincing, he pulled off his backpack. His lower leg and ankle throbbed, but nothing felt broken. He remained where he was for some time. He drank some water. He'd need his strength, but he was afraid if he ate anything, he'd puke. He looked around for the walking sticks. One of them had snapped. The other lay a few yards away, though it might have been on the moon.
He knew he'd have to get it if he had any hope of continuing. At last, he began the process of attempting to stand. He used the backpack and sturdier-looking part of the broken stick for leverage, and, inch by inch, pushed himself until he was upright. His left foot throbbed, but he didn't get the shooting pain he associated with a serious sprain. He slid the pack back over his aching shoulders. He used the shortened stick as a cane and hobbled, bent over like an old man, to retrieve the other. It was intact. He jammed the broken stick between some rocks, wishing he had something to use as a flag or marker. He didn't want to part with any clothing yet. If he survived, he'd need it. His knuckles and palms were ripped up, but it would have been worse if he didn't have hands calloused by years of carpentry. He turned in a circle, trying to figure out where he was. He could no longer see the gate. He'd completely lost his bearings. The endless expanse of lava shimmered in the heat. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and struck out once more. Every step was agonizing. His ankle ached. Pain radiated from where he'd scraped his arms. His face and hands felt like they'd been set on fire. He tried to distract himself, but he couldn't bear to think of people he knew. His mother, Donnie, Zeke, Raina, Delita, and Lorelei and their kids. If his mind dwelled on any of them, he'd start to cry and never stop. Same thing when he thought of home, of Penobscot Bay, winter nights when the stars seemed to crackle in the night sky. He tried to muster rage against Minton, imagine holding a knife to his throat while demanding that he release Jessie. But exhaustion and a near-total inability to picture himself killing anyone made this impossible. So he kept his eyes on the ground directly in front of him, measuring his progress in inches. Once he thought he might black out from the heat. He stopped, swaying as he clutched the stick, and after a few moments moved on. Seconds later he halted. A sound echoed over the wind, ringing off the stones. Another dog's bark. Grady turned to scan the field but saw nothing. He took another step, and the bark came again. 20 feet ahead of him, a chunk of lava moved. Only it wasn't a rock, but a large dog, brindled red and black. He couldn't see its legs, but they must have been long for it to pick its way among the jagged stones. It had pointed ears, a curling tail. Lips curling back from its mouth in a snarl, it raced toward him. The dog moved impossibly fast before halting a few yards away. Its ears flattened against its skull, and it lowered into a crouch as though to spring. Instead, it then straightened, turned, and picked its way back among the rocks until it abruptly disappeared. Grady stared, afraid to go forward or back. A minute later, he heard it bark again. Now it stood atop a flattened ridge, the ground beneath it unexpectedly dun-colored, not black. "Really?" Grady whispered. He hobbled in the direction the dog had taken. After a few dozen steps, he reached where the lava had been crushed to form a path about 6 feet wide, winding up toward the volcano's summit. In the other direction, the path ran toward the ocean. He caught the blue glitter of water, a sense of the world unfurling. A few feet in front of him, the dog had turned onto a narrow side path. He'd have to take his chances. He limped to the trail. Here the crumbled lava was more like gravel, still treacherously loose and sharp, but a fall wouldn't kill him. Far above him reared the volcano, a heavy gray veil of cloud hanging over its summit. He saw no further sign of the dog. After 15 minutes, the lava field ended as abruptly as it had started. Grady stepped off the path onto a brown strip of tussocky earth, facing a forest so green it hurt to look at it. Leaning on his stick, he walked slowly beneath branches covered with pink flowers. He touched a tree trunk. Moisture welled from its bark. There would be water here, even if he had to purify it. He removed his pack and eased himself onto the ground. He leaned against the tree, longing to close his eyes, but he was afraid to fall asleep. He got out one of the water bottles, drank, then poured a small amount onto one of his clean t-shirts. He dabbed his face with it, then his arm. He'd been wearing a long-sleeved shirt to protect himself from the sun, but his fall had torn the fabric and left a 2-inch gash above his elbow. The cut wasn't deep, but here he was worried about infection. On one of the Reddit forums, he'd read about rat lungworm, a disease just as awful as it sounded, and leptospirosis, which sounded like Maine's beaver fever. He opened the plastic container that held his first aid supplies. He hadn't brought enough antiseptic wipes, that was for sure. He used several to clean the cut, then his abraded cheek, and covered his exposed skin as best he could with Band-Aids.
If he had to, he could use the tequila as a disinfectant. Right now, he'd rather drink it. He had remembered to pack an ace bandage. After his humiliating experience in the Allagash, he never went hunting or hiking without one. He removed his boot and sock, whistling in pain. His ankle had swollen. A nasty bruise would come up in the next few days. He wrapped it with the bandage, put on a clean sock, then pulled the sock he'd been wearing over it. He'd wait till tomorrow to put his boot back on. By morning, the swelling might have gone down enough. It was still daylight, but the sun had dropped closer to the horizon. It would get dark quickly. Exhaustion had taken hold of him like a fever. He spread out the tarp and cashmere blanket, pulled on his hoodie, and opened the package of chicken tikka. He could only choke down half of it, so he set aside what remained for breakfast. He drank more water and took 3 ibuprofen, opened the small black bottle of tequila, and took a long swallow. He knew you weren't supposed to drink when injured, but he needed something to take the edge off. Who had made that path, he wondered. It must have been built by the people who lived here hundreds of years ago. Had they been here already when the volcano had last erupted? He didn't even know when that had been. 600 years ago? 700? Before European contact? He longed to know more about them, whoever they were, where they'd come from, how they'd lived, where they'd lived. Of course, their descendants are still here, trying to survive the pandemic like everyone else. They must know about the trail. It must be a sacred place, like the rock chamber on the beach. He probably shouldn't even be here. Grady took another mouthful of tequila, then poured a bit onto the ground. He wished he knew a prayer to volcanoes. Instead, he said, "Thanks." Zeke did that whenever they drank outdoors, poured a little beer or home-brewed mead onto the grass as an offering to Odin. Grady didn't believe in Odin any more than he believed in Jesus. Still, better safe than sorry. He put away the bottle and eased himself onto the carp, propped his injured foot on his pack to help with the swelling, and wrapped the blanket around him. Above, the sun still shone through the shifting patchwork of leaves. His body ached as though he'd fallen down a set of concrete stairs. Despite that, within minutes he was asleep. He woke before dawn to a persistent drone, like that of a small aircraft. He blinked but didn't see an airplane, though the droning continued. He checked the gash on his arm, cleaned it again, and put on new band-aids, rewrapped his ankle. He'd forgotten yesterday to check on the binoculars. Had they broken when he fell? They were intact. That was one good thing anyway. He ate quickly, then cleaned up, testing out his ankle as he walked a few yards from his camp. Still sore, but better than when he'd wrenched it in the Allagash. If he could spend a day with his leg up, resting, it would probably be better by tomorrow.
That wasn't going to happen. So he took more ibuprofen, smeared on sunscreen, broke camp, and started out again. Woods surrounded him, the lower rainforest that had sprung up millions of years ago, composed of plants he'd never seen before. Trees whose pale, gnarled branches looked like exposed muscle, covered with small leaves and red brush-like flowers. He soon realized what the droning was. Both air and flowers were alive with bees. He paused. His mom was allergic. She always carried an EpiPen, but she wasn't afraid of them. "You have to move slowly," she'd said. "Don't be aggressive. They respond to our pheromones, men especially. They can smell anger or aggression, and they'll sting you." Grady felt anything but aggressive right now, and he had no choice but to move slowly, putting his stick down and barely letting his bad foot touch the ground. The bees unnerved him. There were so many, not hundreds, but thousands, tens of thousands. In places, the branches bowed beneath their weight, as though covered with a rippling brown rug. More zipped past him.
Now and then one would momentarily alight on his hand, tiny legs tickling his scraped-up knuckles. He had to resist the urge to swat it. He walked among plants escaped from a Dr. Seuss book. Leaves like black-spotted tongues, hanging vines with drooping, pale green flowers like clusters of luna moths. Akohekohes perched in the trees like punked-out starlings, curved black beaks dipping into ohia flowers. Like the bees, they paid no attention to him. After half an hour of walking, the trees thinned and a clearing opened up. It took a moment for Grady's eyes to adjust, and even then he couldn't focus properly. He removed his sunglasses, thinking the scratched lens was causing some refraction, and stared in wonder. Everywhere around him the air flickered green and pale blue, almost white. Fluttering shapes fell like rain, then rose again, drifts of petals in a storm. Except they weren't flowers, but butterflies. They flew into his face, landed in his hair, smeared his sunglasses with greenish powder from their wings. They fed upon the low-growing flowers, so it was impossible to avoid stepping on them. He quickly retreated to the edge of the clearing. He brushed them off his shirt, sad for those he'd inadvertently killed, but also grossed out. Instead, he made his way within the trees again, realizing that everywhere around him birds sang or flew or perched, so many that he couldn't tell apart their songs, moving through the woods like a vast school of fish might move through the sea. He glimpsed flashes of yellow and fiery orange, like feathered sparklers burning in the greenery. Their scent filled his nostrils, overripe guavas, moldering wood, musk. Was this what it had been like when the first people came here? As swiftly as the eerie symphony had started, it began to fade, as the birds fluttered off to places where he couldn't follow them. He stopped to lean against a tree. His ankle ached, and he still needed the walking stick, but he obviously hadn't been as badly hurt as he'd feared. He drank some water. He had 3 full bottles left, which might be enough to get him to Minton's compound. And then what? His messed-up ankle meant he wouldn't be able to move quickly in a fight, not that he ever had. And it wasn't like he was truly capable of killing anyone. He needed Donnie here to egg him on, goad him into doing something Grady knew he would never be able to do. Or Zeke, who could offer a prayer to Odin, then, without hesitation, slit a buck's throat and watch the blood spill onto the ground. There was also the possibility that Grady was wrong. Jessie might have taken off on her own without telling Raina, a horrible thing to imagine, but better surely than thinking she was dead. Grady hadn't believed it when Minton told him he'd photographed an extinct bird, but what if that was true? Wesley Minton might be exactly who people thought he was, a wealthy reclusive who'd helped save this tiny, astonishing piece of the world. If Grady wrongly accused Minton, he'd be doomed as the jerk who tried to take down one of the good guys. The media would love it. Donnie would say, "I told you so, jerk." But he couldn't go back, not if there was the tiniest chance he might find Jessica. He wondered now if hers was the voice Raina had first heard on the beach. It sometimes imitates someone you love to lure you. He cleaned his sunglasses on his shirt, checked his phone again for a non-existent signal, then used its compass to get a bearing, registering due east. The unseen peninsula ended there, a spur of rock and sand surrounded by thousands of miles of open ocean. He swallowed another mouthful of water and headed on. The gulch appeared so unexpectedly that he took a step into empty air. Grabbing a woody vine, he pulled himself back to more stable ground and peered down. He'd disturbed the earth already, exposing grub-like roots and a mulch of brown leaves. Something white glistened a few yards down, a fast food container dislodged by his fall, the first human-made thing he'd seen since leaving the Ohana. He bellied down at the edge of the ravine, ignoring the tiny spiders that crawled across his face, and moved forward inch by inch until he grasped the broken container and scooted back up. He turned it in his hands, not a styrofoam container, but a broken bowl, greenish-white and flecked with dirt, its surface rough beneath his fingertips. As he held it to the light, he saw where it had shattered, and a deep impression above the broken curve. What remained of an eye socket. It wasn't a bowl or cup, but a fragment of a human skull. He almost dropped it, barely clutching it in one hand as he inched back from the top of the ravine. A sheen of moisture covered the skull's interior. He flicked a beetle from the eye socket. He was shocked by how heavy it was. He knew from his anatomy classes that an intact skull could weigh more than a pound. This fragment was roughly a quarter. He had no idea if it belonged to a man or a woman, only that it looked like an adult's. He set it on the ground in front of him, stared at it for a long time, then at last put it into his backpack. He jammed his walking stick into the ground. He tied a sock around it as a marker so he could find his way back. He tightened his pack on his shoulders and scooted again to the top of the gulch. Inch by inch he made his way down. He dug into the slope as he went, but found nothing save soft chunks of rotting bark and handfuls of leaf mold. Finally, he reached the floor. It took a few moments for his eyes to adjust. He'd entered a world of green twilight, the forest trees above him impossibly far away. A few grew on the steep slopes, their skeletal branches struggling toward the light. But ferns were everywhere, some like gargantuan versions of Maine's cinnamon ferns, others with fronds like yard-long fingers covered with rows of brown spores. The floor of the gulch was about 10 feet wide. If a flash flood came through, he'd drown in minutes. He craned his neck to check for any sign of rain, but all he saw were slivers of blue. Behind him, the gulch receded into shadow. Ahead of him, it brightened. That was east. He decided to explore down here for a short while, then find his way back to the sock. He started by heading west, behind him, though behind and in front were almost meaningless here. There was only up and down, shadow and near shadow. He walked in the middle of the gulch, using his good foot to move away layers of decomposing leaves. His clothes and skin grew sticky with sweat and dirt, leaf mold, insects. He tasted the air in the back of his mouth as though he'd swallowed a chunk of moss. He halted to peer under fountains of ferns, moved decaying logs that exploded into musty-smelling clouds. Once he saw a star-shaped object he took to be a pink flower sprouting from the ground.
He stooped to get a better look and saw it was a fleshy fungus swarming with flies. Its 6 arms like those of a starfish, only forked. It smelled putrid, alien roadkill that had sat in the sun on a hot day. Did anything live on the island that hadn't come from outer space? The western end of the gulch finally ended in a rock face. Long vines dangled from a few last twisted trees. He tugged one, and a brown bird darted past him with a reverse wolf whistle, an elapio. He turned and reversed his steps. It was easy to tell where he'd walked, the ground chewed up by his footsteps, small plants uprooted, rotting debris scattered everywhere. It might have been years, decades, or perhaps centuries since someone had walked here. Except for whoever that skull belonged to. He'd been so mesmerized by the steady rhythm of his journey that he'd nearly forgotten his purpose. When he saw the sock flag at the top of the gulch, he paused to sit on a rock. He drank some water and retrieved the skull from his pack. He gazed at it, no longer repelled, but sad. "Who were you?" he thought. "Who are you?" He replaced it in his pack and forged on. Within minutes, his foot had uncovered something long and brown beneath the loose soil. Despite its discoloration, he recognized it. A human femur. He swept aside the dirt until he uncovered another bone, this one a rib. He continued to dig, but found nothing else. He reburied the remains and continued until he spotted a patch of whitish green, a confusion of bones banked against a truck-sized boulder. They must have washed up there in a flood. Or possibly someone had fallen and been unable to climb back up. Or the body could have been dumped here. A skull's greenish crown poked from the soil. Grady dug around it, exposing a leathery patch with coarse blonde hairs still attached. He turned it over and saw its teeth were intact. 2 lower molars had fillings in them. He prodded the other bones with his foot, disturbing centipedes and beetles. There was no smell of carrion, just rotting vegetation. He exposed part of a rib cage. Something was twisted around the ribs, a fern that, when he touched it, shed particles of black soil. It wasn't a fern, but the remnants of a t-shirt, jade green and stitched with black mold. Really, Grady thought. He examined the scrap of fabric, searching for an identifying logo, a label, a name. No dice. It tore as he handled it, the threads brittle with decay. It could belong to anyone, he told himself. A random hiker, some freakin' hippie tripping out, oblivious until they took a misstep and tumbled to their death. Or got caught unawares in a sudden rainstorm. Grady recalled the clot of blonde hair he'd removed from the drain in Wes' house. What were the odds that these remains were not those of a murder victim? Not so good, he thought. He dropped the tattered fabric, stood, and gazed at the jumble of bones at his feet. Someone with a name, a son or daughter, a parent, a lover. He removed the broken skull from his pack and gently set it down, feeling like he should say something, like a prayer. But he didn't believe in God, especially now. It was much more difficult climbing up the gulch than it had been coming down. He was exhausted. His foot ached. But he finally heaved himself onto level ground. He must have dozed off. He opened his eyes, confused as to where he was. Camden Hills State Park. The Allagash? He tried to make sense of the oppressive heat and unfamiliar trees, the fiery pulse in his ankle. With a crushing dread he remembered. He was on the Hokuloa Peninsula. He had no choice but to keep going. He sipped some water. He had enough to last till tomorrow, if he was frugal. He took another bearing with his phone compass. He left the sock flag as a marker for where he'd found the remains, cut another walking stick, and headed east. After about an hour, he reached a clearing and stopped. In the shade of some tall ferns was an area of soil as dark as coffee grounds. An uneven circle a few feet in diameter, stitched with small vines and seedlings. Grady crouched, wincing in pain, and dug until his fingers touched something. A piece of fabric, filthy but recognizable as plaid flannel. He dug more quickly, uncovering part of a sleeve, green and yellow plaid patched with mold. He paused to wipe sweat from his face. At this rate, it would take him hours to uncover whatever was buried here. He rooted through his pack for the makeshift first aid kit, packed in a plastic container. He stashed its contents in the backpack and used the empty container to dig until he'd unearthed a heap of clothing, or what remained of it. The smell rocked him back on his heels. Not the stench of a rotting body, but the stink of urine and sweat and human waste. A flannel shirt disintegrated into ribbons when he tried to lift it. There was more to a pair of denim jeans, though they too fell apart when he lifted them. He grabbed a stick and poked at a smaller wad of decayed fabric, lifting a sock like a shed snakeskin. He used the stick to push aside the rotting clothes and kept digging with the plastic container, light-headed in anticipation of unearthing a body. But there was no body, just a pile of rotting fabric, barely recognizable as clothing. He separated everything with the stick: jeans, a shirt, socks. The jeans were large, the shirt too, suggesting they belonged to a man. So did a frayed elastic band, all that was left of a pair of jockey shorts. No shoes. No watch or jewelry or anything else that wouldn't decay quickly in this hothouse microclimate, where it might take only weeks or months to decompose. He stopped when he dug a hole about 2 feet in diameter and the same depth, and found nothing else. Where was the body? He filled in the hole, stood, and scraped leaves and vines across the area he'd uncovered. If you knew what you were looking for, you'd be able to tell that the soil had been disturbed. To anyone else, it would be part of the patchwork of ground cover. Someone had buried those clothes, and it had to have been Minton. Why? This spot was so remote. The police would never come here to search for anyone who might have gone missing. In any case, the bodies would decay quickly, more quickly than fabric. And, even out here, the corpses might draw predators, Grady thought. Wild dogs, rats, mongooses, all the creatures Minton wanted to keep from his sanctuary. He'd find another way to dispose of whoever he killed. The reefs are filled with bones. But the clothes, those would be proof. He started walking again, halting to investigate every patch of ground that appeared darker or lighter than the soil around it. Now and then he heard the twittering of a bird that perched somewhere just out of sight, and Akohehe's odd gurgles and grunts, almost like a dog's. He soon discovered another site, this one deeper than the first. Digging, he pulled out the remnants of an oversized t-shirt and a pair of board shorts, the latter filthy but nearly intact. He checked the zippered pockets, empty, and the label, manufactured in China, nylon and polyester. That was why they hadn't rotted away, and no doubt why they were buried deeper. Again, there were no shoes, and other than the board shorts, nothing that wouldn't surrender to the relentless march of decay. The person who'd buried them knew what he was doing. He filled in the hole and tried to cover his tracks. Over the next hour, he found 3 other burial sites. All but one contained clothing that had belonged to a man, or at least someone man-sized. The other held the remains of a pair of pink short shorts, a web of cotton and spandex, as well as a small t-shirt, its color no longer discernible. Grady drew a shaking breath and tried to think reasonably. Jessica had disappeared almost 2 weeks ago. Not enough time for her clothes to have rotted like this, for a colony of mushrooms to have sprung up where they were buried. As with the other sites, there was no sign of a body.
Or shoes.
Whether or not they'd been Jessie's, the clothes had belonged to someone's daughter or girlfriend, sister or wife or mother. Grady thought of the clothing he'd found in Minton's padlocked room: T-shirts, khaki pants, cargo shorts, socks, plaid boxer shorts. He stared at the T-shirt, puckered and dotted with mildew. Something at its hem moved in the breeze, a loose thread. He looked closer and saw it was a single human hair, dark and coiled like a guitar string. His knees buckled and he almost fell. The skull fragments, the buried clothes. Once they'd been part of someone alive, someone who lived on the island, or had come here as a visitor, someone who'd gazed in wonder at the ocean, hiked with a loved one through the rainforest. He'd come out here with an ill-conceived plan of uncovering some mystery, but he hadn't imagined what the reality would be. Pieces of bone, a girl's hair. How could Minton have done this, he thought, head reeling. How could anyone? Don't think about it, he told himself, and gritted his teeth. Just keep going. He covered up the remnants of clothing, checked his phone's compass against the sun's dying arc in the sky. The afternoon was beginning to fade. He started once more to walk. The ground grew rough, seeded with good-sized rocks. If there were more clothes buried here, he saw no sign of them. The trees thinned. He was nearing the ocean. The vegetation had changed yet again, though now it was obviously because of human intervention. Many large trees had been cut down, their stumps now covered with moss and vines, swarming insects, fungi. He wondered if these had been koa trees, prized for their wood. One of the stumps was still raw-looking, a recent cut. It looked like it had been made by a two-man saw. One operator could have been Minton, but Grady had seen no evidence that he'd ever used a tool more powerful than a corkscrew. The area hadn't been clear-cut. That would have been visible from the air, and while he could easily see where the large trees had been harvested, it looked as though the cutting had been done with care. An attempt at sustainability, maybe? Or, Grady thought, warily scanning the surrounding forest, maybe the work had been done so as not to draw any attention to it. He was more cautious after that, listening for voices, footsteps. But, except where the trees had been harvested, the forest seemed untouched, alive with birds and insects. Wind stirred the upper canopy, cool on his sunburned cheeks. He came upon a waterfall, flowing down a rocky outcropping into a small pool, the water so clear he could see the stones on the bottom. He filled his 2 empty water bottles, cupped his hands and drank, splashing water on his face. After that, he felt better, and he began to move more quickly. Not long after, he heard the first cries of seabirds. Soon he was no longer hiking through a forest, but stepping out of one. Filmy grass covered the ground, wispy like a baby's hair, and thick moss that made it feel as though he was walking on a mattress. The cooler air smelled fresh, the heavy greenhouse odor dispersed. He couldn't yet see the ocean, but he wiped away tears of relief, knowing it was there. He walked more warily now. He was no longer in the wilderness. A trail appeared among the trees, overgrown but still passable. Not a trail, the remains of an actual road. He passed 2 sites that had been clear-cut for good-sized houses, now overgrown, though he could make out the footprint for each structure.
There was also an outbuilding, now ramshackle. Grady stopped and turned slowly in a circle, looking at the sky and forest around him. Here again, the building and construction sites would not be visible from the air, and even from a very short distance they would be difficult, if not impossible, to see from the ground. He walked to the outbuilding, cracked the door to peer inside, and entered. Bands of light filtered through cracks in the walls, igniting dust motes and a skein of flies that swirled high above him. The structure smelled of cut wood and WD-40, though there was no wood stacked here, no power tools or hand tools, and also of something long dead. Grady pinched his nose, pulled out the mask still in his pocket, and put it on. Other than a single plastic bin like those back in Minton's garage, the storage building was empty. He walked to the bin, dreading what he'd find inside, knelt and opened it. He reeled back on his heels. Even through the mask, the smell made him gag. But he saw nothing in the bin but stacks of books and brochures. He blinked, then gingerly picked up one of the books. It had a red cover, curled from damp, and he recognized the title. One of those 12-step books Donnie used to bring home when attending AA or NA meetings was part of his probation. Grady flipped through it, but found nothing tucked between its pages. The other books were similar, different titles, but all related to helping people with various addictions. Same with the brochures, most of which were moldering. Grady shook his head. Did Minton hold 12-step meetings here? The idea was laughable. But as he examined the rest of the books, he found nothing unusual, except for that powerful odor of decay. He moved aside a stack of damp brochures, the paper stuck together and ink bleeding so he could no longer decipher the titles, and ran his fingers across the bottom of the plastic bin. Something was stuck there, like a piece of cardboard. He dug his fingers beneath it and pulled it up, grimacing. It wasn't cardboard, but a desiccated fruit rind, a papaya, part of a coconut shell. He used his knife to pick it up. What he'd thought was a coconut shell was a section of scalp, the flesh shriveled and darkened by decay. A patch of light brown hair still clung to one side. Grady examined it, holding it at arm's length and turning it to catch the light. He could just make out 4 V-shaped marks, black, almost like stitches. He'd seen these before, too, in the comments section of that pilot piece about Kahawa Beach and shark attacks. But what really was this? All that remained of someone Minton had tossed off a boat? It seemed too grisly for a trophy. Plus, why would it have been in a box of books? Maybe it had washed ashore, and Minton had just tossed it into a box and forgotten about it. Grady scooted forward and dropped the gruesome relic where he'd found it. Quickly he covered it again with the books and brochures, replaced the lid, and stumbled back outside. It took him a few minutes to get a handle on his revulsion. He gulped some water, trying to keep from puking. His mouth was as dry as sand, his heart beating way too fast. Shakedly, he stepped beneath a huge koa tree, its gray trunk large enough to hide him. He laid his hands on its smooth bark and peered down. He stood atop a rise that overlooked Minton's compound. Below him, the ground sloped down to a wooded area that surrounded 2 or 3 acres. The land meticulously cleared so that groupings of native trees concealed vegetable gardens, papaya and avocado and banana trees, coconut palms, coffee plants. Tucked into the forest trees were a few small outbuildings and an elaborate system of water catchment tanks. In the lee of the rise where he stood, a line of solar panels mounted on posts surrounded a small pool, fed by a waterfall. Grady shaded his eyes and moved aside, staring at the solar panels. As with the other construction he'd seen here, they'd been designed and placed to blend in with their surroundings. If you weren't looking directly at the panels or looking for them, you'd mistake them for the reflection of sunlight on water. 4 of the compact outbuildings appeared to be bungalows. The others looked like storage sheds. At the far end, a house was perched atop a cliff, tucked within towering trees, so that even from here, Grady couldn't see it clearly. This must be Irma O'Hala's house, renovated, legally or not, by Minton at some point.
At the edge of the forest, shorts and green t-shirts flapped from a clothesline. In the driveway sat Wes Tesla, even more dinged up than last time Grady had seen it, and the KTM bike. A string of prayer flags hung across the house's long porch, their bright colors faded by the sun. Grady squinted at the house. Surrounded by trees as it was, it still would command an impressive view of the ocean. And, weirdly, it still appeared to be under construction, with new-looking koa wood siding, milled from trees that must have taken decades to mature. The windows were dark-tinted, like those in a limousine. Yet why would you want black windows on a house in Hawaii? They would make it difficult to see out and impossible to see in, Grady realized. Difficult to spot, too, if you were trying to determine if someone was building something where they shouldn't. There also seemed to be some kind of underground structure being constructed near the house, a bunker or addition. Grady had read about wealthy people in cities who built vast rooms beneath their existing homes. They couldn't build up, so they went down. Zeke had spoken about doing the same thing, to ride out a nuclear war or the liberal zombie uprising or whatever crazy gosh he was obsessed with at the time. Could Minton, the guy who claimed to love endangered birds and the environment, the guy who donated to land trusts, could he actually be building some kind of stripped-down fortress of solitude here in the Hokuloa wilderness? And how could he have built it? Who the hell was doing the work? Grady couldn't imagine excavators or other large equipment out here, but you could still build a house with manual labor. People did that all the time in rural Maine. Native trees would have been used for construction for hundreds of years. With a reliable workforce, you could get a substantial amount of construction done. It would take a long time, but now, during the pandemic, people had lots of time. There'd clearly been a ton of work done here in the last 10 or 20 years. The 4 bungalows nestled in the forest had board and batten siding painted green and white, metal roofs. Perfect for Airbnbs or glamping cabins, or as tiny permanent living spaces. Rich COVID refugees would pay out the nose to live under such rustic conditions, only a short walk down the cliffs to a private beach. Had Wes somehow secured building permits for these after all? No freaking way. He'd constructed them illegally. No code enforcement officer would ever come out here. And if one ever raised a red flag, it would be easy to bribe them by promising to donate millions of dollars to island environmental causes. Grady trained the binoculars on the land sloping down to the cliffs. A nearly invisible set of metal steps, painted mottled gray and black to blend in with the cliff, led to a dock. Delita had said that the original development plans included private boat access, so there must be a deep-water mooring. That or they launched Zodiacs to carry people to shore. Anything could be done if you had enough money. He started at a sound from below and quickly edged behind the tree. A figure emerged from behind the trees near the main house. Grady froze, terror flooding him as he flashed back to the thing on the beach.
But then he saw it was a man, carrying a rake and dressed in one of Minton's jade-green t-shirts and khaki pants. He looked like a member of a landscaping crew, young, dark-skinned, tall and well-built, with shoulder-length dark hair. As he focused the binoculars on the man's face, Grady clearly saw his eyes, deep chocolate brown, almost black. Grady had seen this guy before. Where the hell had he seen him? The young man walked to a storage shed beneath the trees, paused, then continued to one of the bungalows. He leaned the rake against the wall and went inside. A few minutes later he re-emerged. He'd changed into a flowered Hawaiian shirt, bright yellow, unbuttoned so Grady could see the dolphin tattoo on his chest. He retraced his steps, weaving in and out of the trees, until he reached the main house. Grady lowered the binoculars, his thoughts frantic. Dolphin tattoo, dolphin tattoo. It came back to him like a remembered dream, one of the flyers by the skate park, a photo of a handsome young man who'd been missing nearly a month. He'd been homeless, living on the same stretch of beach where Grady had first seen Scotty. Grady couldn't remember his name, but this was him. It was definitely him. He watched the young man take the house steps, 2 at a time. Wes opened the door to greet him. Grady strained to hear what they were saying, but he was too far away. Wes clapped a hand on the young man's shoulder, and they walked inside, the door closing behind them. Grady scanned the grounds, then focused on the young man's bungalow. A chainsaw and more tools sat beneath the eaves, a shovel and pickaxe, crowbars, a rolling toolbox. There were more tools by the other bungalows, wheelbarrows, pruning shears, pole saws and weed whackers, hedge shears, a table saw, spirit levels. Even without seeing what was inside the storage shed, Grady suspected there was enough equipment to keep a small army of landscapers and workers busy for years. Though you wouldn't need an army, just 1 or 2 people. Homeless guys, guys tired of chasing their demons and sleeping rough. Donnie used to mock the well-meaning people who ministered to the homeless in Portland, offering them meals, clothing, a cot in a shelter. Sometimes they'd encourage him to attend meetings in a church basement, give him a card with the Serenity Prayer on it. "I got my higher power right here, bub," he'd laugh, shaking a bottle or a little baggie of white powder in Grady's face. "All the serenity I need." But not everyone was a hard case like Donnie. Some guys, young guys, kids almost, they might be homesick or desperate, trusting or naive enough to go along with someone who promised them a place to live in exchange for a job. Or Grady recalled the blue hazard light he'd seen in the Tesla's trunk, recalled how Wes had buzzed his hair so he looked like a cop. A plainclothes cop, someone who could intimidate a homeless kid into getting into his car. It could work like that, too. Perhaps he'd drug them, though maybe he'd save that for when he needed to kill them. Probably he'd bring in only 1 or 2 at a time, so it wouldn't seem overly suspicious when they were never seen again. But the police didn't know or care about the disappearances of homeless people. When rumors popped up on Reddit forums, they'd be dismissed as crackpot ravings. Same if someone managed to survive, like Scotty seemingly had. It was such a simple, foolproof plan. Basically the same plan that the entire country ran on. Use the poor, whoever they were, then dispose of them. And they wouldn't have to be men either. He could bring women here too, for work or other purposes. Runaways living on the beach, tourists just arrived. Ask if they wanted to spend a weekend at a luxurious hidden compound. An attractive older man, well-spoken and obviously well-off, driving an expensive car. He wouldn't have to kidnap them. All he'd have to do is get rid of the corpses. Take them out on his boat to go snorkeling, give them a roofie, and slip them overboard. The sharks would do the rest. "Really?" whispered Grady. He felt as though he'd stepped off the edge of a cliff he hadn't known was there, plunging into a chasm that had no bottom. He wasn't looking at a secret vacation compound. He was looking at a billionaire's private labor camp. Grady cuckolded his eyes.
How really could he have been so stupid? And how really could Minton do this? The same man who loved those birds, who sat calmly on his deck with his espresso and his tablet and had Zoom meetings with the local Audubon Society. The man who'd given Grady a job and the chance to see this other world, a beautiful place Grady had never known existed or could even have imagined. How could that same man gosh on all of it, then murder the same people he'd lured into building his really hideaway? Raina, you were right, Grady thought bitterly. The aviary was a prison, and the ohana was a trap. No doubt Minton had planned to kill him, too, when Grady became too suspicious, or interfered with Minton's plans for developing Hokuloa as his own private bolt hole. How long had Minton been doing this? The bodies in the gulch had been there long enough to decompose. It would have taken a lot of effort to drag them into the woods. So what had happened? If they had been people kidnapped by Minton and not lost hikers, they might have tried to escape, gotten lost, and died of exposure. Minton would soon have figured out it was easier to use the boat and dump them in the ocean. Weight the bodies first so they'd sink. Or he might not have bothered. If a body eventually washed up, would the police bother with a toxicology report? He wouldn't have to make it look like an accident. The island itself would take care of that. Same with the buried clothing, eaten away in weeks or months. Synthetic fabrics would take longer, but then who'd be looking for them? He could burn the shoes. The phones he'd keep as trophies, or so they'd never be found. One of those phones could be Jessie's. The thought sickened him, that there could have been something of hers so close to him all this time, and he'd never known. He'd done nothing. But he was here, now. She might be here too, still alive. And that young man from the flyer was definitely here, and alive. The exhaustion he'd felt a short while ago burned away like butane. He sank to the ground beneath the koa tree to wait for nightfall. As the sky darkened, he watched for activity below. A light went on in the back of the main house, but not in any of the bungalows. Could Jessie or someone else be imprisoned somewhere? Or she might be in the house right now, Grady thought, having a nice dinner with Minton and that other guy. He shook his head. That was a really messed up thing to even imagine, that she'd take off and never let Raina know. But Minton might have coerced her or abducted her. She'd have no phone, no internet access. If she was still alive, Grady would find her. She is still alive, he told himself. He strained to hear music or voices, but heard only the soft murmur of birds in the brief twilight. When he guessed an hour had passed since both men had entered the house, Grady ate his own dinner, the second-to-last pack of seitan chili. He watched the sky swiftly deepen from blue gold to rose to deep violet. To the east, he caught a glimpse of Hokuloa Point through the trees. He'd barely noticed it earlier, but now the point dominated the horizon, just a few miles off. The path he'd taken through the lava field led there, he realized. From Hokuloa Point, you'd be able to see not just the outlying islands, but this entire coast, from the peninsula to where Liula and the airport now stood. 1,000 years ago, you could have watched for invaders from sea or land. Something nameless might have kept watch over the peninsula, but this would have been where Hokuloa's human sentinels stood guard. He struggled to stay awake after eating. The pain in his ankle had ebbed. It was no longer swollen, just tender. He left the bandage off, gingerly slid his foot back into his boot. He leaned against the tree and shut his eyes for a moment. His chin dropped against his chest and he jolted awake. How long had he been asleep? He fumbled for the binoculars to check if he'd missed something. Inside the house, lights still glowed. The front door opened. Grady watched as Minton and the young man walked companionably across the grounds. The young man tossed back his head to gaze at the stars, swinging his arms like he was dancing. Minton accompanied him to his bungalow. They halted, close enough that Grady might be able to hear them. He belly-crawled across the ground, froze when he sent a pebble bouncing down the slope. The young guy didn't notice, but Minton lifted his head to scan the dark hilltop where Grady lay. Brah. Minton looked back at the younger man, who clasped Minton's upper arm. Mahalo, for dinner, for everything. Minton smiled. A pleasure, Corey. Corey raised his hand in a loose shaka, walked unsteadily into the bungalow as Minton returned to his house. Inside the bungalow, a light went on. Grady could see Corey moving around, a shadow behind the curtainless side window. Watching him made Grady feel like a creep, so he put the binoculars down. Within a few minutes, the bungalow went dark. So did most of the lights in Minton's house, except for a single one upstairs. The light would be in Minton's bedroom, Grady thought. Black glass windows or not, he'd have a view of the sea, Hokuloa Point, and the easternmost peninsula. After a few minutes, that light went off as well. The compound dissolved into the darkness. Grady crawled back to the koa, leaned against its massive trunk, and let his body go limp. He checked for his folded knife at his hip pocket, opened his pack, and, to calm his nerves, finished the tequila, as smoky as a fire pit. He kept watch. The compound remained silent and still. At last he wrapped himself in the blanket and lay down, his head on his backpack. Through the high canopy of koa, ohei, and ohia, and fan palms, he glimpsed the stars in the eastern sky. The great Navigator's Triangle, to the north, Nahiku, Ursa Major, the Great Bear, and Hoku-Pa, the North Star. He followed the Great Bear's tail to find Hokulea, the Star of Gladness. And, spanning the sky in a sweeping curve from northeast to southwest, Laniakea, the Ocean of Stars, reflecting the ocean below. He had thought it would be impossible to sleep, until he started awake. The moon had risen, its light masking that of the stars. How long had he slept? He rubbed his chin, taking a deep breath, and realized it had not been a sound that woke him, but the rank scent of carrion and musk. He grabbed his knife as he bolted to his feet. Moonlight shone through branches and palm fronds, but he saw nothing, only heard a low huffing sound, the crackle of a dead palm frond, followed by a bird's agitated chirping in a nearby tree. Then silence. It was still dark when he next woke, the sky tinged with pink and gray. On the horizon glowed Hokuloa, Venus as the morning star. He sat up groggily, lifted the binoculars to scan the grounds below. Everything seemed calm. He set aside the binoculars. His mouth tasted of seitan and tequila and chili powder. He hadn't shaved for days. His hair felt greasy. His clothes were stiff with sweat and torn from his fall. Anyone seeing him now would think he too lived on the beach. He forced down some granola, sipping a few mouthfuls of water. He checked his ankle. Not too bad. He got his pack and found a spot near the koa where thick underbrush would screen him from anyone below. He settled in the ferns and waited. Around him, the forest awakened. Above the Pacific, a ridge of dark clouds burst into flame, scarlet and gold, like the sky was a flimsy curtain someone had torched. As the sun rose, the roof and sides of Minton's house looked as though they too had been set on fire. A sudden sound came from above his head, a loud clack.
He craned his neck as two large black birds soared from the forest, so close that he could hear their wings, a steady whoosh like a bellows. They circled before settling in a tall tree. One would clack or grunt, and the other would mimic its call, like they were having a conversation.
They looked like crows, but there were no crows left in Hawaii. So, myna birds, an introduced species that had managed to intrude upon Minton's grim paradise. Grady watched as another, very small bird landed on the ground barely an arm's length away. He could have touched it if he dared. Tawny brown with a white breast, it pecked at fallen leaves and dirt, oblivious to his presence. An elapio. After a minute, it lifted its head to make its reverse wolf whistle cry, plucked a grub from the earth, and flew off into the treetops. Grady sighed. He turned on his phone to check the time. Nearly 7 o'clock. Still no signal. He pushed himself deeper into the ferns and continued to keep watch. Half an hour might have passed before Minton stepped out onto his front porch, wearing the same sarong as when Grady had first met him. He stood, drinking espresso from a tiny white cup. He seemed to be listening to the blackbirds. Minton shaded his eyes, staring up at the tree. One of the birds hopped from branch to branch, making its guttural cries. The other bird, its mate, sat and preened, spreading its wing feathers like a magician displaying a deck of cards. Grady focused the binoculars back on Minton. He watched the birds and smiled, really smiled, his eyes crinkling in delight. Grady had never seen him smile like that. He couldn't think of the last time he'd seen anyone smile like that. Not for months and months. One of the blackbirds gave a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and took off, followed by the other. Minton turned and went back inside. Grady remained where he was. A quarter-hour passed before the door to the bungalow beneath him opened and Corey stepped out. He wore a green Kanaka sun shirt and khakis, battered-looking Vans, sunglasses, and a gimme cap. He stood under the eaves, took out a vape pen and had a quick hit, then strolled across the compound to knock on Minton's door. Minton opened it. He'd changed into khaki pants, a long-sleeved t-shirt and sun hat, hiking sandals. He nodded at Corey, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and began to talk. Grady held his breath, trying to hear what they were saying, but could only catch the word back. Minton gestured at a storage shed, then the driveway. Corey nodded. Minton hurried down the steps and headed to the dock. Later, Corey yelled after him and ambled toward the shed. Grady lowered the binoculars. Minton was leaving. Headed where? For how long? Grady knew he had a powerboat. Raina had mentioned a bow rider. So maybe he was just going to get something from it, check the fuel level, in which case he'd return shortly. A numb dread settled in Grady's chest. By his reckoning, the young man had been here for close to a month. Would that be too long for Minton? Did he burn through his victims the way Donnie did cigarettes? Grady had gone stir-crazy during 2 weeks in quarantine. Wouldn't this young guy be doing the same with Minton? Would he ask or demand to be taken back to town? Minton might not want to take a chance on a confrontation, especially one in which he might be overpowered. Better to get maybe a month out of a worker, then find another one. Grady thought of Jessie. What about her? If she'd been here, Minton might already have killed her. The realization was like a fiery wall Grady couldn't get past, but now he forced himself to confront it. If Jessie had been here, if she was dead, there would be some evidence somewhere. Grady hadn't found her clothing.
Obviously, he hadn't searched the entire forest, but there might be something of hers in the compound. The young man with the tattoo might have seen her. Their time here might have overlapped. If Grady could talk to him, he might learn something. He could convince the guy to help him overpower Wes. Surely the two of them could take him on. Or, even better, Grady could convince the guy to leave with him, hack their way back to civilization, call the police. If they couldn't find Jessie, they might at least bring back proof that Minton had killed her, along with all those others. The roar of a powerboat's engine ripped through the tranquil morning. Grady sat up, fighting to remain calm. He waited until the sound diminished, until he couldn't hear it any longer. Waited a few more minutes to make sure Minton hadn't circled back. Then he grabbed his backpack, shoving the binoculars inside. He raked his fingers through his hair, pulled off his t-shirt and swiped it across his face, stuffed the soiled t-shirt into his pack, and pulled on his sole remaining clean one. He crawled out from the thicket, stepping into the shade of the koa and ohe grove. He watched as Corey went inside the storage shed. After a few minutes, he emerged, toting a toolbox as he trudged across to the tree-shrouded driveway. Grady took a deep breath and made his way down the hillside. He approached Corey in the driveway. Despite the trees, it was hot. Corey had stripped off his shirt and tossed it on the ground beside the KTM bike. He glanced up when Grady was a few yards away and stared at him, puzzled but not alarmed. "Hey," he said, straightening. "How's it?" Grady halted. He knew what he must look like. He also knew there was no way to do this except to just really do it. "Listen," he said, This bike, the alternator, got a problem. My unca had the same one, same deal. Not sure can fix him, but—" Corey shrugged, like Grady was the one who'd asked him to repair it. "Cannot help, I think. No can get parts, so what you gonna do?" At least he got that. Corey cocked a thumb at the Tesla in the driveway. He opened the toolbox and removed a socket wrench. "Yeah, sorry, I don't know about bikes." Grady stared at the KTM, wishing he could jump on it and hightail it out of here. Corey adjusted his cap, which had a Seahawks logo. He appeared mildly stoned. "Where you come from, brah?" Grady gestured at the forest behind them. No point in lying. Where else could he have come from? Corey frowned. "What? You came from the woods?" He was a good head taller than Grady, his arms muscular and toned. He looked like an athlete. The missing person flyer had said he was a lifeguard, and he moved in the loose-limbed way that surfers did, at ease on land or water. Grady could imagine him sitting in one of those tall chairs, chatting with girls on the beach. His dark eyes and wide mouth seemed accustomed to smiling. He wasn't smiling now. He stared at Grady, then past him up the hillside, as though the koa and palm trees might be hiding someone else. He looked back at Grady. "Brah, you okay? You lost?" "No, You look, I don't know, kind of faded." Corey tilted his head, trying to get a bead on Grady. "You need help? Got some bad shrooms like that? My friend just left, but he comin' back in a hour. You can—" "No," Grady broke in. No, it's fine. I got lost. Hiking." "Hiking?" Corey laughed. "You never hike here, brah. Nobody hikes this side. Serious, where you came from? You friends with Wes? The boat left without ya?" "No." Corey considered this. "No boat?" "No, no boat. I told ya, I hiked here." "You hiked how?" "I came across the lava field." Again Corey laughed, but his eyes narrowed as he took in Grady's torn pants, the abrasions on his face, the Band-Aids peeling from his arm. "You messin' with me?" "No, no ways." "You can't?" "You can't," admitted Grady, "but I did." He was scared. Corey could hear his heart pounding, smell his fear, the way dogs can. An hour, Corey had said. Wes would be back in an hour. Grady tried to think rationally, do triage, like you did as an EMT. Check for breathing, bleeding, broken bones. What were his choices? He couldn't run. He was too far done for that. And now, after just a few minutes talking to this guy, Grady knew there was no way in hell he could convince him that Wes was a murderer. He could tell Corey the truth about what he'd learned, but would Corey believe him? No. If some sketchy guy appeared out of the woods the way he had, Grady wouldn't believe it either. If anything, Corey would think he was a murderer.
He was really in trouble, and so was Corey. I get water. You like? Grady blinked, saw Corey's face creased in concern. You look thirsty, brah. Come, I get you something to drink. Grady hesitated, then shook his head. Thanks, I'm all set. I filled my bottles at a waterfall. What, you found one sacred pool or what? Yeah, I guess. Not. No ways. Corey laughed. Brah, for real? No lie, I always wanted to see those. My auntie, she tell me stories since small kid time, and all I can think is, someday I go and find where's that. One reason I came out here. Wes said he'd take me. Did he? Not yet. He tell me he gotta take me out with him, otherwise I'd get lost on my own. I like go at sunrise, like Haleakala. Unreal, so beautiful. That bone reef, too. We going out there when I paw this bike job. He looked at Grady and laughed again, then cocked his head. I think I know you, brah. You was sleepin' on the beach too, yeah? That was me all the way when I ran into Wes. I was livin' up North Shore. I came over here last summer from Waikiki to work at the Royal Kiowa. You know that one? Grady said nothing, and Corey went on. Yeah, I was lifeguard over there. I was on swim team in high school. Thought maybe I'd train for the Olympics. But, too much pakalolo. So I go Waikiki. I was lifeguard at Queen Kapiolani Beach. Then my friend tell, come here, get better money at the Royal Kiowa. So I come over here. Then the corona happens and no more work. I was staying with friends, but they all left. They get families. So I just lived down the beach. Was fine. Had pakalolo, had surf. You surf, yeah? I surfed every day, and then somebody had stole my board. Corey shook his head like he still couldn't believe it. The cops was comin' for me, really irras. I keep movin', they keep comin'. They no bother the people inside the big camps now, 'cause they scared the corona. But if you sleepin' all by yourself, he grimaced in disgust. Couple weeks ago I meet Wes. He tell he needs somebody for work on his land. So I come out here, help out. Then he tell I do good enough so I can stay on. He needs a caretaker. He says he like give a hand up, not a handout. A caretaker. Grady felt like everything was happening in slow motion. Here? It's a big place for just one person. Yeah, just me and the Ohana, and him in the big house. Grady swallowed. Have you seen a girl here? A young woman, about my age? Nah, brah, no girls. Corey shook his head as though this fact pained him. You've been here how long? Maybe a month? Had one other guy when I started, from that camp by the airport. Young guy, he had quit. He never liked the work. Wes, he works you hard. Pays you back good food, but no beer. He's straight edge. No pakalolo either, so that's on the DL. Anyways, Wes took him back in the boat. Wevs? He took him back in the boat? So really simple. Grady had been right. But now what good was being right? He forced himself to stare at Corey, to nod. Try wait little while, Corey was saying. You can stay too, I bet. You no mind work, yeah? Grady swallowed. No, I don't mind work. Okay, said Corey. You meet him when he gets back. Maybe an hour. Hell, set you up. All the Ohanas are empty, except mine. Let me think about it, okay? But thanks. Grady smiled, hoping he didn't look as sick as he felt. There a beach here? "Right there, brah," Corey said. "Past the first ohana, trail goes right down. Just be careful, yeah? Some steep, the trail. When Wes gets back, then we goin' out to that reef. I heard get beautiful fish out there, and bones. Pirates, and gosh, tourist bones," he added with a grin. "Sharks, too. I hate sharks. Had one shark killed a windsurfer couple months ago." Corey tossed the socket wrench from hand to hand, turning his attention back to the KTM. Grady remained where he was. "You know, thanks for saying you'll introduce me to your boss, but I think I'll keep on hiking," Grady said slowly. "I've wanted to do this for a long time, see what it's like out here. Just, maybe don't mention it." Corey looked up from the bike, and Grady added, "I don't want him to think I'm trespassing." Corey shook his head. "No can trespass here. Hokuloa belongs to the people. Sacred land, Aina. And Wes, he protects the Aina, yeah? Get birds here that no more any place else. He's a real one. He see me livin' on the beach. He tell, 'You look lost, friend. Come with me. I can find a job for you.' He would do the same for you, Garens. If I'm the caretaker, I know still get plenty work here for two guys." He shrugged. "But you no like me say nothing, okay? You change your mind, you come back. Get plenty room. Promise, he's a good guy." "Okay, thanks, brah." Grady collected himself, opened his backpack, and took out one of the plastic bottles he'd filled at the waterfall. "Here," said Grady, "this is from that sacred waterfall. When you go out snorkeling later by that reef, drink this instead of anything else. It'll keep you safe from the sharks." He'd thought that Corey might laugh, but he took the bottle and bowed his head in thanks. "Mahalo. I'll save it for when I'm out there, for protection." "Aloha." "Aloha," replied Grady. He followed Corey's instructions to the beach trail, along a foot-worn path behind the first bungalow. The path cut through the vegetation, down a slope to a wedge of sugar-white sand bordered by boulders of black lava. Grady gazed longingly at tidal pools of aquamarine water winking in the sunlight. In another lifetime, he'd be there in a heartbeat. Instead, he cut through the woods. He could flee now and attempt to make his way back to Hokuloa Road by the way he'd come. But even under ideal conditions, he'd never be able to retrace his path. He couldn't imagine doing that, exhausted as he was, with hardly any supplies left. He'd come this far for a reason, even if it was a hopeless one. Still, for once, he'd see it through. He climbed back up the hillside behind the compound and found a different vantage point from which to stand watch. He turned on his phone and stared at the emergency SOS button, tapped it, no signal. He prayed that Corey really wouldn't tell Minton, another long shot. But if Corey could avoid drinking whatever Minton used to drug them, there was a chance he might be able to swim to safety. That kid Anuhe had almost made it. Corey was a lifeguard. He had a better chance of surviving this than Grady himself did. He stared through the trees, watching Corey work on the bike. He didn't seem to be getting anywhere. That was one good thing. Minton couldn't hop on the KTM and blast through the forest looking for the intruder. Grady scoped out the bungalows, the tool shed, and other outbuildings, the house. Corey had said it was just him and Wes living in the compound. No girls or women. If Jessie or anyone else was here and alive, they'd be hidden away. Hard to imagine Corey wouldn't have caught on to that. But if Grady could search the grounds, he might be able to find something. And if he could get a phone signal, he could text Raina. He flinched as the distant drone of the powerboat's engine cut through the air. He trained the binoculars on Corey. He'd turned from the bike to look toward the ocean and was wiping his hands on a rag. The sound of the engine grew louder, then lower as the boat drew up to the dock, and finally fell silent. Minton climbed up the metal steps. Corey called out, and Minton joined him. The two of them inspected the KTM. Minton shook his head as Corey lifted his hands in a gesture Grady recognized as the universal workman's signal for "it needs a replacement part." The two men stared at the bike in silence.
Then Minton said something to Corey, who nodded. Minton turned and walked quickly to the house. Corey grabbed the toolbox and the water bottle Grady had given him and returned to his bungalow. 5 minutes later, he stepped back out, wearing a blue and white snorkeling shirt and board shorts, a set of flippers under one arm, the water bottle in his hand. Minton met him at the top of the metal steps that led to the dock.
He handed Corey a snorkeling mask, and they proceeded down to the boat. Grady watched until they were out of sight, feeling almost giddy with relief. He refused to imagine what would happen if Corey did tell Minton about seeing him. What would happen if Corey whipped out the magic water bottle and flat out refused the drink Minton had slipped the roofie into? Whatever transpired, he'd bought himself some time. Not much, if things went badly out there on the boat, but maybe an hour and a half, if he was lucky, enough time to search the compound. He shoved the binoculars into his pack, shouldered it, and hurried downhill. He stopped behind Corey's bungalow, listening for the boat engine. He heard only the high whistles of birds, the wind in the palms. He walked to the front of the bungalow and found the door unlocked. A small room held a twin bed, a table, and an armchair, a bureau with a glass tumbler and container of water on top, a battery-operated lamp. A tiny adjoining bathroom had only a composting toilet and some hooks for closing. No running water. A faint, earthy smell came from the composting toilet. He yanked open bureau drawers to reveal clean socks, boxer shorts, a pair of khakis, and a Kanaka Sun t-shirt. Whatever clothes Corey had been wearing when he arrived here were gone. He looked under the bed, nothing, and hurried back outside. This bungalow, like the others, rested on concrete deck footings, so no foundation, no basement, no crawl space. Nowhere to stow a large suitcase, let alone a person or body. He ran to the next bungalow. Here, too, the door was unlocked. Inside were the same few furnishings. There were no sheets or pillows on the bed, no clothes in the bureau drawers. But the earthy smell from the bathroom suggested the place had been occupied fairly recently, which would align with what Corey had told him about another person being here when he arrived. The next bungalow was slightly larger than the others, with double beds and woven rugs on the wooden floors. Could Minton actually have guests stay here? In the fourth and last bungalow, a moldering folder sat on the bureau. It had an image of an iwi on the cover, above the words, Hokuloa Wilderness Foundation. The folder was empty, but it suggested someone from the organization had visited at some point. That, or Minton had left it here and forgotten it. Grady walked back outside, discouraged. He still heard nothing but birdsong and the wind, the steady sweep of waves on the shore below. He proceeded to quickly check the outbuildings tucked into the trees. Solar shed, a separate structure for the water pump and filtration system. A tool shed, better organized than Minton's garage. Another shed filled with boat-related stuff. Plastic fuel containers, flippers, and other snorkeling equipment. Lightweight plastic containers and transparent seal-tight bags, a gallon of bleach, and a large carton containing cotton rags. But again, no hidden closets, no crawl space. No sign that anyone had ever been held captive here. No trace of blood or torn clothing. The bleach would take care of that, he thought grimly. He searched for a spear gun or a boat hook, anything he could use as a weapon. Either Minton didn't have any, or he kept them on board his boat. He left the shed and walked outside, even more discouraged.
He paused, listening for the boat, then walked to where a patch of olomea grew at the edge of the trees. He stashed his backpack in the underbrush, keeping the binoculars. He made sure he had his knife and phone and ran to the house, stopping cold. At the bottom of the porch steps, a large flat stone was set into the grass, about 2 feet square, dull red, threaded with black. There was a carving in its center, a circle about a hand's width in diameter, surrounded by zigzag lines, a sun. The image seemed to glow faintly, as though a furnace burned deep in the ground beneath. It was the same solar symbol Minton used as the logo for his resort, Kanaka-san. The glow came from a mineral, carnelian perhaps, something hard enough that it hadn't shuddered when the ancient artist had set stone tools to the ceiling of the chamber, or when someone else, like Leonardo Sanchez, had attacked it with a jackhammer. Grady stared at it in wonder and also fury. How could Minton have done such a thing, with all his talk of the sacredness of the landscape here? In the chamber, the sun would have occupied its place in the carven sky map, a beacon or marker for anyone who knew how to read it. Here, it was just a curious piece of rock. Grady's rage dissolved into another wave of grief. All this destruction and death, so that an ancient artifact could serve as a stepping stone to a rich white man's house. He refused to lay a foot on it. He walked around the Ki Pohaku and climbed the steps to the porch. He looked for a hidden camera, knowing it was too late. Any security system would have clocked him by now. Even if Minton had some way of monitoring a presence in the house, he's miles away at sea. Grady thought about what might be happening in the boat. Minton and Corey scuffling, or Corey drugged and pushed overboard, weighted down so he wouldn't be found. Or maybe he'd overpowered Minton. Then Corey would be a hero, a role he was better suited for than Grady was. He placed his hand on the doorknob, turned it, and pushed the door open. No alarm went off. He stepped inside and froze. It was like he stood within a shadowy prism, a kaleidoscopy dance of colors tinged to strange hues by the black glass windows. Indigo, royal purple, acid green, orange and molten crimson, turquoise and emerald, silver. Blinking, he tried to make sense of where he was. A room full of mirrors? A greenhouse? He shielded his eyes. He'd entered a large room, its walls floor to ceiling dark windows, most looking out onto the ocean and sky. He took another step and felt like he was falling, like he was trapped in an onyx globe that might shatter at any second. Fish, he realized as he focused on a pulsating umbrella, translucent pink with long tendrils streaming like violet hair. They're all fish. The room was filled with aquariums, some rectangular and as large as the one on Hokuloa Road, others cylindrical and as tall as he was. They contained every kind of undersea animal: fish, jellyfish, coral and sea urchins, squid and octopuses, shrimp and starfish, eels and spiny lobsters, along with unrecognizable creatures that would be nightmarish if they didn't also resemble something from a candy store on Mars. Slowly he crossed the room, walking over a labyrinth of electrical cords and plastic airline tubing. There was no proper furniture, except for a large console set against a windowless wall. Tubing and cords snaking from it, as though the entire room was on life support. You couldn't hide a person here. He made his way to the back wall, where he stared through the dark window at a deck with a teak table and chairs, a charcoal grill shaded by the arching upper branches of trees that moved in the sea breeze. Below, and a short distance away, at the top of the cliff, the metal stairway. Who needed clear windows when you could just step outside and have the Pacific directly below you? The dock rocked as a swell rolled in. Farther out, whitecaps dotted the endless blue. A channel of darker water, almost violet, marked the dangerous current he'd been warned about. Grady squinted, trying to see a boat, but the chop and shifting play of sunlight made that impossible. He made his way back through the room. It was an effort not to gaze inside each tank and marvel. Is that what Minton did with the people he took out to the reef? Send them down to capture rare fish and other creatures, then kill them? He remembered what Minton had said when he first showed him the aviary. There are not enough of them, and too many of us. He stopped when he reached the front door again. He'd been so bedazzled that he'd walked right past an open kitchen.
He flung open cabinets, got on his knees to look under the sink for an adjoining crawl space, hurried through a pantry, a bathroom, a broom closet. All empty. "Jessie?" he called out softly. "Jessie, are you here? I want to help you." Silence. He raced up to the second floor, caught his breath on the landing. "Jessie? Jessie!" He was shouting now, his voice filling the house. "Are you here? Is anyone here?" There was no reply, no sound, apart from his own footsteps and the wind rattling the window casements. He ran to a window in the hall, swept the binoculars across the horizon, blue as far as he could see. Raised his phone, dropped his arm. Still no boat. Still no cell signal. He searched the second-floor rooms, feeling more and more panicked. Master bedroom and bath, 2 guest bedrooms, all the furniture and built-in bookshelves custom-made of golden brown wood with a grain that felt like warm marble. Koa, a fortune's worth. Minton must have harvested it here. In every room he knelt to peer under the bed. Not even a stray shoe or flip-flop. He stood on the beds to see if there was any sign of a hidden door or panel in the ceiling. Tapped the walls to listen for the telltale hollow sound of a passage or closet. He shouted Jessie's name, shouted for anyone to answer him. Nothing. He rifled the clothes in a walk-in closet. Wes clothes, sarongs with the Kanaka Sun logo, silk Hawaiian shirts, hiking sandals and heavy hiking boots, scuffed and stained. Stacks of folded towels and sheets in the linen closet. In the bathroom, a stone-lined rain shower with a shelf of organic, low-phosphate soaps and shampoo. But he saw no personal items whatsoever. No photos of friends or family, no artwork, except for a few framed photographs of Apapane and Iiwi, pictures Minton had surely taken himself. No paperback books or magazines, no electronic devices. Except for the clothing, it might have been one of those fancy hotel rooms he'd seen in magazine ads. Despairing, he walked back into the hall. She wasn't here. No one was here. There was no sign that anyone ever had been, except for Minton, and there was barely evidence of that. He stood by the window, staring dully out at the ocean, then grabbed his binoculars. A black fleck bobbed on the horizon. As he watched, it grew fractionally larger until he could see clearly what it was. Gosh! He jumped back from the window, as though Minton might have seen him from that distance, grabbed his knife from his pocket. He was younger than Minton, but the older man was strong. And he hadn't been hiking through the wilderness for the last 3 days. Grady unfolded his knife and held it in front of him, tried to imagine plunging it into Minton's neck or chest or anywhere. He couldn't do it.
Couldn't picture it, couldn't see himself killing someone in cold blood. Even a murderer, even a serial killer. He refolded the knife, pocketed it, and raced back downstairs, ran to a back window and peered out. Minton's boat was now the size of his pinky nail. "Get a really grip," he imagined Donnie yelling at him. "Don't be such a freaking coward. Use your really knife. You gonna let some rich jerk take you out like a trout in a barrel?" Grady wiped sweat from his eyes. He could go outside and wait near the top of the metal stairs, find some place to hide, jump Minton as he headed to the house, slit his throat the way you do a deer's. Only Grady had never slit an animal's throat and had been sickened when he watched Zeke do it. "Get a really grip," he whispered to himself, and started for the door. He drew up short beside one of the aquariums, a fancy cylindrical one on a stand like the tank back on Hokuloa Road. This one, too, was filled with wana, sea urchins, though only one kind, the delicately colored parasol urchins. They covered a large clump of coral, as innocent as undersea peonies. He stationed himself a few feet from the wana's aquarium, near a window. Dark clouds had massed above the horizon, bruised purple and green. It was only mid-afternoon, but it looked like twilight. The sun had all but disappeared, and the heavy air crackled with electricity. The warm wind blew through the screened windows, ripe with a thick green smell. Decaying vegetation, kelp, a stink of rotting meat. He watched as the boat drew closer, climbing each wave, then slamming down in the trough before the next wave flung it up again. He struggled to see if there were 2 people in the boat or only 1. Within a few minutes he knew the answer. 1. The engine's roar dwindled as the boat approached the dock. A figure tossed a fender into the water, and then a line onto the metal platform. The engine cut off, the boat bobbed up and down as a man hopped easily onto the dock, tied off onto a cleat, and hurried toward the steps. Wes Minton. "Grady!" Minton shouted. "Grady! Let's talk!" Grady edged behind the wana tank. Minton sounded calm, not out of breath. Grady swallowed, thinking of Corey. Minton had killed him. That was why he wasn't desperate. He probably kept a gun on the boat in case anyone ever put up a fight. "Grady!" Through the front windows, Grady saw Minton pause in front of the porch before continuing across the grass. He started toward Corey's bungalow, abruptly turned as though thinking better of it, and walked quickly back toward the house. Grady held his breath. Minton halted again, a few feet from the porch beside the key pohaku. He stepped onto the ancient carved stone, listening. A charcoal-gray cloud blotted out what remained of the sun. Grady could no longer hear the honey creepers calling from the forest. One of the blackbirds clacked, but its mate made no response. From some impossible distance, a dog barked. Minton shook himself, stepped off the key pohaku, and up the porch steps. The front door cracked an inch. Slowly, Minton stepped in. He wore a snorkeling shirt and diving gloves, no gun. He glanced into the kitchen, leaving the door open behind him, and edged into the living room. As he did, a mountainous dark cloud slipped away from the sun. Light streamed through the doorway into the room, that charged warning brilliance before a storm at sea. Sunlight exploded against the fish tanks, and instinctively Grady moved to shade his eyes. "Grady!" Minton's head whipped to stare at him. "Grady! Gosh it!" His voice shook with anger and something else. The same disappointment and betrayal that Grady felt? "What are you doing here?" As swiftly as it had come, the sunlight faded again. "I walked here," he replied. "That's what Corey told me." "How? Where's Corey?" Wes shrugged. Snorkeling. I left him at the reef, told him I'd pick him up later. How'd you get here, Grady? The lava field. You crossed the lava field? Minton's voice rose in disbelief. How did you find the path? I followed a dog. A dog? A wild dog, black and reddish. I've seen it before, at your house. I think it lives here, on the peninsula. Outside, a bird trilled. Minton looked quickly at the door, then back at Grady. Where is she? Demanded Grady. Minton frowned. Who? Jessica. She disappeared over a week ago. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no girl here. He looked genuinely puzzled. And Leonardo. Grady's voice shook. Could he be wrong? Is he here? Did he bring her here with you? Leonardo Sanchez? Is that who you mean? Wes seemed even more taken aback. I haven't seen him for months, before the lockdown. Why would he be here? Are you all right, Grady? Grady edged back as Wes walked toward the Wana tank. You look like you're in trouble, Grady. What happened to you? Those people, Grady stammered. You killed all those people. I found where you buried their clothes. There was a pair of women's shorts and a shirt. Minton halted, resting his gloved hand on the side of the Wana's aquarium. She must have been a hiker. I found her body in the gulch. And you didn't tell anyone? It was years ago. I have no issues with women. It's men who propagate like fruit flies. The virus, it's actually a good thing.
You know that, right? He stared at Grady expectantly, then sighed, like Grady was a prized student who'd let him down. We're the virus. We know that. Plagues are inevitable now, the ones that will kill us. I still have things to do, protect the refuges I've set up, create more. Minton glanced at the Wana, motionless in their glass box. I'm rethinking the future of this place. Hokuloa is mine, and I don't trust anyone else with it. Researchers, tourists, all those conservation people? He shook his head adamantly. Better that no one else ever comes here. I'll protect it. My Apapane and Iwi, my OO, no one cares about them like I do. Why should our lives be privileged above theirs? Why should everything else disappear and we remain? Tell me that, Grady. Without waiting for an answer, Minton plunged his gloved hand into the water to grab one of the parasol urchins, yanked his arm from the tank and flung the sea urchin at Grady. It struck his chest and fell to the floor as Grady yelped and ducked behind the closest tank. Minton grabbed another urchin and threw it. This urchin splattered against the glass as Minton turned and bolted out the open door. Grady scrambled to his feet and stared at the shattered creatures on the floor, too appalled for a moment to give chase. Minton didn't really care about protecting this place. He wanted it as his private kingdom, that was all. Enraged, Grady grabbed the knife from his pocket, flicking it open. He ran for the door and down the steps after Minton, who'd nearly reached the Tesla. Grady stopped, panting in helpless fury as he watched Minton lunge for the car door. He'd never stop him now. Grady's hand dropped to his side, and he stiffened. From the sky came a high-pitched, terrified cry. Not a human's cry, but a bird's. Immediately it fell silent, but within seconds another bird shrieked, a sound like nothing Grady had ever heard. It came again, louder, followed by an even more piercing sound, and then another and another. The shrill screams and hoarse croaking of creatures in pain. Grady hadn't known that birds could make such sounds, that their fear could be translated into this terrible chorus. He dropped the knife and clapped his hands to his ears, gazing at the sky, expecting to see a cloud of birds being chased by some winged predator. He saw nothing. The trees had grown utterly still. Grady shook his head, trying to make sense of it, turned to see Minton stumbling away from the Tesla, back toward the house. He stopped by the Ki Pohaku and scanned the sky, his face a mask of fear and grief. The cries of the birds grew deafening. Tears streaked Minton's face, and he whirled in a frantic circle, searching for the cause of the birds' frenzied cries. Grady flung himself to the ground, watching in disbelief. "Grady! Grady, please!" Mist crept across the ground to where Minton stood, forming a shape that Grady recognized, at once coffin-like and resembling a dog that stood on its hind legs like a human. Grady dug his fingers into the earth, praying it wouldn't see him, as Minton's pleas erupted into a scream. The mist grew thicker, hiding Minton until his shrieks were abruptly cut off. For an instant, the deafening clamor dissolved into silence. No birds, no insects, no wind, no waves. Then Minton screamed once more, a strangled howl, followed by a snarl and a noise like a green branch snapping. Minton's voice fell silent. Grady heard only the wet snuffling of a large animal and his own ragged breathing. In the rainforest, a bird gave a single loud croaking call and was answered by the same cry. He didn't know how much time passed. Hours, it seemed. Stars glimmered in the sky. The moon had risen, sending bands of light across the ocean. The sound of crashing waves echoed his heartbeat, somehow strong and steady. As he got to his feet, a fresh wind carried the smell of the sea, of grass and ferns damped with night dew. On the shore below, black waves rose and fell, releasing clouds of white vapor. Whatever terrible storm had passed through was gone. Grady turned on his flashlight and walked across the lawn. Minton's body lay a few yards from the top of the metal stairs. He was sprawled on his back, his face so badly mauled it resembled a bloody jack-o'-lantern. One arm had been ripped from his shoulder and dragged to a clump of grass. His clothes were shredded so that Grady could see his chest. The clear imprints of teeth surrounding the open cavity where his organs had been. Mountain lions did that, tore open the soft bellies of their prey to devour their entrails. These tooth marks were bigger and deeper than anything he'd ever seen, far bigger than a dog's or bear's or coyote's. The exposed rib cage glistened, the blood nearly black. 4 ribs lay on the grass like a pile of sticks dropped beside a campfire. Kaupe! Grady covered his mouth, trying not to be sick. He turned and ran into the house, locking the door behind him. For a minute he stood there, gasping as he tried to process what he'd seen. Minton was dead, that was for sure. There was no way Grady could have killed him. He'd obviously been ripped apart by some animal. But Grady was a witness. He knew from his EMT days what happened with an unattended death. The cops treated it as a crime scene until the cause could be determined by the medical examiner. Whoever had found the body was questioned, even an immediate family member in shock from grief. Grady knew he'd be interrogated. Would the cops believe him? Arrest him? He couldn't run away. It was impossible to imagine he'd survive the wilderness a second time. He had to call 911 now, trust in his innocence, trust that for once the police would do the right thing. He'd tell them he came out here because he hadn't heard from his employer for a few days and found him mauled by a wild animal. But he had to find that spot where he could get cell reception. Where in the world was it? He raced through the house, clutching his phone as he tried to find a signal. Minton had texted him in the past weeks, but from which room? Could he have done so from the woods? He found the spot in a corner of the back deck, facing due east. 1 bar.
He punched in 911 over and over, but the signal was too weak for the call to go through. He hit the emergency SOS button, then texted 911. He gave his location and a message saying that he'd come here and found his employer dead, attacked by a wild dog. Then he texted Raina. "I'm safe. Wes dead. No Jessie." He stared at the phone. No Jessie. That was one thing Minton hadn't been lying about. Grady was sure of it. Which meant she was somewhere else, dead and perhaps never to be found, he thought dully. Or maybe she was alive. He was too wrung out now to think about it. He waited for a reply to the texts he'd sent to Raina and 911, but none came. He went back inside, drained and numb. He surveyed the room with the aquariums, went into the kitchen and retrieved a spatula to pick up the 2 parasol urchins. One was crushed, the other partly intact. He hoped it would survive. He dropped both into the tank and watched as they drifted to the bottom, thinking again how Minton hadn't hesitated to use these endangered creatures as a means to kill him. Was that what had ultimately drawn Kaupei's rage and hunger? That Minton had not just trespassed upon its territory and vandalized it, but destroyed the very things he'd sworn to protect? He walked outside, to the kipohaku. Prints surrounded the carved stone, Minton's and those of a large animal, leaving a clear trail to where Minton's corpse had been dragged. Grady retrieved his backpack and went to the storage shed, where he grabbed some rags. He went to Corey's bungalow and wiped down anything he might have touched. Returned to the house and did the same thing. He balled up the rags and shoved them in his pocket and walked back onto the deck. He stared down at the sea, listening to the waves, but remembering the cries of unknown, suffering birds.
They say it sometimes imitates someone you love to lure you. Grady and Raina had heard human voices calling for help. Minton, like Grady, had heard his birds. Minton had claimed the role of guardian of Hokuloa and its imperiled creatures, yet he hadn't hesitated to use those fragile wana as weapons. And he was incapable of seeing that humans were animals too, vulnerable and in need of protection. Grady shivered. Minton had wanted to control Hokuloa, that was all. He had no qualms about disposing of anything, human or otherwise, that might prevent him from doing that. Why had Kaupei shown Grady the way here? As a witness? As a warning? But then why had Kaupei never taken action before now against Minton and the numberless people who had desecrated this island and all those others? Grady had no clue. Why should everything else disappear and we remain? Tell me that, Grady. He had no answer. His father had disappeared. His brother had done his best to make himself disappear. Grady would never have an answer. From the underbrush came the whispery call of an anyanao, a tiny yellow bird that Grady had seen only once in the aviary. A moment later, a second anyanao answered, and then a third. Grady stared up at the darkening sky, the miles of unbroken, unspoiled forest that surrounded him, breathed in the subtle, musky fragrance of the honey creepers, and felt the hairs on his neck rise, chicken skin, though not from fear, but continuing amazement. He remembered Minton's words when he first showed Grady the aviary. Can you imagine coming to these islands 1,200 years ago, and there were so many of those birds you were overwhelmed by their smell? What would happen to this place if people learned that the man who'd paid for it was a serial killer?
Scandal, lawsuits. The Hokuloa wilderness might be sold, or portions of it. Whatever foundations Minton had endowed would be dissolved, their reputations irrevocably tarnished. Without Minton's wealth, it would all disappear. Or maybe not. From some distant part of the forest, a puo hooted, and another answered. He listened, but they didn't call again. He turned and went inside to wait for the police. He would tell them some version of the truth, a truth that he hoped they'd believe, one that perhaps would keep this place safe. The police arrived about an hour later. They came by boat, 2 men and a woman, all in uniform, along with a detective in plain clothes, and someone who was either from the hospital or the morgue. He was the only one wearing a mask. Grady met them at the top of the metal stairs leading down to the dock. He didn't need to show them where the body was. It was the first thing they saw when they stepped onto the property, shining their flashlights through the trees and onto the ground in front of the house. "I found him like that," he told the man who introduced himself as Detective Fairchild, the same guy Raina had pointed out to Grady at Kahawai Beach. "I hadn't heard from him for a few days and got worried, so I hiked out. I got here this afternoon, and after I checked the house, I found him lying there." "Did he own a dog?" "No, not that I know of." "Do you?" "No." "Did you see the dog, or some other wild animal?" "No." "Then why do you think it was a dog that killed him?" "I don't know for sure, but I can't think what else could have." The detective shone his flashlight on the ground. He crouched, staring at the body. "Well, it sure looks like some animal. Tell me again why you think it was a dog, if you didn't see one." "I did see one, but not here, crossing the lava field." The detective did a double take. "You crossed the lava field?" Grady nodded. "There's no other way. I couldn't get hold of Minton, and I don't know the code to the security gate. I saw the dog in the lava field. That's how I found my way out. I was lost. I got disoriented. Then I saw this dog, and it seemed to be on some kind of trail that led out of the lava field. So I followed it." "You found a path through the lava field? Why didn't you drive?" "I wasn't sure my truck could make it. I didn't want to get stranded, then I'd end up walking anyway." Fairchild trained his flashlight on the Tesla. "Seems like he had no trouble getting out here. Wes has been coming here for years." Grady hoped the night would hide his anxiety over his lies and half-lies. "And that's one of those SUV Teslas. He knows the road. He's never had any problems as far as I know. And," he hesitated, then shrugged sheepishly, "the roads out here, they still freak me out." That, at least, was the truth. The detective nodded and stood as one of the other cops walked over. Her name tag read Emilia Aguilera. The detective cocked his head. "He says he got here by following an old road across the lava field. I've never heard of anyone who's even seen it." Grady accompanied the detective around the grounds while the others took photos of Minton's corpse. After a while, 2 of them went down to the boat, returning with a stretcher and body bag. Grady quickly averted his eyes as they gathered Minton's remains. He tried desperately to think of a game plan. Should he tell Fairchild the truth, that Minton was a serial killer? Once that information was widely known, it would almost certainly compromise the future of the wilderness area, at least for the avian research facility funded by Minton. Would his fortune go to the families of the victims? Would the land be sold? Probably there'd be years of legal wrangling, not to mention an insane media circus.
Grady had seen and read and listened to enough TV and news stories to know that Hokuloa Point would become a magnet for tabloid sites, podcasters, murderabilia fans, every kind of crazy he could imagine, coming here in boats and helicopters, hiking through the forest, using drones to shoot footage of the compound and the surrounding woods. What would happen to the wild birds, then, with their sanctuary disturbed and perhaps lost forever? Yet, if he said nothing, Minton's victims would remain among the missing. Their families would live with the torment of not knowing their fates. Would that be preferable to the knowledge that they'd been murdered? The thought sickened him. He felt trapped by the realization that no matter what he did, there would be terrible consequences for others, humans and animals alike. He wished he understood more, anything, about the native people here, their involvement with the land and its legal status. He was a terrible liar, but if he stalled on telling the whole truth, he might confide in Dalita and Lorelei. Maybe they'd know someone who could help. "Let's go inside," the detective said, interrupting his thoughts. "How long have you worked for Minton?" "Only about 3 weeks. This is the first time I've been here," Grady said, as he approached the steps of the main house with the detective and Aguilera. "I'm the caretaker at his place on Hokuloa Road. He spends most of his time here. I keep an eye on things there." "Yes, the mysterious Mr. Minton." The detective stopped on the porch to gaze at the view. Even in the dark, it was spectacular. "Can you believe this?" he said to Aguilera. "I wouldn't ever leave either. This is all a wildlife sanctuary. My wife's involved with the Island Audubon Society. She said he arranged for it to be turned into a research station for bird scientists after he died. His house, too. I guess that's the one you live in," he added to Grady. "I think that's supposed to be their administrative quarters. I guess sooner rather than later now." Inside, Grady switched on the lights. "Whew, this is quite a setup," the detective observed, walking around the aquariums. "If you weren't the caretaker here, who helped him out with it?" Grady thought of Corey, ashamed and sickened that he hadn't done so before now. Could Corey possibly have survived? The police hadn't mentioned seeing a body in the water or washed up on shore. Corey might still be alive.
If so, and knowing Cora's distrust of the cops, would Corey want Grady to tell the police that he'd been here? Grady swallowed, finally said, "I don't know." Fairchild raised an eyebrow. "Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts before you came here?" Grady hesitated. "No." Fairchild continued to stare at him until Grady blurted, "Have they found Jessica Kiyoko? She's friends with a girl I know in town. I thought—" He realized he shouldn't finish that sentence. "Not yet," said Aguilera, and she headed back to the boat. The detective peered at Grady's face. "Do you want to see a doctor?" No, I'm okay." But really, he wasn't. Perhaps Minton had deserved to die, though Grady had never believed he'd be able to kill him. Everything he'd ever known or learned, all his hours of EMT and wilderness training, it had all been designed to keep someone alive. Yet he still had some responsibility for Minton's death. Inadvertent, if Kaupe had used him as a lure or distraction so that he could kill him. But that didn't change the fact that Minton's corpse had lain a few yards away from where Grady stood now. And Grady hadn't even accomplished what he'd set out to do, find Jessica. Once again, he'd failed. "Grady?" He looked up to see the detective gazing at him. "Once we're back in town, do you have friends you can stay with?" Grady stared at him. Wasn't he going to be arrested or held for questioning? He shook his head, trying to process this.
Yeah, I have friends, but I'd just as soon go to where I've been staying on Hokuloa Road. Okay, we'll take you there, although we'll be here a while. You sure you're okay? You must be exhausted. I'll be all right, he said, and ran his hands through his hair. All he wanted was to get the hell away from Hokuloa Point, drink himself into a stupor, forget everything that had happened here, buy a ticket back home and sleep in his own bed in his childhood room, and accept that he was never going to be anything but a carpenter, doing day jobs for the rest of his life. But then he looked out to where a frigate bird hovered above the cliffs in the moonlight, the long, dark curve of the Hokuloa Peninsula like a great arm extending protectively from the lower slope of the volcano. The lava field and rainforest and gulches, all the untold things that flew and crawled and swam around them, seen and unseen. He'd never be able to forget this. When the detective escorted him down to the boat, Grady found the others had gathered in the small cabin to radio in to the PD and morgue. The zippered body bag lay on a table like a cleaned fish. Grady left them and went to the stern. He watched the ocean, then lifted his head to see a brilliant golden orb shining above the eastern horizon. Hokuloa, the planet Venus in her aspect as the morning star. When he lowered his gaze, he saw its reflection in the dark water, an orange blur, seeming to bob up and down in the waves. He thought of the Gumby suit, of Bree Ferris's anguished expression when she confessed that she hadn't notified the authorities. They would have been dead for a long time. It's better that no one ever found them. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, a cloud had moved across the horizon, and the morning star was gone. They finally arrived at Wes's place on Hokuloa Road, hours later. He was starting to feel almost delirious with exhaustion, the way he'd felt during his first jet-lagged days of quarantine. When the police car stopped at the security gate, Detective Fairchild turned to look at Grady in the back seat. "You want me to drive you up?" Grady shook his head. "Thanks, no. I could use the air." Fairchild sighed. "Yeah, me too. This is what we call an unattended death," he said. "It looks pretty clear to me that your boss was attacked and killed by some animal out there at Hokuloa Point, but until the cause of death is determined, this remains an open investigation. Once the news breaks that Minton's dead, there's going to be a feeding frenzy for reporters all over the world. So for now, we don't want any publicity, and I don't want you talking to anyone about any of this. Anyone. Do you understand?" Grady nodded. "There's a lot at stake here, for the island, for a lot of people. We'll contact you if and when the time comes that we need you to make a statement." Grady got out of the car with his backpack, thanked Fairchild, and punched in the security code. The detective lifted a finger in a wave, then turned back onto Hokuloa Road toward town. Grady stood beside the gate and watched until the car was out of sight, wondering who those people were, the ones who had so much at stake. He texted Raina that he was home safe. "OMG, sure you're okay?" "Yeah, just beat. What about Jessie?" He rubbed his head, feeling gutted by his failure, as he summoned the strength to compose a reply. "She wasn't there," he typed at last. "Cops haven't found her. Too tired to talk. I'll call you later." He turned off his phone, lay down on the couch, and fell into a sleep so profound that when he woke, he thought he was back in Maine. Someone stood over him, and he smiled, thinking it was his mom. But then Delita enfolded him in a hug, brilliant sunlight streaming behind her. "Delita," he said thickly. "Shh, I just heard what happened. Lors heard it on the scanner. Crazy story. I can't believe Wes is dead. Look, I'm not gonna stay. I just wanted to make sure you're all right. You should keep sleeping. I brought you this." She pointed to a 30 rack of Pabst Blue Ribbon on the kitchen counter. "If you don't want to be alone, I can stick around." He sat up groggily and ran his hands through his hair, felt grit and stubble when he touched his chin. He needed to shower. He asked, "What time is it?" "After 4. You've been asleep all day." "I know. I kept trying to call." 4? In the afternoon? You want me to stay?" "No thanks. No offense," he added. "That's okay. I want to hear about it when you're ready to talk. They said you walked across the lava field. Is that true?" He nodded, and she shook her head. "You know you're gonna be on the news, yeah? Oh, really? Come on. Richest guy in Hawaii gets killed by a wild boar and his caretaker finds him? How is that not news?" "A boar? It wasn't a boar. It was a wild dog." "No, not a dog. It was—" She pressed her hand gently across his mouth. "Don't. Better we don't talk about that, okay?" She withdrew her hand, and Grady sighed wearily. He felt even more exhausted than when he'd gotten back here, if that was possible. "Right. Did Lore hear anything else on the scanner?" "Just that Wes is dead, and you found him. But I guarantee you they'll be popping champagne at the Audubon Society." She gave him the kind of look his mom used to when he stayed home sick from school. "You don't look too good. I'll head back, but you need anything? Just call me, yeah? I'll check with you tomorrow." He stumbled from the couch to walk her out to her truck. "Thanks again," he said. "Lorelei's with the kids?" "She wanted to come, but I claimed privilege. We'll do dinner as soon as you feel up to it." She started to get into the truck, stopped. "Oh yeah, this is really weird. Jessica Kiyoko? That girl who disappeared? The one on the plane with you? They just found her." Grady stared at her in horror. "Oh no, no! I mean, they found her alive. Some hikers saw her staggering around in the forest. That night she disappeared? She says she was walking home when some dog attacked her. Not attack her. It started chasing her. She ran and went into the park near the Quadet. It abuts the Aunawai Woods. She says she fell into a gulch and couldn't climb out. She's been there all this time. She says she hardly remembers anything, just that she stuck close to a waterfall. She's in the hospital. No one can see her because of COVID. They're not even going to let her parents come. Are you really kidding me? No." Delita gave him an odd look. "I thought you'd be happy. She'll probably want to tell you the details herself when you see her, so act surprised." "I don't need to act," he said. She laughed. "Well, there was our wild dog, anyway. When did they find her?"
Yesterday afternoon. I read about it online before dinner. Her story's not getting so much attention because of Minton, but I bet she's okay with that. They're still going to charge her for violating quarantine. I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Get some more rest. Aloha."
He watched her drive off, feeling oddly numb. Shock, he realized. It would be a while before that wore off. Probably an even longer while before he could wrap his head around all that had happened. Maybe he never would, and he'd have to accept that. He went back into the Ahana and opened a beer. He texted his mother and Donnie and Zeke, making a preemptive strike before the story hit the national news. He imagined the headlines. "Bird-loving billionaire mauled by mystery beast?" Gosh, like that. He finished the beer and called Raina. She didn't pick up, so he left a message. "Hey Raina, it's Grady. Dalita just came by and told me about Jessica. I'm going back to sleep, but let me know if you want to talk and when you want to get together." He waited a while, drinking a second, then a third beer to see if she replied. Finally, he showered and went back to bed, and didn't wake till the following morning. Raina arrived the next day. He was reluctant to go into town, imagining TV cameras or police lying in wait for him. She let herself in at the security gate, pulled up in front of the house, and jumped out, running over to hug him.
Oh my gosh, Grady.
He buried his face in her hair, held her close until she drew away, swiping her eyes with one hand. "Are you crying?" he asked.
Almost. I did when I found out Jessie was okay. Have you seen her?
"Only on FaceTime. They're keeping her in the hospital till tomorrow. They had to fully rehydrate her. She looked terrible." Raina turned to stare at the screened upstairs windows of the aviary. "I let them go," Grady said, before I headed out.
I'm glad.
She took his hand and squeezed it hard, then reached into the car for a paper bag. "I got some breakfast sandwiches at that food truck by Fitzy's." Grady made coffee, and they sat outside the ahana to eat. For a while, neither of them spoke. Finally, Raina looked at him and asked,
Did you tell the police what you found? The drugs and phones, those clothes?
He swallowed, remembering Bree Ferris's story about the Gumby suit, that smeared orange reflection of the morning star on the dark Pacific. "No, I didn't lie to them about anything. I just didn't tell them."
What did you tell them?
"That I was worried about my boss and decided to hike out there to see if he was okay." He looked at Raina's face, mingled anger and disappointment, but also, maybe, relief. Look, if everyone finds out what he was doing, what happens to the Hokuloa wilderness area? There'd be 1,000,000 lawsuits, reporters trying to crawl all over that place. He clutched his head. "Gosh, no matter what I do, it's wrong."
What about those photos you said you took of what you found at Wes's place?
"I don't know. I need to think. Something I'm not doing a very good job of at the moment." She reached over to take his hand. "How about you come to my place later, and I make you dinner? I promise not to make you think about anything,"
That would be great.
said Grady. Unexpectedly, he felt his heart open, like when he first saw the aviary. I would love that. 2 days later, he went to Raina's apartment. Not for dinner, but for lunch with her and Jessie, who'd been released from the hospital and was staying with Raina. He stopped at mock soup on the way. The same 2 sisters stood behind the register, wearing matching Wonder Woman masks. He nodded a greeting, and they responded cheerfully. He picked out a bottle of wine for Raina and Jessie, a 6-pack of PBR for himself, and started to the register. He stopped in front of the cooler holding clear plastic boxes of Lay's. He still didn't know what the deal was with those, but they were pretty, and for the moment he had money in his account. He knew that wouldn't last. He no longer had a job, but he wanted to do something nice. He picked out 2 Lay's, one with plumeria blossoms, the other small flowers like marigolds. "Oh, someone's lucky," one of the girls behind the register sang, and he felt himself blush. He felt nervous as he walked up to Raina's apartment door, balancing the wine, the beer, and the 2 boxes of Lay's. Nervous about seeing Jessie, after having projected so much on her, but even more nervous about seeing Raina. Something had shifted between them, and he didn't want to screw it up. He glanced down at the Lay's. Probably he shouldn't have bought them. It was too much. It would look like he was trying too hard. But then the door opened, and Raina stood there, grinning as she reached up to give him a quick hug. She pulled him inside, opening her arms in a tala gesture. "Look who's here!" Jessie sat on the couch. She stood as he entered. She was thinner, her skin darker from the sun, and her round cheeks hollowed out. She wore sweatpants and a t-shirt he recognized as Raina's. Her oversized glasses perched on her nose, slightly askew.
Hey,
She said, smiling tentatively.
I remember you.
"Yeah, me too." He nodded and waited awkwardly, unsure how to proceed, then remembered his arms were full. He set down the beer and wine, handed one of the Lay's to Jessie and one to Raina. "These are for you." Raina laughed, delighted.
Thank you.
She opened the box and held it out to Grady. "Can you put it on?" He did, feeling all thumbs as he tried not to damage the plumeria blossoms. "How's that?"
Raina looked down at it, nodding as her fingers brushed a pink petal.
"It's beautiful. No one's given me one in forever. Thank you, Grady." He shrugged, hugely relieved and a little embarrassed, and turned to Jessie. She'd already slipped the lei around her neck. "Thank you," she said, and lifted the flowers to her face. "They smell so good." "You're welcome," he smiled, bent to pick up the six-pack. "Anyone want a beer? I'll open it." Raina took the bottle and went into the kitchen. Grady slid out a PBR and set the six-pack on the coffee table. He popped the cap and took a long swallow. Alone with Jessie, his awkwardness returned. He didn't even know her, really. He'd learned more about her from reading news articles online and from talking to Raina than from their few minutes of conversation. "I'm glad you're okay," he finally said. Jessie stared at him and laughed uneasily. "Me too."
"Here, sit."
She scooched over on the couch, and he sat. Her laughter put him at ease, as did Raina, who appeared holding 2 full wine glasses. She handed one to Jessie and plunked herself in the middle. "To Jess," she said. She clinked her glass against Jessie's, then Grady's beer bottle, and with a sigh leaned against him. He took another swallow of beer and looked at Jessie. "Do you feel like talking about it? What happened?" Jessie nodded.
"Yeah, sure. It's not like I haven't told it a million times already." So I left the bar a little while after Raina did and started walking back here. I crossed the parking lot to take a side road because I was paranoid about the police seeing me breaking quarantine. There's a dirt path there that goes uphill toward the forest, and when I got near it, this dog appeared.
"What kind of dog?" asked Grady.
Sort of like a German shepherd, only not as big. I couldn't see its color in the dark, but it looked mostly black. It had a curly tail. I turned and ran up the path. I screamed. Guess no one heard me. It kept after me. It didn't bark, and luckily it never caught up with me, even though I fell a couple of times.
She adjusted her glasses with a frown.
And these got all bent up when I fell. I have to get them fixed when I get home. Anyway, I just kept running, and the next thing I know, I'm in the forest, and the dog is still after me. I don't know how long I ran before I tripped and slid down into a gulch. I landed on my phone and broke it, so I couldn't call or text.
Every time I tried to climb out, the dog moved along the top of the gulch, watching me. The next thing I know, it's the next morning, or maybe it's the morning after that. I lost track of time. It was really weird, to tell you the truth. She sipped her wine, shook her head at the memory. I actually don't remember much of it, almost like I was dreaming or super stoned the whole time. There was a little waterfall, so I had water, and I found some guavas that had rolled down into the gulch, and some lilikoi. I kept shouting for help, but I guess no one could hear me. I don't even remember how I climbed out of the gulch, except I had a nightmare that the dog was after me again, and I tried to escape. That's when those hikers found me. Grady listened in silence. He'd told Raina about seeing the dog in the lava field, but it didn't sound like she'd mentioned it to Jessie. He decided that for now he wouldn't either. "You're lucky you made it out," he said. "I know. One of the doctors in the hospital said I might have had a dissociative fugue when you don't remember anything. They thought I might have been assaulted, but they didn't find any evidence of that. I kept telling them about the dog, but they didn't believe me." "We believe you," said Raina, and Grady nodded. "Thanks." Jessie gave them a wan smile. "What will you do now?" "Go home for a while. I really need to see my parents. This has been so horrible for them." She seemed on the verge of tears. "The police didn't charge me with breaking quarantine, so that's one good thing. I'll come back in a couple of months, if Raina will put up with me. I think I can stand it." Raina slung her arm over Jessie's shoulder. "But we should celebrate, right? You're safe, Grady's safe, we're all here together.
And I got fish tacos from Jessie's favorite food truck." Jessie nodded, lifting her wine glass. "Here's to fish tacos. And all of us." This time, she really did smile. "Raina told me how hard you were trying to find me, everything you did. Thank you, Grady. I'm so glad I got to see you again." Grady smiled. "Me too," he said. Days passed. The knot of guilt and grief inside his chest didn't loosen, but gradually he grew accustomed to it, the way he'd grown accustomed to his father's death. He wasn't sure how to handle his knowledge of Wes's killings. Send an anonymous letter? Wait and hope the police figured it out long after Grady had moved on? Live with this horrible feeling for the rest of his life? Who really knew? He avoided going into Wes's house and was relieved when he got a phone call from someone at the police department telling him Wes's attorneys would be handling the Minton estate. Grady could stay there for the moment, but he needed to find somewhere else to live. Still, one good thing he learned from Cousin Angelo. "I saw a guy I know today," Angelo announced one night when they were eating chicken mochiko out on Raina's deck. "A lifeguard from the resort. Nice kid. Corey DeSoto. I felt bad 'cause he had nowhere to go when the resorts all shut down. I heard he was living on the beach for a while, and I hadn't seen him. Then last week I run into him at the beach. Different beach. He had some crazy story, how someone pushed him from a boat out by the bone reefs, and he swam back, slept on a beach, and kept swimming the next day. I'm not surprised he made it back. He's a great swimmer, yeah? 'Cause he's a lifeguard." "Really?" Raina's eyes grew round. "That's amazing." Grady swallowed his piece of chicken, reached for his beer, sipped it as the others waited for his reaction. "That's wild," he said, choosing his next words carefully. "What about whoever did that to him? Pushed him out of the boat? Did he go to the cops about that?" "Nah, brah. Corey would never go to the cops. Guy who pushed him could have been a cop, yeah? Anyway, he's going back to Waikiki. Some hotels there he's thinking they might open soon. He can find work better than here." After dinner, Grady and Raina walked Angelo out to his car. After he drove off, they started back to the apartment building, but Raina stopped when they reached Grady's truck. "Wait," she said, and pulled something from her pocket. "I keep forgetting. I got this for you." She held up a bumper sticker emblazoned with a wave and the words, "Eddie would go." She ran her palm across the bumper to clean it, then affixed it over the remnants of the old "Go Wit All" decal. "There," she said, straightening. She grinned and tapped his shoulder. "Now you won't look so much like a howlay. Your truck won't, anyway." He laughed. "Thanks," he said. He took her hand, and they walked back up to her apartment. One morning, 2 weeks later, he got a phone call from a number he didn't recognize. He didn't pick up, and his heart sank when he played back the voicemail message. "Hi, this is Ilana Chang of the Hokuloa Wilderness Foundation. I'm calling for Grady Kendall. It's important that you get back to me as soon as possible." Sighing, he set the phone down on the table. He stared at his breakfast, no longer hungry. He knew that soon he'd have to find somewhere else to live when the Hokuloa Wilderness Foundation took over Minton's house. He had thought it would take a lot longer for them to work out the details of Minton's estate. Grady had been eking out the money in his checking account. His only big purchase had been the fire pit, where he and Raina sat when she stayed overnight. Once or twice a week, he and sometimes Raina had dinner with Dalita and her family, or he and Raina met up with Cousin Angelo. Grady had helped himself to whatever food staples remained in Minton's house. Gas for the truck was his biggest expense. He had enough money to buy a plane ticket home, but much as he still missed Maine, the thought of returning filled him with something close to despair. Raina would never leave the islands. She'd told him that when he carefully broached the topic. But Grady would no longer fit in at home, any more than he fit in here. He would never be able to explain what this place was like to anyone in Maine. Even if he could, they would never understand it. He didn't understand it himself. He sat for a few minutes before deciding he might as well bite the bullet and called Ilana Chang. "Hey," he said, when a woman's voice answered. "This is Grady Kendall. I just got a call from this number." "Grady, hi. Thank you so much for returning my call." She sounded older than he was, her voice smooth and confident. "I'm Ilana Chang. I'm going to be the head biologist out at the Hokuloa Point Wilderness Preserve. That's what we're calling it now. I'm also doubling as General Dog's Body. We're still working out the details, but because of Wesley Minton's trust, there's enough money now for us to set up a permanent research station out there. And we're still figuring out what to do with all the marine life he had out there in those aquariums. We already have a few interns who'll be staying at the house at the point, along with me and the other team biologist, but we're looking for a caretaker. I read about you in Island Pilot, and I understand you were Wes's caretaker?" "Yeah," Grady replied, feeling as though he might not have awakened completely. "Yes, I am, but at his house closer to town, not out there on the point." "Right, yes, someone told me that. Anyway, we'll definitely need a caretaker, and you'll have your own bungalow." Yes, that would be great. I'd definitely be up for doing that." "Are you sure? Do you want to think about it?" "No," he said. "I actually haven't stopped thinking about it since I was out there. Can my girlfriend come visit when she wants?" "Yeah, we can figure something out. Eventually, we may be able to build bigger living quarters, maybe with a small school or something. Experiential-based learning for children of the team members. I know Wes had big plans for that land with his luxury resort. We have big plans too. Only different ones," she said, and laughed in delight.
The following week, after a number of Zoom meetings, he finally met Ilana Chang in person at the security gate that served as portal to the Hokuloa wilderness. For Grady, it was mostly a meet and greet before he relocated out here. Ilana had already started to move in. She told him she'd walk the few miles from the compound at the point to the entrance, then ride back with him in the truck. She climbed into the passenger seat, a tall, brown woman with a ponytail and no TMT cap. She wore broken-in hiking shoes and long khaki pants, a white shirt stained with sweat and dust, a face mask printed with sea turtles. Around her neck was a pair of binoculars that looked like the set he'd taken from Minton's house, and still had. From their Zoom meetings, Grady knew that she was 33, and also that she was intimidatingly beautiful. But he'd felt more at ease with her as they spoke about her research goals. "I know Wes wanted to make use of that gene-splicing tech with the mosquitoes," she said during their first meeting. "But I think we need to establish what the bird population is out there, how many of them, which species, how healthy they are. I know Wes believed some extinct species survive there, but we'll need to do some taxonomic studies to determine if that's actually the case." Grady shook his head. "I know there's some birds that no one thought were here. I heard an iniani." Ilana gave him a sharp look. "How do you know? They're endemic to Kauai. No one's ever seen them here." "Wes had them in his aviary, and I heard them when I was out here. I think I heard alala, too, those Hawaiian crows." "Huh." Ilana regarded him thoughtfully. "You actually know about this stuff?" "Some. I'm not a scientist, but I studied to be a wilderness guide. I always loved this kind of thing. And the birds here," he gestured at the screen, smiling as though it were the forest he'd wandered out at Hokuloa Point. "They're amazing. They're not like anything else on Earth. It would be an honor to work out there." That might have sounded hokey, but he meant it. Ilana didn't seem to think it was hokey. She began emailing him articles about avian malaria and genetics, along with lists of building supplies they'd eventually need for constructing a lab.
There would also be preparations for the key pohaku to be relocated to its original setting, with a ceremony by the island's native elders asking forgiveness. "We're going to work you hard," she'd said the last time they Zoomed. "I hope you're okay with that." "I am," said Grady. Now he put the truck into gear, and they lurched forward on the rutted road. "Whoa!" Ilana yelped, bracing herself on the dashboard. "I think the first thing we're going to do is invest in a new truck for you. This is kind of a gosh truck." "Yeah, I know." Grady shrugged. "But it gets the job done. There are some electric pickups coming out. We can look into those. Wouldn't that be super expensive? Trust me, in 10 years, everyone on the island will be driving one." When they reached the compound, Ilana walked with him to one of the bigger bungalows. New sheets were folded and stacked on the bed. There were new towels in the bathroom. "This will be your ohana when you move in next week. We donated all of Minton's stuff to Goodwill," Ilana explained. "Clean slate. We want the best people here to do research. Not that we're going to have any trouble. As soon as the island's Audubon Society sent out that press release about all the supposedly extinct species they think are here, I get 100 emails every day, people sending me their CVs. Lot of serious birders out there," she added, along with the ornithologists. "When you're done unpacking, let's go have a drink on the porch. You've got to be tired after that drive." She rubbed her jaw, wincing. "Yeah, we're going to look into a new truck. The shocks on that one are shot." He unpacked a few things he'd brought with him, then washed up and changed into clean clothes, combed his damp hair back with his fingers. He texted Raina a photo of the inside of the bungalow, and another of an iwi hovering above an akala blossom. "I'll be back tomorrow morning. Luxury accommodations here as soon as you can get out." She texted back a string of hearts. "Gonna need a bigger bed," he laughed. He'd already broached the idea with Ilana of bringing Raina out here too, when things started to settle down with the pandemic and the research station. If they wanted to have a school here, they'd need teachers and perhaps some teachers' aides. Raina would be great at that. They'd for sure want docents once they started allowing people to visit. Ilana seemed open to the idea, even enthusiastic. "I loved going to that aquarium when I was a girl. Yeah, let's talk about it when she comes to see you. We can't do anything till everyone gets a vaccine, but after that," she grinned, "I love bringing the community into this. You protect a place like Hokuloa by sharing it, letting people see how special it is. We'll have to do that carefully, but it'll happen." He texted a string of hearts back to Raina and walked across the long grass toward the main house, the sound of the wind fading into birdsong and rustling palm fronds. The sea wind felt fresh and cool, despite it being late afternoon. Yellow-gray birds arrowed overhead, and 2 larger birds carried on a raucous conversation from the upper branches of an avocado tree. Ilana walked out to meet him, her gaze fixed on the avocado tree. "Do you see them?" She gestured at the avocado tree. "There are your alala, Hawaiian crows." Grady watched the birds. "So, they really aren't extinct." "They are, just not here. I've seen at least 6 nesting pairs, and that's just by the compound." "That's insane, right?" Like Grady, she appeared slightly bewildered. "That's not all. There are Akialoa here. They look like the Kauai Akialoa, but with darker plumage. The Kauai Akialoa became extinct in 1965, and there's never been any record of one endemic to this island. There are other birds in the rainforest, too, that have supposedly gone extinct, finches and honey creepers. Some species disappeared in the 1800s, some longer ago than that. We only know about them because amateur naturalists described them when the white people first invaded. It's like discovering dinosaurs in your backyard. How do you know they're in the forest? Minton. He left a stack of notebooks this high, she said, gesturing, where he recorded everything he saw here over the years. Mostly birds, but some species of land snails, too, and sphinx moths. He was an amazing amateur naturalist, she sighed. I only talked to him on the phone a few times early in the year, but he knew my mother. Your mother? Yes, we lived up there in his house, my mom and I. He bought it from her, I don't know, at least 20 years ago. Grady stared at her. You're that model's daughter? Maxine? Maxine Kaiwi. Yeah, we only lived there a few years. After my parents divorced, my mother thought it was too isolated to be up there with just me. She thought there were spirits there. But I loved it. I mean, I loved it. I cried for weeks after we moved. Then, when my mom died, I went to live with my father in Honolulu, but all I ever wanted to do was get back here. I got my undergrad at UCLA. Then I went and did my PhD at Cornell on contemporary wife biota and their impact on critically endangered kiwikyu on Maui. Being here now, she turned in a circle, arms raised and head tipped back, an expression of delight on her face. This is all I ever wanted. They walked to the side of the house and onto the back deck. Grady sat as Elana went into the kitchen, returning with a bottle of champagne and 2 wine glasses. I saw you brought a couple cases of beer, she said, setting one of the glasses in front of him. But I feel like celebrating. The interns arrive tomorrow. They've been in quarantine at a motel by the airport. After that, we'll all be drinking cheap beer for a while. She rubbed her jaw, wincing. Yeah, we're going to look into a new truck. The shocks on that one are shot. He unpacked a few things he'd brought with him, then washed up and changed into clean clothes, combed his damp hair back with his fingers. He texted Raina a photo of the inside of the bungalow, and another of an iwi hovering above an akala blossom. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Luxury accommodations here. As soon as you can get out. She texted back a string of hearts. Gonna need a bigger bed, he laughed. He'd already broached the idea with Elana of bringing Raina out here too, when things started to settle down with the pandemic and the research station. If they wanted to have a school here, they'd need teachers and
She laughed, opened the bottle and poured some into their glasses, raised hers in a toast. To the Akialoa. Grady clinked his glass against hers. They sat on the same side of the table, a safe distance apart, and gazed out at the ocean, the waves crashing on the cliffs. Elina removed her turtle-patterned mask and set the binoculars on top to keep it from blowing away. Look, she said, pointing to where a black shape broke the surface of the blue water. Humpback. Wow, said Grady. I've only ever seen mink whales back in Maine. They both sat and drank their champagne in silence. Finally, Elina swept out her arm to indicate the ocean and distant islands. If every single human being on this planet disappeared tomorrow, and this was all that was left, I would be totally okay with that. Yeah, he said at last, and nodded. I would too. A few days after he returned from the trip to Hokuloa Point, Raina helped him finish packing. I'll see you once you're settled, she said, as they stood beside the old pickup, now filled with cartons of supplies Elina had ordered, along with his suitcase, a box of books from Minton's house, the fire pit. You think next Sunday? Sooner, Grady replied, and kissed her. That afternoon, he gave the fire pit to Delita and Lorelei, stopping by their house before he began the long drive to the point.
"We'll never see you," Delita complained. "It's a long trip, if they'd even let us in." "They will." He helped her carry the fire pit a safe distance from the playset they'd built earlier in the summer. "I told them it was a stipulation of my taking the job, that I could have friends visit. You can cram into one of the bungalows." "Wow, listen to you, Mr. Bossman with the stipulations." He laughed, then shook his head. "Thanks for all your help, Delita, you and Lore both." They made their goodbyes, and he drove on to Hokuloa Road, running over a mental list of what he'd do once he got back to the point. Unpack, catch up with reading an article Alina had sent him on the relationship between birds and those odd bees he'd seen. Go through Minton's books to see what he had on designing a new, more efficient water catchment system. As Halo Nalawale rose into sight, he saw the white-haired old man who sat beside his shopping cart eating a mango. For the first time, Grady noticed that the shopping cart was jammed with paint cans. On the plain behind him, Halo Nalawale loomed above the dust and brown grass. The building had been painted over again, columns of old names and new ones covering the concrete walls beneath. The first encounter. The old house stood silent, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the gloom. Ilara shivered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. A cold wind whipped through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. She clutched the worn leather-bound journal to her chest, its pages filled with her grandmother's cryptic notes. "Are you sure about this, Ilara?" a voice whispered from behind her. She jumped, spinning around to face Liam, his face etched with concern. "You scared me half to death." Liam offered a sheepish grin. "Sorry, just checking in. This place gives me the creeps." Ilara forced a smile. "It's fine. We need to find out what happened here." They stepped inside, the door groaning shut behind them. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight piercing the grimy windows. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of age, and something else, something unsettling. They explored the ground floor, each creak and groan of the house making them jump. In the study, a large oak desk dominated the room, covered in a thick layer of dust. Liam ran a finger across it, leaving a clean streak. "Look at this," Ilara said, pointing to a hidden compartment in the desk. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed papers, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Liam reached for it, but Ilara stopped him. "Wait, let's be careful." As she opened the box, a faint, ethereal glow emanated from within. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet, was a single, shimmering silver key. The secret passage. The key felt strangely warm in Ilara's hand. "What do you think it opens?" Liam shrugged. "Could be anything. A chest? A door? A secret passage?" They spent the next hour searching, tapping on walls, checking behind tapestries, and even looking under loose floorboards. Just as they were about to give up, Ilara noticed a faint outline on the wall behind a large bookshelf. "Liam, help me move this," she urged. With a combined effort, they pushed the heavy bookshelf aside, revealing a narrow, dark opening. A chill wind, colder than any outside, gusted from within. "A secret passage," Liam breathed, his eyes wide. "You were right." Ilara hesitated. "Are you sure you want to go in?" He nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. "We've come this far." They ventured into the darkness,
the silver key clutched tightly in Ilara's hand. The passage was damp and cold, the air thick with the smell of ancient stone. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a heavy wooden door, intricately carved with symbols they didn't recognize. A small keyhole was visible in the center. Ilara inserted the silver key. It turned with a soft click. The door swung open, revealing not another passage, but a small circular chamber. In the center, a pedestal held a single glowing crystal. As they stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind them, plunging the chamber into darkness, save for the crystal's soft luminescence. "What the... really?" Liam exclaimed, startled. Ilara gasped, her heart pounding. "We're trapped!" The crystal pulsed, casting strange shadows on the walls. Ilara felt a strange pull toward it, an irresistible urge to touch its surface. As her fingers brushed against the cool, smooth crystal, images flooded her mind, flashes of ancient rituals, shadowy figures, and a terrifying, all-consuming darkness. Liam grabbed her arm. "Ilara, what's happening?" She pulled away, her eyes wide and unfocused. It's showing me things." Suddenly, the crystal flared, and a blinding light filled the chamber. When it subsided, the chamber was empty. Ilara and Liam were gone.